This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It's all come down to this. One spot for Masters Santiago is up for grabs, and we've got a best of 5 to decide which team makes the cut. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VCT Americas Kickoff Lower Bracket Final. As always, we're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in the beautiful yet somewhat muggy day in Los Angeles, California. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy. You got Mimi, you have Emily, you have Athena, and Dan just drove by. What a guy. We're excited. It's going to be a fun day here. We have lower bracket action. It's our last match of kickoff, and it's going to be a best of 5 showdown between NRG and MIBR. Mimi, what a way to close out kickoff.
It's been a really wild tournament thus far, but it all comes down to this. Either the world champions go to Santiago, or this MIBR super team recover from their nosedive and make it in their last chance.
It's, you'd think we scripted it this way. We kind of did. We have had this planned out from the beginning. But here's the thing, folks. The world is watching, all right? Because this match, as we had mentioned, that's for the final spot in Chile at Masters Santiago. And make sure you stick around following today's BO5 because we'll have the Masters Santiago draw show, and you are going to see what your opening matches will be for the big event. But of course, though, we had some great matches yesterday, and that takes us to our Pulsar Flick of the Week. Yay! This week is going to be given to Kiko from NRG. Look at this 4K here. Emily, absolutely devastating gameplay from this kid.
I just think the movement that he was having around this pillar and just how quick he was with these little jiggle peaks. Like, watch what he's about to do here towards spawn. It's just he's so fast with it. Like, look at that.
Oh my God, dude, the movement paired with that actual flick on the
That
first
flick was crazy.
Flick, this one.
That's offensive.
If I was Timotino, I'd be upset. I'd be mad.
Oh, man. They got to hit up HR for that one. That bothered the hell out of me. And then this one, too?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
It's just crazy. If you're a person at home watching this and you're thinking, how can I be more like him? Watch not just the aim in that clip, but the movement. When he gets caught off guard, he's not immediately flicking and trying to kill.
Yeah.
His first instinct is always to move and reposition in a way that's hard to hit while he aligns his aim. That's what all of these high-level players are doing, and I think a lot of people really focus on training their aim, but not improving their movement.
I actually heard if you get a Pulsar mouse, that's how you play.
Oh, wow. Really? Oh, I mean, I don't know if we can verify that with science, but we'll find a way. All right, well, guys, look, today's a big day, as we all know. It's the finale of kickoff. Aw, sad. We're done for this. For now. Okay, but here's the deal. Let's have a surprise party. Why the hell not? Yeah, surprise party. Oh, man, I love surprise parties. Big fan. And, you know, I'm going to tell you guys how this surprise party is going to work. Okay. Because everyone gets to give me a gift. Isn't that great? Yes.
It's not a surprise party if you organize it.
Well, listen here. I'm the host of the damn show, and you get to do whatever the hell I want. All right.
That's crazy.
Well, we brought you gifts.
So, thank you for the gifts.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. And inside of these gifts are a team that surprised them at kickoff. That's right. So, inside of the big box, Athena, who surprised you at kickoff?
Dude, I gave you a pretty nice surprise. You got to open her up first. You got to open her up first.
So excited. So excited. Oh.
Surprise!
Whoa.
Surprise! Surprise!
Are you happy?
The hell? You just, that wasn't in rehearsal. We didn't plan that.
No, let me talk about this team.
Please.
They came second in Ascension Pacific in 2025. They qualified for VCT 2026 in Pacific, but they had a god-tier run in VCT Pacific Kickoff to qualify for Masters as the first seed. This team seemingly came out of nowhere, and over the period of time from October 16th, they've only lost one match.
Wow.
And it was a BO1 versus DRX.
Quite the surprise.
Crazy.
Quite the surprise. All right, cool. I like that. Wasn't ready for the confetti
I got a
bomb.
gift for you, though.
Huh?
You should open it up. The second one there.
You know what, Mimi? You'll never let me down.
No,
I'm so excited. Surely you'll never throw any confetti at me because you've been working together for years.
Yeah,
all right, so here's the next one. Next gift for me, the Gentleman. Oh, God, Mimi, you betrayed me.
Surprise!
Why did you do this?
It's a big moment. Gentlemen.
Tell me about
They qualified. they did not win a match in Stage 2 last year, and they've gotten more wins in all of 2025 here in 2026. With a retooled roster, only keeping one of their former players, dipping into the talent pool of EMEA Tier 2 and really enabling Martin, a player who has been there before, but I think has hit a new level now. 126 kills. Crazy. The final that qualified him. Upper final, which they lost, 106. This guy is in rare form. This team is legit in terms of the talent, in terms of their play, and I'm just so excited to watch them at their first ever global.
I'm super pumped for that. I won't lie though, I just wasn't prepared for you to throw the confetti at me too, Mimi, pero it's okay. You know, it's okay. Let's do the next one. Emily, she's new around here, good kid. Surely won't do anything to me. I mean, look at her. She just seems like a gem, like a true gem.
Thank you.
All right, Emily, your team. Ooh, this is a fun one. It's
surprise, surprise.
Yuria.
Surprise!
No, that was way too much. Okay, tell me about Furia, please.
Oh, I gladly will. Furia, the team to come into kickoff with no expectations, or if there were expectations on them, they were pretty low. And we saw this as a common trend throughout their first 2 matches that they played. People didn't really give them credit for getting those wins against Crew and Sen. You know, they chopped it up to Crew having that sub roster, Sen just not being full form yet. But then they did the unthinkable. They took down the juggernaut of America's G2, and they really showcased their individual talent and their chemistry and vibes, especially in that best of 5 that secured them a spot in Santiago. They have the best vibes that we've seen out of the team in Americas, and they continue to showcase that. It might have been a surprise that they take that first spot, but it was well earned.
Well, you know what? I think these are some great gifts. Thank you guys so much.
No problem.
Don't do that. You know what? Let's just get on to our lower bracket final matchup. Riv had an opportunity. That's way too much to catch up with Mata earlier today. Santissimos, too much.
I am here with Mata ahead of their game. Champions Curse is proving to be a powerful one for quite some time here, but you guys are right on the cusp of qualifying and proving it wrong. Team kind of focuses on MIBR as being one of the harder ones to go against, so what's it going to take to clinch this one today?
It's pretty simple. It's all about composure and trust. Whether the score is 0-0 or 11-11, doesn't really matter. It's just about doing what we practice and what we know works. Trusting each other, trusting our system, and just, once again, staying calm under pressure. I think that's all that matters.
All right, excited to see it. Mata, good luck today.
He most definitely will be looking to be calm under pressure. Unfortunately, I was not able to because I just got bombarded with confetti over here, but it's okay. It was a surprise. All right, let's go ahead and dive into our match because we have a rematch today. MIBR was the team that sent NRG to the lower bracket. And I think, Emily, it goes without saying here that this MIBR team should be coming into this one with some kind of confidence given those prior results.
Yeah, I mean, they did look really good going up against NRG, but we also have to say, on the other hand, NRG wasn't looking so hot, right? Yeah. We saw them have such a strong start on that first map Abyss because they were prepared to kind of go into that. Whereas in those next 2 maps, we saw them start to struggle. We saw them just did not be able to kind of predict what MIBR was going to do.
Yeah, the second map was rough. They lose that bonus on the split and still only lose it 13-11. I think there was some rounds that really are going to haunt them in not being able to close out there. But once we got to Breeze, that was just a takeover for Ospas and for MIBR to win it out. But both teams have changed so much in the short time since.
Well, and that's actually a great transition here because, you know, talking about the matchup we saw yesterday and we discussed the improvements. Emily's breaking the set. You know,
there's more surprises.
We saw, and I can't take any more. So here's the deal. We did see NRG shut down the, the solo duelist composition we were starting to see out of 100 Thieves. But Athena, more importantly, what we just saw was an NRG that just came out to the field and looked confident in everything that they did.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely confident, but I think where they did kind of start to struggle is that they couldn't really get past a lot of those double duelist comps from G2, for example, because they were struggling
That's
with
true.
having
The G2
enough.
game exposed a lot.
they struggling to have enough utility to kind of delay long enough to have those rotates, those quick rotates that we know NRG for.
Yes, NRG love to, they thrive when they feel like they are in control, and double duelist comps with that aggression, with the quick reactions you can have, completely dismantle their entire game plan and like ideas going into these rounds. We know NRG are really good at holding strong crossfires on their defense and kind of being able to have a set retake, but when we saw them go against G2, they completely dismantled that. They didn't even let them get into retakes. They continued to push through and fight and just create holes and gaps within their game plan.
Still, I think they fixed so many issues in that game against 100 Thieves. The team play looked on point. The biggest issues in that initial MIBR match was just the fundamentals failing. People not trading, the team not looking connected in the way that they're normally excellent at. And they were immediately back in form in their last match.
Yeah, actually, I know you wanted to talk a little bit more about that, Mimi, because we were seeing some great stuff from NRG. I know you have a breakdown.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about how this NRG team is preparing out of their timeout. So we're going to take you to Abyss against 100 Thieves round 8. We're coming off of a timeout for their opponents. Don't worry about that, of 100 Thieves. And let's talk about how they prepare against what they read that their opponent is doing in that time out. As I take us back to the beginning here, we're going to take a little peek at the ultimates. And note that the Astro Wall is online for Bang. A very common set play for 100 Thieves and teams on Abyss in general is going for a simple A exec with that wall to get an easy plant down bridge. It'll be a wall something like this, aiming to plant right there. And it's really hard to prevent that because it's almost suicide to fight through that wall front sight. But NRG had a great read on that exact same circle. Scuba this round is going to have his Viper Orb placed. And as we look at the rest of the map, we can see how quickly NRG are going to be able to pinch into him and help. Watch these double drones coming out. They're scouting down mid off the rip, they're scouting up B off the rip, and they're immediately going to be able to rotate towards A if that hit comes through. It absolutely does here. Let's see it play out. Here comes the hit for 100 Thieves, and watch how Scuba plays this. Astro Wall, that's coming up right about now as I fast forward this just a moment, and look at this pocket he's created for himself. He can play close here, get information on when that plant is coming down, and also combined with the decay of this orb, put a molly here, and that means you cannot plant. This is all off limits to plants for. So watch how they play this now. 100 Thieves has to pivot. They try and fight backside, but look how ready NRG is. A Sovalt comes out from mid. Players are ready to fight backside. It was a perfect read. We fast forward quick now to the next round of this game, where it's going to be a hit over towards this B site. Almost always, NRG does a Viper Wall like this. They like playing backside positions like here, 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 and setting up these crossfires that are so tough to deal with. Instead, they throw that diagonal retake Viper Wall, and reading this B hit is going to come in. Mata tucks close on ledge, a position he and NRG practically never play, and you'll see in just a moment how much effect he gets from there. When you're fighting forward, expecting backside presence, he absolutely cooks them. This is a sequence of back-to-back rounds where NRG just had the perfect read out of their opponent's time out. And that was a consistent key, not just in that match, but in their run at Champions and the success in general for NRG. The admiralty of this team is just so good at finding that read, and it brings them dominant wins.
Yeah, that prep work, insane. That whole bridge play with the Viper Orb and the Molly just to prevent that one moment and how that snowballed into so much. Absolutely beautiful work there from NRG. And there's a reason why they're looking very good coming into this game. Now, on Friday, we talked about the worst case scenario where a team could lose 3 straight best of 5s. It happened to RRQ in the Pacific region, RIP, and the nightmare is quickly becoming a reality for our friends over at MIBR. And we do need to address this. This is scary territory here, Athena, because you really got to think about it, right? You're on that stage, you're playing a BO5 that goes the distance. Then you play another game, you get smoked in 3, but you're on that stage for a long time.
Yeah.
And now you got to do it again?
And you're playing against a team like G2 that when they do have a lot of that prep time, they like to take that seriously and learn a lot about them. So for MIBR going into it, they knew that they were going to struggle a little bit, seeing that they've seen everything that they've had on display within that first BO5 and coming back into it, trying to string a lot of these rounds together and relying on a lot of their comfort picks like Breeze, but it just wasn't working out. They could not break through. And again, a lot of that kind of lands on G2 having a lot of that prep time.
And And the thing that worries me is the focuses for these two teams are completely different. We have NRG focusing on how to kind of counter and already being secure with their own kind of gameplay, that where on this side of MIBR, they're struggling to even find the fundamentals for their team.
Yeah.
It feels like almost they're kind of regressing with each match that they play, just because we saw them have a great start early off. We saw them get some wins. We were a little confused on or surprised to see maybe some macro ideas coming into play there that we didn't really get to see. And then when they went up against G2, it just felt like they took a step back. They were struggling, just playing well together and in these clutch situations that they should not be losing. It just feels like they have so much to work on. And now that they're in this kind of gauntlet of back-to-back best-of-5s, they do not have the time to do that against teams that are already excelling in that.
And on top of that, too, one of the things that we saw was Aspas struggle as well. And it wasn't just Aspas struggling, folks. It was the fact that we were also seeing some issues with the Asian pool start to come to fruition here, Mimi, which is quite dangerous at this lower bracket.
I think that's been one of the biggest talking points throughout this entire run of can Aspas adapt to playing Yoru and Waylay at a high level, and thus far it doesn't look like that's the case in his current form. You look at the game yesterday, 151 ACS, 0.7 KDA, and stats aren't everything. But Aspas is a player who is generally a beast in BO5s. He's known for setting kill records internationally and domestically. His best ever BO5, dropping 305 ACS. Yesterday was the worst performance we've ever seen from Aspas in a best of 5. If they're going to win today and pull out of this nosedive, Aspas has to redouble his efforts, find his form that we know he can bring to give his team a chance.
I think seeing him on that jet too, kind of him bringing it back to life, is something I am expecting against NRG, because we talked about how NRG struggled a little bit with those double duelist comps. So maybe this is a little bit of a shining light for MIBR, that Aspas and Zekin can kind of work together to bring that into the mix. But for Aspas, I mean, once he gets that op rolling, he should be on top of his game.
He should, right? That's the theory. But the thing is, that we saw G2 just absolutely nullify him yesterday. Question whether or not NRG can do the same. A lot of questions for MIBR. Thankfully, we have an opportunity to catch up with Zekin to get his thoughts.
Yeah, I have a chance to catch up with Zekin before the game today. You could potentially qualify for the first time with a new team on the VCT stage here, and I'm sure a lot of people still just remember Zekin in red, but now you're with the boys in blue. What would it mean to get to Masters Santiago with MIBR?
It would mean a lot. We're really excited and really happy that we have the chance to qualify to Santiago, and we want to get Mazzino to play in front of his home crowd, so we're very excited and very grateful for the chance to qualify.
All right, good luck today. Thanks.
I mean, we haven't even had an opportunity to address the Mazzino of it all, but I'm sure we will as the series progresses here. But for finals weekend, guess what? We got a block party again here at the Riot Games Arena, and we asked some fans which team they should be packing their bags for Chile. Which team should be packing their bags for Chile? Yeah, I totally got that right.
Fans will pack their bags. They're so kind.
Yeah, you got it. Here, just watch the dang video.
We're at the final day of the VCT Americas Kickoff block party, and we're trying to find out who is the last team going to Masters Santiago.
It's got to be NRG. Mata's just too clean. Like, you cannot deny his skill. Like, it's just too good.
Definitely NRG. Definitely NRG.
NRG.
I'm going to go for MIBR.
NRG. MIBR is way too tired right now.
Definitely NRG. They've got this in the bag today.
Give me MIBR all the way. Oh, MIBR, oh God, let's go!
Yeah, MIBR!
I had a chance to catch up with all those folks out there. Their enthusiasm is awesome. You guys are in the arena. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions for today's lower final and see what the... Whoa! Rivington again! The outlier.
I don't think this is surprising at all.
Yeah.
MIBR is in a really bad position here.
Yeah.
They've lost this heartbreaking close best of 5 on Friday. Saturday, get absolutely smoked. The team play didn't look in sorts. The individuals weren't performing. And now, with limited time against an NRG who I think is only now hitting their peak in kickoff with that 100 Thieves win, this is a situation that is so hard for them to pull out of in time.
I feel like NRG just solidified their identity when we were watching them play. We saw them use a lot of those util, a lot of those ult rounds, deepening their playbook the whole time. And on top of that, you have every player on top of their game fragging out. And I feel like for NRG, this is kind of what we're going to expect to see today, coming out from the champions, trying to prove themselves as that former champions. They have a huge title to hold up to, and I mean, now is not the time to drop that.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And yesterday, I even predicted MIBR just because I solely believe that the solo individual talent could step it up and take that away, but we saw that lacking there. And I'm worried going into today that if they don't have something going for them, then it is just going to go NRG's way with how well they've been looking.
Yeah, that is also the same reason why I went with NRG. I'm thinking about this endurance race that MIBR are going to have to undertake. It's going to be tough. It's going to be grueling. And one thing that we saw from NRG was a team that just look like they're in form, and it is scary. And you're going up against the world freaking champions in order to qualify for Masters Santiago. So much is up for grabs here, but this is it, folks. The final best of 5 to determine who punches their ticket to Chile. VCT Americas Kickoff starts right now.
This is NRG sent flying into that lower bracket grand finals.
The world champions have now become the demons in the lower bracket.
Against MIBR, they kind of walked all over us last time we played them.
Primeiro, e o Zeke aproveita, o Ito se entrega. Ainda tá perigoso, Mado olhou pra trás, olha o Zeke!
I think against them this time, we're going to get a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more proactive. We're going to play how we want to play.
Trying to even this one back into his favor, and his team's fight to be taken. It's just one man, what can he do? Ising moving, juking! Kiko!
Well, we've played against NRG before, so I think we're going to be even better prepped this time, knowing how they play, and we'll be even more ready. But I think it's an added motivation for us to make it. He wants to be able to play in his home country in front of the home crowd, and we really want to get him there.
Today's match is do or die. This is the last ticket to Santiago. We lost them in the uppers. Hopefully we get our revenge.
Arena Riot Games, agora é a última chance para ir para Santiago. Agora é valendo a viga. Então vai para cima deles, MIBR!
MIBR, the team that everyone was calling a super team, faced defeat, tasted what that loss could feel like, and now find themselves on the precipice of potentially losing 3 BO5s. But there is a great chance for this squad, Athena, to recover, to show everyone what they are made of, why Made in Brazil is in fact made in Brazil.
They have these players that are rock stars at all of their roles. Aspas and Zekin on the duelist being really stunning, and they've already gotten the 1 win over NRG in that best of 5 earlier within kickoff, and now coming off of their second BO5 loss. They really have to lock in here, with Mazzino especially trying to go home and play in front of his home crowd.
Now, let's bring out their opponent, fighting for a spot in Chile. Give it up for NRG!
The world champion NRG finding themselves, though, I would actually argue in some familiar territory. This is a team that has been put through the ringer before, and the last time they did that, they won a damn world championship. So I think it's safe to say this team knows what adversity feels like.
Certainly. They're so comfortable in these kind of lower bracket positions, and they're a team that just showed us a perfect game plan against 100 Thieves. Now, facing an MIBR who is in this dip, who is coming off of their second BO5 loss. They get to enter this matchup with another advantage in terms of the prep, with an advantage in terms of the momentum, and their job now is to close out and take that step towards breaking the champ's curse.
Question on my mind is whether or not NRG and Coach Bankar have actually developed that playbook with enough time and the way that they like to. There was a lot of prep work for those guys going into that 100 Thieves matchup. But now here's your series layout. You got Bind, Corrode, Split, Abyss, Haven if necessary. Emily, how we feeling?
This makes perfect sense for NRG. Banning the one map that they saw MIBR kind of have that upper hand on. That was like their bread and butter pick. So banning that early just completely swaps out what MIBR were going for here. And going into these maps that we've already seen MIBR either play against G2 or play against Furia in these big best of fives, they have to feel prepared going into it. I doubt Bonker left any room for interpretation.
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? This is an MIBR who is again picking into a map first in a best of 5 series that their opponent hasn't shown. They did this yesterday, the opening 2 maps.
And I did not like that.
They did not know what G2 was going to play, and they got absolutely cooked. So this match now, Bind, I think they absolutely have to win it. They have to show that they can adapt, they can sight read a team who they haven't seen here yet.
It is Bind though, right? I mean, that's something you could kind of hang your hat on if you're MIBR. Be like, hey, you know, we know what the bread and butter is on this.
I mean, we have to play into the fact that they have 2 of the potentially best duelists on paper in VCT Americas Kickoff. You have Aspas and Zekin, and on a map like Bind, where it's just so fast-paced,
it should be
a
good.
lot of having that double duelist is really good. You want to be able to get up those choke points, get through, taking a lot of fast fights, using the TP to kind of make a lot of these really quick split decisions. And as well, Zekin, he's really good on the op with the Yoru. And of course, we've seen Aspas on Raze. He just needs to step it up just a tiny little bit to bring it back.
I'm happy to see them having that double duelist because that's what works best for them. But going for a Raze over the standard Waylay that we've been seeing have so much success, it's kind of a risk for me. They're playing more into their comfort than the meta right now.
I don't think they believe that Aspas' Waylay is at a high enough level right now to put up against who is currently the best Waylay in the world. He's got to recover on this Raze against an NRG who haven't had to show this map.
Folks, this is it. The last spot for Masters Santiago is up for grabs. Who's it going to be? MIBR, NRG. We have just the casters to call the action. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here because you have the super team of this era of Americas going up against the current reigning world champions of NRG. Yeah. And there's expectations that both of these teams have leveled against each other in terms of where they should be going to the global events, lifting trophies perhaps. But one of these teams is going to be left with bitter disappointment because it is the lower bracket grand finals. There are no more second chances. There is only one more spot at Santiago up for grabs.
Either way, for one of these teams, a loss is a failure, right? It's missing out on an opportunity to be able to hunt for a trophy, and both of these squads want to add more to their cabinet. But I would say especially so for MIBR, who are on the verge of losing those 3 best of 5s in a row. We saw RRQ fall to the same fate in Pacific.
And it is a grueling test that MIBR having to face already early on here for the pistol round of Bind. NRG making heavy moves here. Slight miss there with the Molly, but it will do the job. It stops them momentarily. Matador is going to be dashing straight past this. Bit of disrespect in order, and he smokes as well. A little bit of a corner and a pocket, but a nade will push this back. So plant denied for now. TPs as well. There's going to be threats coming from every single angle for NRG here, and it's up to them to see if they can put a stop to a double fight over towards Showers. Not anticipating the angle, but Verno snaps to the side anyway. Brock dealt with. Verno's low. Ethan knows it. Angles to be played for here, and he's trying to play his life in. It's a nice shot by Verno, at least to get that 1 kill. And Scuba on the prowl.
On the most ridiculous wraparound around the world, Scuba.
Aspas and Zekin, dynamic duo. On the duelist this time. We'll see if they anticipate this one. The timing caught. Kiko has a bullet to the temple, but Scuba wrapping from behind surely is that insurance policy. Reload committed. Scuba's around. It's out into the open. Aspas low and time now thoroughly against Zekin. Not much you can do in a spot like this. Sharp shooting on display. The kill at the end not going his way. It's NRG leading a pistol round here in this best of 5.
A specially crafted pistol round strat that you won't see them run on a rifle round either. Double smokes down to just lock off a little area over towards triple and bench. Very dangerous. Mazina was prowling inside of those smokes and almost caught Ethan as the plant was going down. But I think that's what we've got to start talking about this. NRG have been able to hide Bind the entire time.
Yep.
MIBR picking into it here because NRG have been permabanning it in their, well, almost permabanning it. They did float it in their first game at kickoff, which implies that it's not a horrendous map for them, but they haven't wanted to play it. So MIBR going over here thinking that they'll have an advantage. But the tape is not with them. So you do have the opportunity to get caught by little set ideas like that.
NRG, we know them as a team that are going to be well drilled, prepared at every moment. It's a good return of the fire there. Zekin at least takes him out. Scuba going down. It's a stinger reclaimed. It's not the Biggest gun in the world. Could potentially make the difference, though, as a stack of bodies ready to fight this, but look at this. Preemptive play by NRG. They want to get ahead of the curve, and any sort of play that MIBR could be cooking.
Mada 2 away from being able to get the converging paths online as well. Could be an enormous tool to start a snowball going on their attack side.
Yeah.
Zekken, though, has started sharp, hasn't he? He's 1 away from a dimensional drift himself. And he was actually the danger player last time these two teams matched up.
Even in the game yesterday.
They need it. They absolutely need it.
Yeah.
Show these boys who's boss.
A strong start on this map from MIBR. A strong start from this map for NRG would spell a disaster for MIBR. This is where they want to begin the series on a good footing.
It's always, you know, the expectations, I suppose, as well. An uphill struggle for MIBR. Spiraled down from grand final to grand final, now into the lower. Up against an NRG that have had all the tape in the world to look at. Very tough. Getting this round on the board, though, will be important.
Down short.
Yeah, already got that A short control. Gathering it all the way up. There's a Trailblazer trying to put the squeeze onto the side. It's drone's going to be used. It's a good shot by Aspas. Lays claim to the side of Showers. And he's got some help as well alongside Zekken. Plant's still not going down. There's a lot of util that's being expended. Zekken collects himself another one with Mada being dropped. Aspas as well. These are just kills happening all over the place as Aspas is just going hunting for them.
Yeah, he fully pushed out through Showers. 8 HP managed to take the 1v1 against Ethan.
That's what we needed to see from Aspas. Big performances flash through as soon as that plant comes down. Zekken taking names and not taking any chances in a round like that. Signs of life for MIBR. We desperately needed to see this from them.
The structure of the round makes sense, but to be honest, it is the individual stuff that tips it into their favor. Aspas being able to get both of those kills, shutting down Scuba, and then taking the 1v1 against Ethan, who was going to monitor the flank and make sure that nobody was pushing from either direction to wrap around the short players. You can't avoid talking about it. Aspas has been fairly dreadful, actually, in the most recent games from MIBR, but that is utterly unexpected. I mean, there's a reason why we're talking about him as greatest of all time kind of candidate player.
And a player that's trying to build a legacy, too. Yeah. Attend these events, fill out the trophy cabinet.
He is so consistent. And yet recently, hasn't actually been able to find his form. But if he can come alive in this match, I think he's the X factor. He's the win condition for them. Weirdly enough, looking at the stats, he's the 4th highest fragger, as in the 2nd lowest fragger for MIBR across this tournament, which you would just never believe.
No. They are stacked to the brim with talent, but still, shots. Mada, lucky, escaping the Ira. MIBR being very active around the map here.
Yeah, and looking to double up with Aspas and Zekken to try to take this fight into Scuba again.
I think this makes sense. NRG, they were thrown off balance a little bit when G2 were running at them.
It's also a weird position for Scuba's orb to be in. Just to let him walk into Showers here.
Drone is going to be broken. Does spot a lot of these players now. 40-second mark. This is going to be the signal to go for NRG. Moving forwards now. Steam rolling ahead. Not much in terms of resistance. There is that flank, as you called out. 2 players of MIBR going to be reaching the party soon enough. 30 seconds. Plant still being denied. Util was saved for the situation just like this. And Ethan's still looking for the next signs of it. Dimensional Drift is going to be utilized this time. And Zekken putting out the players. And that is a complete collapse. MIBR laid out the trap. It was NRG that stumbled into it.
And Aspas with another 3K.
This is what we needed to see.
MIBR's protocols for defending this A short push are looking really nice. Even though they lost out in Showers, this time they weren't able to stop Scuba and Ethan taking that space. The pressure on the plant is enormous. The smoke that Mazzino is throwing is standard, for sure, but the way that MIBR are spamming through it and consistently applying pressure, it's a nightmare. It is a nightmare to try to get that down. And NRG, the game plan not working.
No, instant timeout.
Yeah, Bonkar's going to take a tag timeout here.
And if you remember back to the one map of Bind that MIBR have played, when they were playing over towards A, it was mainly just Aspas playing from heaven. A nade to deny plant, maybe. They were playing a lot of weak A setups. I think NRG, they've done their homework, but MIBR are 1 step ahead. I think that's a key win condition for them in this series overall. You have to get ahead of what you think NRG are going to be planning around.
Yeah, it's difficult for a new team, right? There is actually, we talk so much about the experience of the players, the veteran legacy from some of these guys on MIBR, all of these guys on MIBR really. But the team itself has not been together for a long time. When you compare that to NRG, who've been working through things, making a small adjustment in terms of Som coming out and Kiko coming in. But really, they've still got a lot of fundamental, foundational stuff that they can build on top of.
Pre-existing chemistry.
Yeah, MIBR have had to cobble it together. But they've been in the spot now for long enough that they should be able to make adjustments like this. What a time it would be if they can stay ahead. But it's early days yet. NRG are going to take this tag time out to adjust something for the rifle round that comes after this one. But to be honest, if Mada spots somebody, I could see him trying to invest in the ult and see if he could get a Bucky kill.
Yeah, you never know.
Spiral it further.
He's forwards with that Bucky in hand. It is the weaker buy. Just spotted out. Takes with a snake bite. Double dash over, but that's the player dealt with. That was a danger player, really, in the form of Mada.
Look at that from Aspas as well. Really decisive. Straight through the teleporter from short.
There's no messing around.
Goes and backstabs. I think that's what I want to see more as well.
Yeah.
It's just Aspas feeling like he's his old confident self.
No more hesitancy.
And getting it done on agents that aren't just Jet.
Yeah, and there's a very, very clear, I don't want to call it a game plan, but maybe just the ideology is different right now for MIBR. They are very willing to fight. Trying to make NRG uncomfortable. Even against the weaker buy, there's dangers if you overextend yourself, could hand over some guns. But look at Mazzino, all the space that he's got.
Yeah, but also you're talking about handing over guns.
Yeah, we'll see. It's accounted for. Kiko with a classic.
40 seconds and still with a player down. But that's a Phantom you don't really want to put in their hands.
There you go. I mean, Ethan's way ahead of the pack there. Flash forwards. Zekken eager to draw even more blood. And there it is, the follow-up. Tex right there behind him, shoulder to shoulder.
Again, aggression, boxing them in, never letting NRG get out into sight where Kiko could have found some of those angles to make the Phantom shine. Like it from Tex, just backing up slightly. Nade comes out to open the door, lets Aspas take that duel instantly. And now Aspas has a showstopper for a round where you know NRG are going to do something different. Bonkar took the tag time out to adjust the game plan here, so they're not going to go for that same short push. You know they aren't.
Hold on.
Is Aspas just going to send it?
He looks like he's raring to go.
It's a little slower.
Slow for now.
Again, you know they're doing something different, so Aspas is not going to run into a stack.
It's a drone, forwards. Zekken is hard committed here. There's Salvo's at his feet, trying to move to the side, and that flash did not connect. Zekken capitalizes quickly. Ethan's removed, out forwards, Verno! Verno! Drops them where they stand. That's a spike drop down as well. Essentially in enemy territory. The smokes in the face of Verno. Small gap to play in, but again, this is an MIBR that are not content with just leaving space untaken. They will take the fight to you today. A team angry and willing to prove they're not going to go down so easily.
Scuba's the last one left. Aspas took all of this space very early on. We'll have instant information if Scuba tries to go for anything. MIBR made such a good adjustment coming out of this one. They knew that Bonkar had called to change things up. NRG had run that same push basically twice. Scuba towards showers, Ethan to support. They're definitely going to do something different, and Aspas coming up around behind and puts a bullet into the ear of Scuba. Didn't even have to use his showstopper.
No. It's an essential tool that he can carry on into the next, and there's plenty more ults as well that NRG are building up to. Almost every single one that they've got online, so pretty critical that they're saving key ultimates.
Yeah, this is the next round though, where you don't exactly get what Bonkar's adjustment is going to be coming out the back of this. So they could go back to a bit of short pressure, right? Or they could just carry on going for the same B adjustment that their coach had looked at.
Now, no short though, Aspas is willing to square up. Eager to scrap. He seems to be aware that he could be able to catch a player unaware as Seeker's moving behind him. Kiko is out wider. Seeker spoils the party though, and Aspas is gone, taken out. He was alone on A.
They're trying to do the same thing again. But there goes the showstopper, and the defenders are having to pivot to try to plug this gap over on the A side. And now Ethan's got a really nice opportunity to call some mid-round stuff. Plenty of time on the clock, 5v4.
Yeah.
Tex pushing out of sand just to get that information.
More and more risks to be taken when you're a player down. Might get
hit
a sound
Brock.
cue. Yeah, Brock is running full sprint now because it's NRG hard committing. What a shot by Tex. Verno out towards the back. This guy is just lighting him up right now. Feel like we are witnessing a very angry MIBR. NRG left scrambling right now, looking to see if they can piece together any sort of semblance of a round. They are falling though, dropping whittled to pieces. Scuba and Kiko, the last ones left. Smoke in your face, but Zekken still primed onto the angle. Few stray shots, he is low. But still steps forward, still steps up to the challenge. And all that damage done, a softened up target for Verno to just eat up. 5-2, MIBR. That's despite Aspas going down early.
Yeah, what a recovery in that round. I love the push coming out from Tex. They've got such a good read on what NRG are up to on their attack side. It has been a map historically where I think Ethan struggled a bit to call these defaults without making them look obvious. But it's been a while since we've had that level of criticism. Here, though, it's like MIBR have just downloaded what NRG are going for on their attack. And this, again, without the take.
Wow.
Second
timeout on round 8.
That's the sign of a team that's in trouble.
Yes. And NRG, listen, we give accolades, I think, to Bonkai. He's quite proven as a coach. He will give you a timeout and call you a fantastic round in terms of reads, tendencies, something to exploit.
But they already tried that in the previous tag timeout, and MIBR were one step ahead. They've been one step ahead, actually, in terms of the bind game plan throughout.
And that's a clear win con. You've got to try and beat that. One step ahead, one layer.
It is the best map, probably, for MIBR to start off on good footing. We were saying that at the very beginning here. NRG have been first round banning it in most of their matches throughout kickoff. But it's good to see you've got all of the pieces working properly here for MIBR to put up at least some resistance, if not, be able to match what they did in the upper bracket where they were able to defeat NRG.
Strong start though for MIBR. We were wondering, the thoughts were there. The fatigue potentially settling in. Had to play a lot of maps of VALORANT the past 3 days.
They look like they're full of energy at least to begin.
Yeah.
And this is back to the original game plan for NRG. This is what they were doing for the first few rifle rounds.
Towards 8. Not too much in terms of the way of planting ours across the map, but a snake bite matter. Top of the box.
There's
to
an
punish on the
adjustment.
Mazzino, yes. Knew they were going to be trying to use some of that util to deny that plan, and so Mazzino caught unaware. The rifle, though, reclaimed. Zekken vacating it. Showers control was taken the whole time. Spams and bullets are going to be wrestling against the back of the walls there.
They still don't have the plant, though. They don't have the plant, and because Scuba has been trying to lurk Showers in all of these short push rounds, they don't have an option to go back to B that easily either. You know, Tex could have been pushing down here. They know that he sent that snake bite long range from B, but where is he?
Tex taking up residency once more over towards B. Trailblazer, clearance into Hookah, gets the clearance onto Tex too, onto that corner. There's bullets firing forward, salvos instantaneously, a flash, stuns, everything coming at him right now, and Mada is the first one to draw blood onto the site. Kiko slips past all of them here. Zekken's going to be facing a multitude of players there into the high-low. This is a interesting scenario. With just 2 players left, MIBR not going to be looking to play into this when they realizes the chances are just way too slim.
They've got an enormous amount of money to be able to work with, having won 5 rounds in a row here. See if NRG go and try to chase to get ults online, but they're the ones with their economy in a bit of a tumultuous spot. I like the idea of going back over to B in some of these failed short pushes. When you go down short and you tap the plant a couple of times, and MIBR have to smoke it, they have to stack it, they're spraying. But I did think it was difficult for Ethan to call those B pivots because you just lack information. You don't have any lurker over there. But Tex got hard overwhelmed. The double drone composition that NRG are using gives them a lot of tools to be able to spot out a single player like that.
That's a good adjustment at the beginning of round 2. This punish onto Mazzino, knowing that they're going to be going for the plant denial. Yeah, catching the players with the util out.
He's sometimes going to be inside the smoke, so it won't always be that easy. And of course, if Mada does it again, they'll be pre-aiming the box that he's on top of.
Big group up though, NRG.
Oh, Aspas pulling out the Outlaw in order to punish the light armor buy that NRG loves to go for.
Yeah, knowing that the economy You said I like to go to conserving the money. Matters forwards though. This is rapid approach all the way through short. Zekken forced to respect it. TP's back all the way over towards B, and here's a showstopper. Time to shine. Finds a target. Ethan's down and out. Underhanded with a nade. Prevents any sort of reclamation there of the spike. It's still picked up. Plant online, they don't realize it's still here. Aspas hunting down the target. Armageddon's now going to be rolled out though. This is NRG looking to salvage the situation as best they possibly can. And Brock with steady aim, rifle in hand. Brock, he's got safety in numbers. Kiko over the shoulder will help him out.
The double flank coming down short.
And that 3v3 suddenly into a 2v2.
What a spin!
Turn on a dime. Kiko lowers anything. Viper's Pit blossoming out. Gives him a bit of cover for NRG to retreat. There's plenty of time left into the rounds. These have been rapid beginnings, unorthodox to the way that NRG usually like to play a tap. Potentially, though, the footsteps being heard. Verno, he had his eyes trained. Second guessing it. Wondering where this is, and Kiko's been handed the timing. 3 kills now for him.
30 seconds left.
Looking potentially for the 4th, but it's up to Zekken now in a 1v2 to put a stop to it. Pit still active. Scoping it out, trying to hunt where these players could be. Time, pressure, mounting against NRG. They need to get this plant down. But they don't know where Zekken could be lying. Contemplating that it could have been a rotation. The plant down, and Zekken, bit of spam straight through the box. Kiko going down in the final few bullets. It leaves it into a 1v1, but crucially, Scuba still alive. The pit remains. A blight on the map. An obstacle that's going to be in his way. Taking it slowly, steadily now. Trying to scope out every possibility. Decay kicking in, Scuba relying on to the shorty. Not quite a tap. Zekken was the full stick this one. Moving forward, Scuba, that's half earned. Zekken has wing cons, but a shorty will do him in regardless. Scuba winning that round out. It got scrappy. Chaotic towards the middle section.
Insane value from Kiko as well throughout that round. We're watching Scuba win the 1v1 clutch towards the end, but it's Kiko who throws the spike over to Scuba, re-wraps around short, and that's after hitting a devious 180 flick to deny the short flank, which I think should have won the round here. But I don't know, he's just too good. How he survives on 3 HP to get the spike down as well, I don't know, because if Zekken gets that kill,
it's a difference maker.
It's a big difference maker. MIBR had so many chances of winning that round.
NRG now just trailing by the 1 round. Flash. It's good for it. NRG brute force through showers. They're looking for this ult orb online onto Mada. And Kiko, in fact, has a season and orbital strike. Reactive play by MIBR.
Lovely.
Trying to get 1 step ahead, trying to read what the play is. Zekken. Rifle aim is a little bit labored there. In exchange of the bullets to refract, they call a bit of a stalemate.
This is one of the few rounds where Scuba has been looking over towards B, but he's got a pit in his face on B long. And Aspas in hot form, holding hookah. NRG have got a little bit of control around the map, but it's nothing to write home about. They're still going to have to go through this guy.
Yeah, he does like this angle. He's played here before, see if they're ready for it. That's a wide face and swing. Nade, though, was primed for this. Prevents any sort of follow-up, and the smoke was instantaneous. Mada, he's gone down and out. That was over towards A. The backup policy, and Verno is just going, running around, hunting for the stragglers.
Delivering the 8th death with no kills for NRG's IGL.
This is an MIBR. They are not content with just leaving the space as is. They are hungry for the kills and hungry to make a statement.
They've been the team in control here. NRG have definitely come in with a game plan, but MIBR 1 step ahead, stuffing it, stopping it, and NRG struggling to adapt. And I think this can be a weakness for NRG. If the read that they have doesn't pay off immediately.
Oh yeah, we're not doing fist bumps for a long time. You need to remember me.
Yeah, that's important.
Aspas criticizing Zekken.
Yeah, keep the morale up.
Yeah. Come on, lad.
You're not doing enough at 11 kills, come on. It's a weak A setup here for MIBR.
Double Duelist holding hands for MIBR, though.
Yeah.
You know, they were constantly prolling.
Tex. He's got a lot of here, but still able to get the 1 with Mada. Gone, finish off. Plays all the way in and through. This orbital strike is going to go wide. It's a miss. We'll clear out most of Lamps, and NRG will absorb up most of that space once more.
They're sand pushing again.
This is a deep push all the way out. This is relentless right now from MIBR.
But there's never anyone from NRG able to stop it.
No. Confidence is brimming.
You want to cancel, you want to go towards B, but look at these players in market.
The angles are being held. Might come down to a game of timings, but with those rifles well trained, off onto the corner. Varno gets two. Can't manage a third, but the damage might have been done. Still an attempt to get back control, some stability into your feet for NRG. Scuba and Brock left in a 2v3. Zekano immediately posted back to the wall, onto the B site. Look to timing this drone, see if he can get himself potential angle, but he's spotted out at the barest of moments, revealed towards it, and that's shot straight through. Flimsy metal, it's not enough to stop it. NRG, the one's powering ahead.
After Verno's 2K in market, and second getting there on site beforehand. Should have been locked up. NRG are being offered ways back into these rounds, despite the fact that their opening game plan is giving them nothing.
1v2 now for Tex. Let's try and find what these players are. Slight sound cue. It's going to give him a bit of information, but this is NRG ready to double swing. Taking the fight together, and it's almost there. Potential from Tex. You could get control of the spray on time, but for NRG, or even a sigh of relief.
I'm amazed that they've got up to 5. And MIBR are so much in control in terms of the way that they're running the positional play around the map. And yet they're just making enough small mistakes for NRG to get back in some of these crucial moments. But it's taking clutches. And that, a pretty big mistake from Zekken, getting lit up by Brock's drone. Aspas picks up the operator. A weapon he's known for, but one that hasn't found him too much value in kickoff, weirdly enough.
This is one more round left to be played for in this half. It's spread here. Focus from NRG over towards that B long. And on the avenue, Trailblazer potentially spotting out where Verno was. The util's gone a bit wide there. This onto the molly. The C's will be next, though. Really trying to deny them this space. There's no serious commitment from NRG. The spike is firmly dropped in the back lines.
It's a very different game plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're trying to make as much noise on B long as they can while these Showers players take some space. But Kiko's going back into both of these duelists again from MIBR, holding hands. Zekken supporting Aspas.
He's got to hold this angle for Aspas here. That's the weak point. Aspas will watch market, spotted out with the bullets. Now you might have to peel yourself back a little bit.
Yeah, it collapses the crossfire play. But it also tells MIBR that NRG are not ready to hit B just yet. And Verno's done a great job, actually, of re-establishing control and information down B long. Question is whether he feeds.
He's forwards. He's taking a fight. There's so many players in front of him. It's the one, and he spots out where the rest of the bodies are. Surely that pulls rotations, but that gives time for Scuba to strike. He's been good on these lurks before, and he's going to be hearing all of these sound cues. Tex now, pressure on him. Convergent pass, potentially sidestep Scuba, looking for the right time. And at mass TP, Scuba calls it. It's a vacated A site. They're pulling them away with only 16 seconds left. Time's barely there. Molly's flying forwards, though.
Nade from Aspas.
Nade, potential to deny the plans. Ethan, full sticking it, barely alive on a shred of HP. 4v4 still. This final round of this half is really coming down to the minor differences. And that raw aim, gunfight's taken. NRG winning this one out. It's a baited a shot, no reload. Matter's got to be careful. But the damage firmly done. NRG making sense. A rather chaotic round here. It's all within their hands at this point in the 2v4, Aspas and Mazzino. The onus on them to try and see if they can put a stop to any of this. A tap doesn't really pull any of the attention, and the time is just ran way too short. Kills might be flowing at the end here, but this is NRG that will be dragging it 6-2-6.
The finest margins once again as Ethan survives on 2 HP. The call from Scuba to draw players back into A with the Waylay fake. Beautiful, though. And I think MIBR are going to be disappointed that this is an even half. Unfortunate team flash towards the end there as well. Self-flash, in fact, onto Zekken. But this was MIBR's round. Not round to win, half to dominate.
Yeah.
This felt like it should have been an 8-4 maybe, something like that, but NRG pulled back.
And speaking to that championship quality, I think that they were able to do so. Let's send it down to Rivi, standing by with a comms report.
You know, we're going to touch on both teams here because it's 6-6. It's so interesting to see how different they are. Listening to the side of MIBR, it's like kind of like being in a business call, but it works for them. If everybody wasn't overlapping each other, they're kind of hitting their comms to make sure they can talk and then let go. But when the plays happen, they're all still talking together. It's fluid. Ospots and Zekin are heading into showers. 3, 2, 1, let's swing. And they've been on point for these plays. A lot of good stuff there. Fraud is very happy with the gameplay coming into that first time out, and they know they're pushing the right buttons against NRG, but it seems like the shots didn't hit there at the end of the map, so we'll have to see. For NRG's side, it's much more like a Discord call, hanging out, vibing with friends, but at times, Ethan even said, hey guys, we need more comms. We need to get more on the mic. I don't even want to hear my gun right now. So they got back in. Now it's a 6-6. Kiko is even jumping in there on round 7 saying, hey, wait, I got a call here. Team agreed, they went in, they smashed the site. So it's really cool to see those two variations between the squads. Bonkar's there with the hype roars going on in the timeouts for the coaches. So both teams are vibing. It's 6-6, it's anybody's game right now. So let's get back into the action.
That's such an interesting glimpse into the goings-on between these two teams as well, because MIBR's approach, like Rib was saying, and you saw it manifested in the play. Zekin and Aspas, essentially, like you said, holding hands, playing together. I think really leaning into, just the firepower, the understanding that they can shoot, they can aim better than their opponents, and having that confidence to just take fights that might be deemed too risky normally.
Sure. I think also, though, in terms of individual stuff that's actually spun rounds one direction or another, I feel like NRG have been able to clutch situations out.
Yeah.
In spots where really they had called themselves into a bad position. After those initial game plans didn't work with the short pops, they ended up having to pivot drastically from an A to B. Didn't have lurks always set up in the perfect position. Obviously, that final round 12 was a gorgeous one coming out from Scuba. But it's been a very even half in a weird kind of way. Now we go back into a pistol where NRG, as you can see by the stats, have been performing across Kickoff pretty significantly better than MIBR. This is an area that MIBR have been struggling in, which is weird because Fraud, historically, has actually been great on crafting these kind of rounds.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just, again, kind of new team stuff to figure out. It ends up falling by the wayside in terms of priorities.
It's low bracket.
Smoke's down.
Our expectations dashed away here, especially with the pace of play that we've seen so far. But the second half might be a little bit different here. There's players walking up.
Both of these teams going for sand pushes.
Yeah.
Constantly as a reaction to short info.
Looking for that information. Mazzino caught unaware. He's a player that will be dropped here, but Texas not to be dismayed. That is a snap to the side. Crosshair placement wasn't quite ready, but that's a player in front of it. Verno trying to stick that plan. Brock unaccounted for towards that heaven angle. Spike picked up. Aspas now the hard committal.
They're not flipping the map, though.
No, they're not. The flank is still in control of NRG. They want to try and fight this player over here. Zekin and Tex trying to make a go of it, but Brock can just try and play his life as much as he can. Plenty of pockets to play in. The flash connects, and the shots going wild and wide. Not enough.
But now the plan isn't good for them.
No, and now players can get on top of this when it comes down to that individual brilliance. Sticking Mata all the way through. It's already on half. Plays it to push them back to Satchel and away. Mata's off claiming the kills. Forward, Zekin! Relentless! Going for it to salvage that situation.
Scrappy kind of pistol round, but a big one for MIBR to put on the board. Defying the stats and getting the result. What an opener from Tex. I was very worried in terms of where the plant ended up falling, but these players came diving back in. Zekin collecting 2.
It's mine.
They're going to need big performances out of him. But this is, I mean, you look at the scoreboard, this is more how you would expect this team to perform with Aspas Zekin always up towards the top. Hasn't been the tale of the Kickoff so far.
No. Fast going here for MIBR. Not too worried about the potential of this eco bind. NRG, they can get cheeky and tricky when it comes to these situations. Their ecos, they're always cooking something up. That's going to be spotted. Zekin's like, get me out of there. It's nothing to do with it. Like a comedy routine.
All right, it's a good idea to have Yoru going first with a Marshal in those kind of situations. You're not too worried about dropping the gun, but also they've always got the ability to evacuate.
But Noise trying to go back in. They're expecting potentially an over-rotation, but Zekin's finished off.
Time to leave, I think.
Yeah, definitely so. May as well stick around to make sure that they can't reclaim the gun. I believe it's just a Marshal. Still trying to fight them. This is pure confidence brimming, but overconfidence be a bit of an issue. Still, they spot out where Brock is hiding. Running around, this is just ridiculous.
Well, they did only have 2 rifles, I think, to try to keep into this round. So it's not a disaster just yet. Texas is going to go back to recover one of them. Picked up the Marshall instead.
Yeah.
I think there was a gun line around
there.
there.
It is. Two guns finally back in their hands, but MIBR, they are split up here. Tex locking down where he anticipates Kiko could be.
He'd have to be a laser with the classic.
Yeah. He's been sharp with it, but not accounting for that angle. Tex mops it up. And like you mentioned, they only brought 2 rifles into this, so normally that'd be quite damaging, right? You've only got 2 players surviving against the eco, but not for MIBR. They're able to keep the major buys together.
Oh, that is a jump scare. You see Zekon commenting it out frantically as well. There's 7 of them. There's 7 of them in front of me.
Guns. I only had a scout.
It's not what it's called in that game.
Okay. Push up your glasses.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Is it's really easy for their economy to now still look very good. Yeah. They have actually forced one of the guns in this round, though. They've been doing this a lot, MIBR. And then Verno picks up a sheriff if they fail.
Just to round out the buy. Mata, he's on that. ADS'd up. He has backup as well by his side. Brock lying in wait. End of this game, feeling like it comes down to the gunfights that are being taken. It's brute force as an approach.
It's a nice timing from Mazzino, though. He times it with the orb tap, so he knows he's taking a 1v1.
Verno looking like he might want to take some of the space, but just holding for now. Jump spot angle.
MIBR have been quiet down short, so NRG haven't found a timing to push on the other side of the map just yet.
Once overheads.
Ethan.
Lamps is occupied. Ethan just commits a TP. Trailblazed earlier. I think he anticipated it was going to be clear. And not enough to deny that plan. A snakebite came a little bit too late there. 4v4 still, though. Anyone's game. MIBR looking to take this one again through that sheer individuality, but it's Mata the one shining. Ethan towards the back of the site. Still in control of this. Tex and Mazzino. They do have mollies to play with, but right now, keeping the guns out. Convergent pass being earned up, and Mata's going to be utilizing it, using it. Tex left spinning, wondering how the hell is he going to get out of this spot. Scuba reclaims that space up eagerly and cleans up the following players. Mazzino dropped at a moment's notice. 1 round is the difference between these 2 teams for our opening map.
Wellale gained off the back of those 3 kills and an orb picked up in showers. Made all the difference in terms of cleanly converting this. Spray control on Glasspass is very nice.
Pocket, oh my god, nice shots, guys. Holy shit.
That's a requirement with the way that MIBR are playing right now.
Yeah, you've got to be bringing your A game.
Yeah.
Neither team too close to any other major ultimates. Aspas could get that showstopper online halfway through the round potentially, but they're going for a B-leaning default here into Scuba, who's the only one home defending B.
Toxin screen, poison orb, and satchel up.
Quick satchel, Aspas taking up the space.
It's a hard read from NRG that this was going to be fast A at the beginning. 4-player stack. Maybe they've read into the fact that MIBR don't really do fast B rounds.
Yeah.
So they feel like they have a timing where they can just leave Scuba home alone.
Enough time passed, though, that NRG can slowly maneuver some of the pieces back over towards B. Shore it up.
Yeah, they've got the stack in the right place now.
Yeah, 3 players. That's a TP by Mata. He gets traded out, though. He had the refract to potentially get out there, but overstayed his welcome. Shots through the wall. Scuba lowers anything. The horn revealing onto the 2 of the players. It looks like a hard committal. MIBR looking like they want to go for this one. Sees not quite that. It's just a nade and a snake bite enough to clear it up with the bullets following through. Scuba timing taken and denied. MIBR had their rifles well trained on the appropriate angles.
A slow siege on the B side from MIBR and forcing every player out of position, driving them into the open where they're easy pickings. And this round, it's over. And really, MIBR are generating a huge amount of ults off the back of it too. Aspas got up to his. Verno now with a Nightfall to play with. Mazzino 1 away from an orbital strike. Serious chance of MIBR now going on a run.
That's the danger zone for NRG. You're playing against any team. Attack side bind, if you let them start generating the ultimates, they can just start snowballing. MIBR have them. Available and waiting. Brock will look to save this weapon into the next. Players are going hunting, though, from MIBR.
Yeah, there's a couple of players here without very many credits. Scuba and Mata with very little to work with. So I think it's pretty important that Brock keeps hold of that weapon. I mean, Mata really hard commits on that without anyone taking contact for him over towards Hookah. Normally that would be a play where you have somebody holding an angle in hookah, and then Mada could come through and backstab them. I think it was just based off Ethan's Sky utility. And if you watch how Ethan's using the Sky util, he is dumping it early. You'll be 40 seconds into the round and he'll have nothing left. So he's just trying to find out early on where MIBR are playing. And then they don't have basically any flashes to be able to work with in the mid or late round.
Trying to clear up that fog of war, wondering where they could be. Kiko. It's him and Brock who are holding down this side. They do have rifles. Smoke drop down though, and out of showstopper. That's going to be signal it. Aspas wants to try and send this one forwards, up and over towards their head. That's a rocket that's going to be missing, hitting the side of triple. Not too much in terms of the way the damage done. Brock almost going down to the molly. Luckily, heal in the back pocket.
I thought they were going to look for the plant as Aspas popped the showstopper there, because it would have been very hard to spam and deny.
Well, players are starting to take the space up now. Mada wants to see if he can try and take this fight forward. Oh! Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's astonishing stuff from Verno. He's hit some major multi-kill rounds in this map so far, but that one is something else.
Ridiculous stuff. Stamps out anything that could got deadly and dangerous. Brock, he's the playmaker here. Stun does connect, but covered. Scuba's only got the Bucky. Could potentially get another gun for it. Hold on, that's a kill claim. Players are low. He's like, wait a minute, I don't want that gun still. Angles accounted for. Mazzino eager to plug in the gaps here. Horn overhead. This is getting a little bit messy. They want to try and deal with Scuba cleanly, but they know where he is. They've got him penned in, and they're just toying with him at this point. There it is. Kill for Aspas. 3-round difference now, MIBR leading.
MIBR are not playing like an exhausted team here, knocked down into the lower bracket. They're the team, actually, by the look of it, with more energy and vigor for this game. What is this?
Insane transfer.
He hit a sick 2K transfer like that in market earlier.
Dude, the jumpy, bro.
Yeah, so smiles.
It did feel a little bit like they needed this levity to their game in some of the earlier best of fives.
Yeah, the seriousness of the situation definitely taking its toll on some of the players. I mean, you could see it in Mazzino's play towards the end of yesterday.
He was trying his hardest in map 3.
Yeah, he was.
He wants to go and play in front of his friends, his family. He's from Santiago. It would be an enormous shame if he ended up missing out on it. I'm sure every day they're asking, you know, did you qualify? And he has to delay that good news a day later, and then a day later, and then you go into this game and you're like, hold on, are we really going to miss out on this?
Yeah, the last chance. It's like what we said at the beginning. Expectations for both of these teams. You've got reigning world champions on one side and a super team that's expected to lift trophies on the other, but no more second chances here in a match like this. The eco stacked at NRG. Pretty comfortable going for, seeing if they can gamble. Get MIBR to slip up potentially. Nightfall's going to be committed, even though it is the eco, it's hunting for information.
I don't think he found a single person.
No, I think it might have been sidestep, and that could just be causing a bit of a downfall here for MIBR. They're sending it flying forwards. A shorty second. He's getting cheeky with it now with a flash overhead here. These guns need to be good, well trained into the corner. Every player accounted for and dropped in the end. Matters forwards, and even he won't be able to get too much done there. Significant damage, at least to the armor, but flawless overall. MIBR not losing a single player, now up to 11, and this is dire situation for NRG to be in. No more timeouts.
And Zekken still with the dimensional drift. So hard to set up defensive systems here that are going to be able to hold up against a Yoru ultimate that just exposes exactly where everybody's playing. Zekken picking up the attack op as well, upgrading from the Outlaw. Full armor on everybody on NRG.
Matters with an op of his own.
They're doing that same 4-player stack on the A side that we've seen from them a couple of times, just leaving Scuba here on B.
Yeah, a flash to set up Matter onto the Deep Showers line, and Ethan going to be rejoining with Scuba.
This slow press into the B site, though, destroyed NRG previously. Ethan, remember, was tucked into the cubby and got flushed out with util. And because NRG are not really fighting for B long or hookah, MIBR don't have to use very much. They still have a ton of util by the time they get to the site.
Matter is so deeply pushed here, all the way out of showers.
The ops might end up shaking hands here and top short.
Drone bumped off, gets the tag. Zekken position is acknowledged. Trailblazer now for that mid-round info. It was saved by Ethan. We're hitting that minute mark, and he did potentially spot more than a few players. Dimensional drift, though, from Zekken signals that this might be a bit of a speed-up. MIBR looking for that information, looking for signs that they can hard commit into this, but players are waiting into the wings. It's just Scuba spotted. It's a bait and switch. NRG, they've got players waiting, but they need to jump out of the smokes now. Time to capitalize. Kills flowing for them all the way. Aspas in a 1v2, making a 1v1. This guy is lighting them all up. TV heard. Knows positioning. 20 seconds remaining. There was a fake TP at that. Refract back for Mada. Trying to bait the position, and it's caused Aspas to plan for backside. He's not going to anticipate this. This is a fast timing by Mada, but a boombot might spell it all out. No rifle picked up. Timing, waiting it out. Mada's got the op. It just comes down. However, Aspas might wade right into his sight lines, but the angle is held, and the awareness is so damn good. Cerebral play by Aspas.
He's back. He is back. If he keeps this level of play up throughout this match, it's going to be a whole different MIBR. Not only is Aspas up towards the top of the scoreboard, 21 and 8, but I'll tell you another thing, his clutches have been missing completely across kickoffs too. And yet the way that he plays this one shows you why he likes to play cautiously and get that value in the late round. Because usually, he's a menace here.
Yeah. Brilliant play.
For whatever reason, across kickoff so far, Mazino, Tex, and Aspas have not been able to get it going in the clutch. There's so many things that if MIBR turn around, just turn it up a little degree, could give NRG a lot of trouble, and you get to see it there.
Potentially. Zekken's going to be dropped early on in a round like this. Could have been the tipping point. That's an Armageddon committed. NRG spinning ults. Quite telling, I think, perhaps, of the mentality that they're in. Feeling pressed into a corner despite the player advantage. They need every single round to count.
Scuba's given a whole load of space inside of his ult here to Verno. Of course, that means that Verno's going to be sat on 1 HP.
He's decayed down. Don't even need to be accurate with the judge. You could just start spamming away. I mean, he might just find a few kills here. Very tricky scenario. Verno fired a shot. That is scary stuff. Pops himself out of it, though, and it's a bit of a sound bait. Looks like wants to slip his way back in to punish. But Scuba reasserts himself, gaining control, and it looks like there should be a fight going his way. Yeah, the highlights pointed out. Verno's gone. At this point, options for MIBR. Entirely leaning over towards the B side, but NRG have got reinforcements. Control is theirs. Smokes lay it down. The rifle spam while you're at it. Salvos as well going to be pushing them out and away, and the kills at least claimed there. Just that 1-for-1. Orbital strike to deny this one. 18 seconds left. What is the call right now for MIBR? Looks like to be to give it up.
I think it's honestly not even that bad of a round for MIBR. They've managed to pull out 2 massive ultimates. The ult bank was starting to get enormous for NRG. And if they want to win 5 in a row, they can't always be relying on using, you know, Armageddon and Orbital Strike in the rounds to stop hits from coming through.
And the Viper's Pit as well while you're at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, it's 3
big ults.
3 ults in the round. I forgot about the Pit. That's essentially the entire arsenal of big defensive ultimates expended in that 1 round. Of course, it's an important round, but it's the first of many important rounds that NRG are going to have to win if they want to get to overtime.
1 round is all MIBR need in a spot like this here for this opening map. They know it better than most currently that best of 5s, they are a marathon. They've played in a lot of them, especially in kickoff. Aspas, again with the operator. Scoped up, going hunting.
Launching missile.
If you can find an early target, it would be good. There's a lot of pressure there with a util. The Prowler in the face, Brock is forced to really respect that. Who could control though, given up. And Aspas is alone when he's taking this angle and approach. It is risky business. Slightest of margins. Hunting forward and doubled up. It might not go his way at all. Yes, NRG had that one in a high-low. Plenty of util where that came from as well. The salvos.
That's a spike.
Decay. Yes.
He gets out.
Mazino can't be going down in a spot like that.
And manages to extract himself.
Instant reposition by NRG. They didn't switch off into the corner. The Seeker's going to be offloaded into that mid-round just for that extra information. Tech's only breaking the 1. 2 of them leading away, and this is Mada taking a flank off of it. He's realized it. See if the timing gets taken. All leading over towards B, though. Just like NRG have got this one in their complete control unless things go direly wrong. V-long control, backside is all there. Zekken alone onto the side. Tex as a bullet to the dome, straight to Mata. Kiko though, responding, stepping up, sidestepping most of these bullets, and Ethan getting involved into the fight. Verno left alive as the last one left. He will be running all the way back and around. There's 15 seconds left.
I think Scuba's going to beat him to the punch here, though. He's gone through the teleporter. Yeah, and Verno gives it up. He realizes this is not a round that's going to be possible. And plus, with Mazzino sat at exactly 0 credits, it just makes sense to try to save the gun in this spot. You want to give yourself... They have 5 chances to close the game. It's down to 3, but you want to make sure that every one of the chances remaining is a proper rifle round. Don't give NRG any chance at getting a freebie. Hardcore punish there on Aspas's attack side hopping. I think it's time to go back to the rifle.
30 seconds left.
With the form that Aspas is playing in, I don't mind him getting the op out as much as he already has been. It's not been a weapon that he's found too much success with, but
Good job living on B.
fair enough. If he's going to play like he usually does, then put the op in his hands whenever you like. But here, on their attack side, when he's got Showstopper, I think it's time for a pace increase.
Yeah, and the timeout taken here for MIBR, it does give ins and chances for Bonka again to rejoin, talk back to the rest of the pack, discuss potentially things, because listen, there's always risks. They haven't been able to. They've been on their own essentially, but now you've given them the opportunity for a bit of input.
Well, we haven't seen MIBR rip a fast B hit at all. And I think NRG have got the read on that because they keep leaving B fairly weak at the start of the rounds. If you're thinking about where is Aspas going to take this Showstopper, I think there's a very strong chance that he takes it over towards short. So player up in heaven looking for the spam at the top box. Maybe a player on top of triple. Mata in a spot even towards backside A where he could rip the Waylay ult to counter it. You know, there's plenty of options here to try to nullify the game plan that MIBR are going to come up with out of this timeout. But if you let them get into the site and set up a post plant with Pit, it is probably game over here on Bind.
NRG trying to claw their way back in one round at a time.
Well, here's Kiko in heaven. So Kiko's going to have that angle to try to punish Aspas as he goes for the ult off the box at short.
Here it is, sending it flying forwards now. With a double satchel, but no committal of the ult. Big reveal up towards heaven. Shots in through the smoke. They anticipating Aspas's position. Pushes and pushes him back. That is a Pit now. Lay it down over towards the A site.
Still difficult to actually get the plant committed, though.
Yeah, look at the amount of smokes committed. Showers control for Mazzino, but again he has to sidestep and a convergent pass. No way!
That's just a bad weapon. Mazzino only had a Spectre.
Not enough damage done. 20 HP is what Mata survives with, and that could make a critical difference. Aspas looking to see if he can plug in the gaps in their hold. Mata, patience on display.
They dropped their own Pit to try to get the plant.
Trying to bait it out, but Aspas the one baited into the shot, yet the crosshair placement is still good. Sublime at that. Showstopper waiting for that rainy day. Plant down, and this is just to push them back and create space. No one wants to hard commit into this. But that rocket, the fuse, finally dropping low enough, and the rocket does go straight into the wall. No casualties, 4v4, MIBR. It's a massive turning point. It could be the map in their pocket as long as they maintain their composure and can earn these kills. But NRG are the ones closing in. Scuba, he activates finally onto that flank and just peels his way back.
Second just appeared into his lap.
Verno, his time to step up. It's raw individuality. That's what's on display here. Scuba finally dropped. Aspas anticipating that re-swing. Snake bite, nade, or collapse. Combine their efforts, MIBR. Determined to get this one under their belt. And in a 1v3, Kiko making a 1v2.
He's got 7 bullets.
So much to overcome. Shorty out trying to find the targets, but running and gunning, toying with them. MIBR upsetting our expectations. They are feeling no fatigue. They are leading this lower bracket grand final.
A great start for the Americas Super Team, landing the blow on the map that they need to open. This was MIBR's pick. It is a map that NRG have been banning recently, but the way in which MIBR have been able to do it, with Aspas on Raze coming out with 24 kills, Verno alongside him, by the way, playing an absolutely lights-out game, it does give you hope that MIBR are not just going to go quietly bombing out of the bracket here. They're looking good.
Yeah, they certainly are. The gameplay reminiscent at times, really just that all-in, realizing we've got nothing to lose at this point. sending it against this NRG squad, the reigning champions. There's so much on the line for both of these teams, but MIBR are the ones who take that first blood in the form of Bind. We'll see where the rest of the series goes, as Corrode is up next, and that is a hell of a task to get over as well. NRG are no slouches on that map. Don't go anywhere.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kiko trying to even this one back into his favor. This is one man, what can he do? Isoing moving, joking! Kiko! Where was that coming from? You got to score! Doesn't matter, Mazzino's in the pit. And Mazzino was super ready for it. Still has that determination.
Did you know
that you can find a lot of different types of penguins in Chile, but the most famous one is actually Magdalena Island at the south of Chile, and its name is Magellanic penguin.
Welcome back, everyone. As we all know, and we have no bias here whatsoever, Americas is the best region in VCT, and you can let everyone know just how much you enjoy VCT Americas because the new 2026 capsule is launching next week. There's a new knife, a flex, and a player card. It's all going to be available for you February 19th. Once again, new knife, a new flex, a player card, February 19th. Oh, Dan is celebrating. Oh, and Dan should be happy, as a matter of fact, because MIBR picked up the win when we thought MIBR was in a position potentially to get trounced because they had to play so many games back to back. Instead, we saw an MIBR pick up the pieces and a big win. And courtesy of this man right here, Mimi Aspas looked electric. He was smiling. He was happy. He was joyful. Is he back?
It was paramount today for this team to come out and win an early map and pull out of that slump that they were in all of yesterday in that second final they played. And I think one of the biggest indicators is Aspas. He went from his worst ever BO5 in his career yesterday to coming out today and taking over, not just taking over, but doing so on the raise, on an agent that is not his standard that we needed him to show up on.
And I think it went beyond just fragging out on that raise. His utility was phenomenal. We saw a lot of those nades going towards the delays on site, getting rid of the planter, trying to get that spike down and bullying them off of that site, and then following up with a lot of these picks and using that ult with a really good setup.
So much value.
So much value with the ult, so much value with the util, and fragging power on top of that. He did a phenomenal job and even picked up the op towards the end there on the attack side and just did a really, really sick job.
Yeah, no, he did everything that he needed to do. You could definitely tell that there was some real big, heavy conversations that were happening after that last matchup yesterday, and that is the result of it. You were also seeing as well MIBR really just work the map as well, Athena, and I think that was also the big thing that we wanted to see. We knew that MIBR, great team, they can get their picks when they need to, but we wanted to see them really coordinate together, and we were getting that for sure.
Yeah, we saw a lot of this map control coming in from MIBR, which is something we didn't get to see a lot of yesterday, where they were walking up, taking a lot of these fights and taking a lot of these ones because they know that NRG's game plan tends to be very grouped together, to the point where Tex got behind them a lot of rounds. They had so much information on exactly where NRG was going to end.
Yeah, NRG was calling a lot of these slow rounds, and I think that MIBR was taking very good timings of when to take that risk and go for these proactive walkdowns. For a comp like NRG that is also so strong in the post plant, having that great denial on the plant from players like Aspas you're talking about, bought time for these kind of flanks to come in that were constantly catching NRG off guard. And you see it in these clips as well. A lot of it was Verno. He's an IGL who's taking the task into his own hands, playing that B-side so often, the one to make the call that they're going to commit A, make that walk happen, and succeed in the risk.
And they followed up really beautifully. Like you said, the delay was really good. Mazzino as well with the Brimstone mollies. They played really well on that A site together, as well as the B site holds. Just in general, their util has definitely stepped up based on what we saw yesterday on their attack side rounds, pushing Ethan off of B site with a seize and a snake bite. Oh my God, snake bite. Snake bite. Just overall, this MIBR, they really stepped up, every player individually, and it feels like now this is the solid game plan that I've wanted to see out of MIBR.
Yeah, but look, I'd be remiss to mention though, right? This is not a map that we've seen NRG play.
They were banning
often.
it a lot. This was their first time in 2026.
But I also do want to take a step back because we were talking about how that happened yesterday, right? MIBR picking maps into opponents who hadn't shown them, and then that kind of backfired on them. This time around, it worked out. But now we look forward to map 2 here, Mimi, and it does feel like there's a momentum on MIBR sales. How does NRG stop them?
I think they stopped them by going back to a map that is just so comfortable. They've been excellent on Corrode. They've only played it once this year, but this was a map that won them champions. It accelerated the run they went on by being the best team in the world on Corrode. It'll be a testament to the MIBR turnaround if they could beat them here.
Can MIBR catch NRG on one of their best maps? Or does NRG tie up this series? Map 2 of this best of 5 is on the way. You don't want to miss it.
But now we look towards Corrode, and that should be comfortable territory for a team like NRG. They've had a lot of success over the last 2 years on that one map as well. They made it kind of their bread and butter, actually, in terms of how they were getting wins at Champs as well. And all smiles, they're quite happy about this.
Of course, they're 10-1 on this map all time. They've only lost on it once.
I didn't know the numbers.
Yeah, so it's absolutely a map that they're comfortable on. Having said that, they've only played it once this year. Most teams do not want to play it against them, but in a best of 5 like this, where MIBR also want to get rid of Pearl, it is inevitably going to come up in the map pool at some point. And NRG have made sure it's an instant response after Bind. So this is a chance for the defending world champions to punch back. And I think it gives us another opportunity to look at Aspas again, as the desk we're talking about, but this time in a solo duelist capacity, because we got to see him as part of the double duelist shine on Bind. That has been working better just generally for MIBR. Even when Aspas wasn't playing that well, the double duelist comps were working, right? They were 4-2 on them prior to entering today. On solo duelist maps, they're 2-5.
Yeah, it's a massive difference.
And they've only beaten Envy on solo duelist maps, which is...
that's 2 of the wins.
Yeah, that is a pretty astonishing situation to be in. MIBR have struggled here, but I do think part of it is that it was putting a lot of pressure on Aspas, and he wasn't in his best form for whatever reason. But if he plays like he did today on Bind, and he brings that to Corrode, it'll be a good sign even if MIBR aren't able to deliver NRG their second ever loss on this map.
For NRG, they'll be looking to shove back this MIBR team that are coming into this game with perhaps more energy than they anticipated.
Yeah.
After they had to play multiple back-to-back best-of-5s.
Well, they lost very, very quickly to G2.
They did.
They only got, I think it was 17 rounds.
Yeah.
So that was, I mean, essentially that's shorter than some BO3s.
Potentially an A-main fight early on. Seeing the teams here, we'll see how fast they choose to take it. Contacting for now, but this is about to get explosive off the contact of Matter. Players waiting in the wings here. Aspas is going to be that first casualty, even over the shoulder. Matter with a follow-up. That is a 1-2 punch. And that is as rapid as anything.
Yeah, this map might be a little different to Bind. This is the bottom of NRG's pool, right up to the top of NRG's map pool. So you will expect them to be coming out with more trap plays and setups like this. That one, fairly standard, taking contact immediately, then you go for the hinder and you hard punish everybody else behind. It's nasty stuff. Now NRG with a chance to continue this.
Yeah.
And keep the momentum going.
Money's good. Outlaw purchase for Matter.
MIBR go back to the well. We're going to do the exact same thing because we know that you're not going to be running the same trap play.
Kind of sidestep that, but that is it. 3 players tagged, suppressed by the knife. It's good information.
And that's what these comps are all about. You know, you get the information that they're over towards A, and you're in a position where you can push out the other side of the map and take some space. You know, it's a very fundamental way that NRG like to play on lots of maps.
Hello. A few shots straight to the dome. Kiko has got to be really clean with this one. Still with those Class 6s. Verno! What is he doing with that gun?
Keeping up his spectacular form from Bind.
Unethical things. Brock, though, seems to be ready for this. Anticipating the push, and yeah, the crosshair placement was more than ready for it. There's a lot of damage done to Scuba a little bit earlier, but Aspas dropped down to 52 health himself. The entirety of the A site has been given up to him. Allows him a plant and allows him an in. But he needs to find a few more where that came from. Double dash in. Matter does not go down, but Aspas is opening himself up wide there. The hinder connects, and Scuba just slips in through the back line there.
Takes his time with that shot as well.
Yeah.
NRG did invest fully into that round. Nobody was keeping, you know, just a pistol in their pocket, something like that. So MIBR have done damage here to the economy. Will make the bonus round slightly worse for NRG. But if they set up some kind of trap like they did on round 1, it could still definitely do some damage. And Ethan, good to see him up towards the top, even if it is, you know, not in rifle rounds, because he was having a struggle city out there on Bind in terms of his fragging and his calling. So he'll be feeling a lot more comfortable out here in France. Is that where Corrode is?
I believe so, yeah. There's a lot of bakeries, so...
That is how you can tell where you are.
You can make the association. I do, often. Yeah. The composition helps as well of Ethan's calling, I think, running a KO and a Sova. A lot of tools to get that mid-round info. That is a perfectly timed knife, actually. Unfortunate timing for Brock.
Yeah, but a nice idea from MIBR.
Yeah. Thrown immediately. Confiscated, so no real mid-round info, but they know that there's some presence towards mid. They're making a lot of noise now. MIBR jumping around, not too scared of things, but they might be scared of what Ethan's holding, that Bucky.
Double Bucky as well if they go back into B and Aspas decides to path towards elbow. At the moment, playing that 1-3-1.
Aggro.
3 suppressed.
3 tagged. Ethan trying to creep his way back up onto the line, but he's going to get punished for it. They main control, though, still maintained. Mada's here, and this is an important fight. It takes wins this one outside, stepping with the movement, but Mada in control of it. Makes the right micro adjustments and light speed to get back to safety. Rejoining with his team. Him and Kiko want to try and hold down control over towards elbow. Side control given up.
Spike's late. Mazzino had it controlling B.
Towards the side, Aspas is taking his fight straight up, but he's locked up himself and off and around all that time pressure. Mata! How's he done it again? Where does he pull it from? The amount of aces this guy gets. We shouldn't be surprised at this point, but
every time, though, it's ridiculous.
That's astounding.
This is crazy. This is his 11th ace. Most of anybody in Americas. In his short career, he's already had twice as many aces as Aspas in Americas. Is that not unbelievable?
It's ridiculous.
The amount of times that he single-handedly wins rounds for NRG is astonishing, especially on the defense side.
The best of beginnings right now for NRG. Money knocked here for MIBR. Aspas is going to be finding it hard pressed to get anything done. But just now, Bucky for NRG. They're going to be smiling. Ethan, one away from an ult. Mata earned it up from that performance.
Means that the money is good. He can threaten that he has an operator in one of these rounds.
Yeah.
The ult is fantastic. It's a disaster for MIBR.
Brock with that Odin. He's doing filthy stuff to 100 Thieves. Custom crafted lineups to try and kill Asuna.
Yeah, that one was disgusting on Pearl.
Yeah. Seen an ult considered, and why not? Got it early enough.
He has had it early enough, but it is a full anti-eco.
But they want to maintain momentum, I think. NRG trying to stomp out any signs of uprising.
But no follow-up.
No follow-up, just enough to slow them down, potentially insert. Reassess the situation, though. These smokes are eventually retreating back, but Mada back to the wall. There's plenty of targets now. Flashes dodged, avoided. Kiko's forwards onto this line already. There's players, though, and this could get really scrappy. Indeed, it does. They've been overwhelmed. Elbow control taken over. Guns handed over. Jumping up, Bucky around, anticipating the reswing. Ethan, it's good presence of mind, but there's so much damage done in the movement. He's just B-hopping his way out of there. Text from the side, sharpshooting with the Sheriff. Rock, though, it's not going to be any match for Verno, not when he's got that gun back in his hands. And now to swing, Mazzino's feeling it. A thrifty win for MIBR.
What a turnaround instantly from MIBR. It looked like a disaster situation for them. Lost 3 in a row. Mata with his ult up already.
That's shocking.
I'm not a big fan of the investment of the ult in that situation, but Mata and Kiko got squeezed there, trying to hold down elbow against the lighter weaponry. Couldn't pin down fights. Mata, though, has the money to be able to go for the op now. So op, Odin, light armor on everybody, but MIBR not looking to punish it. Aspas with a rifle in hand. If Aspas goes for his classic dash into mid, normally he's got to be worried about the knife.
He's got to be worried about Mada now with that operator, because he's trained onto the angle, but he misses the shot. That's just a wide face. Suppressed, though, to refract. He's stuck in no man's land right now, and Mada knows it. Hunting for that kill. It's fast pressure that's being unleashed now. MIBR looking to make the most of all that. Sound cues and chaos out towards mid. No command that's going to be emanating. Mazzino now to try and put a stop to it, but I mean, Ethan is way too aware.
That is clean from Ethan, even as he's dropping down from a box.
Spike planted.
2v3 for MIBR. Verno and Zekken have got to be on point. NRG, not normally in the habit of making mistakes and creating openings, but Verno is taking risks himself. He might just spot it there, and there it is. Perfect angle. Shots going into the floor. Trying to chop them down at the ankles. It's damage done to Scuba, but no kill confirmed. Leaves Zekken in a 1v2. All on his shoulders. Trying to really lay it down with the bullets, but a snake bite causing issues, but he collects the first kill anyway. Shock bite rebounding. Brock just walks right into it. And Zekken secures it. A Red Bull clutch. 3 kills in a round for him.
Beautifully played from Zekken. Manages to collect those frags. The whole round, though, is quite nice from MIBR. Aspas deliberately getting stuck, I think, so that if you punish him, there's a fast react on the other side into A. They're using Aspas as bait in mid. And they take the whole of the A site as compensation and get into a spot where Zekken can win a 1v2. Double enormous rounds there from MIBR have knocked the economy. After winning a bonus, NRG are only up 3-2.
It's turbulent.
It's rare that you see that.
These teams taking chunks out of each other, and now the outlaw going walkabouts here. Aspas has got to be clean. First shot going wide as that follow-up as well. There's action happening all across the map here. Multiple fronts. Underhanded with a flash, and Mazzino, yeah, he's feeling it now. Aspas, meanwhile, being pressured. Pushed into a corner towards the top section as mid, but his team's already got it, and Tech should be able to secure this kill. And there it is. Aspas will be the one to find it.
Yeah, fair enough. Would have had Tex's ult online, but never mind.
The way these rounds have gone, back and forth, MIBR now have worked their way up. Look at the amount of ults they've got.
Yeah, they're in a great position. Not only that, everybody on NRG is going to be going for light armor in the next, and Aspas has an outlaw. So he's got chances of being able to get into position. I'm interested in terms of what he does in mid, if he goes for the same pathing again. Remember, by the way, that Aspas and Verno have met NRG on Corrode before. They played against them at Champs. And Aspas was going for this double dash play. He got hit by the knife a bunch of times, and they were like, what do we do against this?
Send it again.
Here he just decides to walk on through.
Knife is used in a different direction, Ethan. Laid it down towards A main.
He's upgraded the outlaw to a rifle, Aspas too.
Drone spots it. It's a tag on the Verno. Spells out actually quite a bit. If the server's this deep, then chances are the rest of the team probably is as well. Convergent paths, though, trying to take a bit of that link control. Aspas is alone, really, in this approach. He's got one player towards the back, but off all this pressure again, MIBR are so happy to just slip into the gaps. Zekken claims the life over towards B. It's TPs on TPs. The reposition over towards A main, and Ethan's taking risks to try and offset that disadvantage. It does not go his way. Double dash again over towards A, though. It's Scuba looking to hold this one down. Brock behind him. But they are left in a 3v5. You have to see heroics now coming out from NRG if they want to stand a chance. Will the clearance be there in time? Scuba holding his nerve, swings out wide. That's Aspas to lead it. Shots over, lighting him up, and seconds in the air, man.
That's criminal.
Toying with him. Drop down to 28 health. Shocks are flying. The time pressure is definitely there. Anything to try and push these players out and away. You never want to count this team out, but it looks like NRG are already calling it quits.
Zekken has been completely activated today. He started out with a great beginning on Bind, overshadowed in the end, to be honest with you, by Aspas and Verno, who were also playing fantastically. But we've been waiting for Zekken to have a monster game on Omen, because in theory that should be how this MIBR team manages to pull off the solo duelist well. Can Kiko keep the gun? No.
Verno! He's a man on a mission.
Runs him over like a truck. But Zekken got inserted into such a deep position on B, deleted Mada, and NRG had no idea where they're going at that point. MIBR controlled the whole of the middle of the map. They could go in either direction, and it forces Ethan to go for that, you know, really risky play that you're watching right there. But that's all set up by Zekken being able to get into mid, grab a kill, and then what is this?
Zero reaction out of Zekken.
Very silly. Yeah. What a great response from MIBR. 4 rounds in a row here.
It is. It's an unreal turnaround, honestly, from one game to the next. Exactly the type of thing you've got to throw at a team like NRG to just throw them off their expectations. They've called for a timeout. They need to change the course of this one, but there's a lot less hesitancy from MIBR. As soon as there's pressure being created in one area, the rest of the team eager to immediately jump on it, capitalize.
Yeah, I think crucially too, Aspas is playing very boldly. Like he is drawing a lot of attention towards himself, which allows the others to go off and do their own thing. Like I said, at Champs, when you watch these two teams play against each other, Aspas would be dashing through mid and then forced to refract because he didn't want to take the risk of getting suppressed and then just getting stuck. But now they've built out protocols to deal with that. Now, if Aspas does get threatened, then we have the aggression to go in a different direction. We can use this guy as a distraction. He doesn't always have to be alive for the late round. This is the kind of stuff that you need to build out to get the best out of MIBR. They haven't tested Scuba yet.
No. Might be feeling the heat soon enough, though, because this is rapid. That's a paranoia. Flash overhead. Players, though, from NRG, they had a 3-player stack into mid, so they can instantly respond to this one. Aspas in and out. Back again. Drones forwards. Quick exchange of the weaponry. This is no slowing down from MIBR. Even can't quite get control of the rifle. These trades are intact for MIBR themselves, but off onto the flank. Matter. He likes to take timings like this, especially when he knows that he can get away with it. Still spotted out. Level of awareness there for Verno. Matter was able to just escape it.
But he's boxing them in. He's seen all 3 of the players from MIBR. Now they've got to go forwards.
There's only one choice to go forwards. Mazzino, it's a cracking shot. Aspas is the next one up.
Well, they've just completely obliterated the 2 defenders there on the site.
It's dangerous. They might have been cornered, but not a team, the form that MIBR are in, that you want to corner. They will definitely punch their way through it.
They do look like they're in different form today.
Yeah, angry almost.
I would agree. Yeah,
Mazzino was kind of, he was channeling. Definitely some level of that. In the final map of Corrode yesterday, they were down and out. He was putting his body on line. He was running them down. He was spraying bodies.
Yeah.
Because he does have more skin in the game than most in terms of wanting to make it to Santiago.
Yeah, he was saying sometimes when he thinks about the idea of him being there, playing there in front of everybody in his hometown, it's like a little tear comes to his eye.
Yeah.
You do not want to let that opportunity disappear from you.
And it feels like that attitude that he has, that just will, that drive to run at them, has infected the rest of MIBR.
Well, there's so much on the line here for both teams.
Yeah.
They're both squads with enormous expectations, sure, but also individually. I mean, if Aspas makes it to Santiago, he's got a chance to compete for a second trophy, bolster the claim at GOAT status. Ethan could add a Masters trophy, potentially. What are these shots, though?
Yeah. So fast to react, but you're exactly right. The stakes are leveled on the shoulders of these players in terms of the legacy that they're going to be setting out. To create and make, that is a saturator, does connect. That's Fury, that's huge. Massive, in fact, so much damage done. It's Brock just cleaving through the opposition, and why not?
Almost a prediction there on Zeken's TP. But the damage onto Aspas and Zeken is also enormous.
Softens them up. These angles. NRG just willing to let them all the way in, and Brock, well, I mean, he goes down. Matador looking to see if he can at least play off that sound pressure. He's biding his time for a certain degree, but he is stuck behind his box. Difficult spot, but the light speed will get him out of dodge.
Well, here comes the flank.
Yeah, and here it is, cornered in. Zeken was trying to set that up with a bit of util and expected that it would take that time. And this is NRG again. They're dishing it out straight back at MIBR, not willing to just sit back, get ran over.
It's pretty similar to the previous round, but this time MIBR don't find the ridiculous shots to get themselves into the B site. Of course, helps that Rourke did crazy damage early on off the back of the Saturate. So close to getting the prediction onto Zeken. But I think MIBR have got to be aware of the fact that if they 5-person default over towards B, there's going to be a player behind them, there's going to be difficult crossfires for them to get through on site. I think it's time to abandon this game plan.
Yeah.
Fraud's going to take the tactical timeout here, but the mid-pressure was working. I'd be very tempted to go back to that. They've already got 5, which is very, very good on the attack side of Corrode.
Sets them up particularly well. There's a lot to think about if you are MIBR, though. Despite the fact that they're leading by the 1 round, it's NRG that feel like they have taken control back again. These deep flanks from Mata or Scuba, whoever it might be. Like we were saying, they're penning in MIBR, forcing them to fight their way through it and out. It's not consistent, though.
Well, it might be consistent if MIBR keep throwing B hits out again and again and again, but that would be madness.
I meant not consistent for MIBR. They can't punch their way out of it every time.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there's an adjustment here, though, NRG will be back to the drawing board in terms of trying to figure out what they want to do.
And this was
already anticipating the mid take.
Well, they did this before when the B hit came in about 2 rounds ago. They had a 3-player stack in mid. And so they're going straight back to it, anticipating that MIBR are going to go for the mid take.
Scuba's going to pit A as well. Different defensive Viper wall.
Here it is. They hit a double dash. They see the flash going overhead. Now that's going to be Saturate into the corner. Forces the pullback. Recalling all the way to the rest of the pack now, but straight into the Viper's pit. Scuba has been pressed out of it. Respecting the drone, this pit will be dropped. Ethan, he's collected a kill onto Mazzino. That was just bottom section of mid here. And a big group up from MIBR once more. Similar situation. They're going to try and use this wall to get up and out, but this is a trap laying in wait. Conversion pass is primed. Waiting for the right signal to go. The drone. Don't want to go off that. Potentially waiting for the smokes to dissipate, but he just takes the timing now. Tex is definitely caught between a rock and a hard place, but he's found himself a slight pocket to play in. This wall is causing so many issues right now. They can't get past it, but as it drops, NRG trying to fight them. Just a 1-for-1. Tex is still isolated in a spot like this. 45 seconds left.
MIBR have done the same thing again, where they all group up on one side of the map, and there's really no opportunity to leave.
Deep down into the corner, but it's not getting the most value because there's a stack of NRG players waiting.
30 seconds left.
Entrenched right now onto the A site. Kiko holding down that Link Avenue, but that's a shock and a molly. Missed time, but the snake bite does the job regardless. Enough damage done in the end. Side open, off angle for Mada. Spotted out though just from the jiggles, and this has to be again firepower, brute force. That's how you pave away the victory. And Aspas slowly encroaching. We'll deny the ace, but a round they'll take.
It's very similar to a couple of rounds ago where MIBR find themselves boxed in and yet still persevere, cracking the defensive setups of NRG. Everybody knew that MIBR was scattered in this area. The follow-up on the way ult is not great, to be honest with you. Mada's had a couple of those where it doesn't seem to be getting much value.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Well, the timing was a bit off.
Yeah.
There was a smoke in their face with the Yeoman smoke.
They couldn't follow up,
and then there was enough fuel in the tank to just put the wall up. Just waited all the way out.
Tex with a 4K, doubles his kills and takes MIBR up to 6. This is an astonishingly good attack side into NRG on Corrode.
A lot of util, a lot of pressure. It's flashes exchanged on either side. Bit of a handshake, and Aspas is raring to go. Still that operator. Hyper aggro drone needs to be broken. He'll just do it himself, actually. Gets the tag onto Zekken and peels and pushes them back for now. Double dash matter as well, rejoining the pack. NRG. Signature play at this point for them. They want to go for these high-low positions, taking fights together.
Aspas is so alone out here on elbow with his op. They're just leaving him.
Content to see what he can find himself. Full contacting around the map. Not too much into the way of sound cues, about 40 seconds remaining.
Ethan should have his knife back online soon, I think.
Yeah, soon enough. Gotta imagine.
Oh no, 20 seconds actually. He used it late in the round.
So left in the dark, left in the unknown. Knives are going to be flying overhead here. Aspas is still lurking around towards the back here, but I'm not too sure he's going to be able to find too much in terms of targets. His B side has to be the hit. Surely you can't go back to A. You have 20 seconds. 20 seconds! 20 seconds. Tex is gone. Down and out. That's a no command emanating. Ripped out now. MIBR scrambling. Lost in the dark right now. 13 seconds.
Do they even have time?
I don't know. Corrode is a big man. You got to get a move on. You got to sprint now. 7 seconds. You really have to get a go. That's barely enough time. And mid needs to be held down. Navigated the first danger, but can you get past this? Mazzino puts a stop to it himself.
On for the ace.
Determined for the ace. Determined to book his team's ticket to Santiago himself. Scuba walking and waiting right into his grasp, and he all just has to maintain that composure. Waiting now, Scuba knows it. He can feel it, the pressure's there, the players are surrounding him. MIBR will not let this slip, not in the slightest. Again, no ace, a bit of a repeat of the last round, to be honest.
He's chuckling to himself, Mazzino, happy with the 4K. What a pivot late round from MIBR. Inserting Aspas as the lurking attack op waylay in elbow, and then going back to him with 20 seconds left
I can't
with a
believe
fake
that.
pit. I'm amazed that that worked. Mada had a chance to ruin the round.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine, it's whatever, it's whatever.
It's whatever, we got the round.
Mazzino will be happy as long as they win this match. Doesn't matter by hook or by crook.
Deep knife, Mazzino. All the way over towards B, but he's going to be rejoining again this stack of players. MIBR been playing this entirely together. So much space given up to Aspas. He is taking the entirety of the site now. Different approach. They path up towards the left-hand side. No command that was earned up. That's just from those kills that Mazino got earlier. These smokes are causing issues. How do you get past this? Because it's tricky.
Mazino's just bunny hopped through them.
Yeah, he does. No plant down still. Verno's near the back of it. Needs to be escorted straight to the side. These are kills now underhanded. They want to fight them tooth and nail. They really want to draw the blood out of them. The opponent's NRG, they can't withstand it.
Every flash, perfection. Mazino and Second combined together, and MIBR are wiping the floor with NRG. They've only lost a single time on this map. But I think MIBR are poised to give them a second.
This is an unbelievable attack side round, and Scuba's already given it up.
Yeah, I mean,
final round and a half. Listen, he's just going to be playing back.
Everyone knows it.
Yeah.
This is done.
Time ticking. Got to play to your ounce, but it doesn't seem like he wants to.
No, he is simply wasting time here.
Okay, sure.
MIBR getting up to an 8-4 half on the attack side with great individual performances, good calling, ways of navigating, even when NRG had the stacks in the right places. The pressure is massively on the defending world champions on a map that should be their best.
It's just ridiculous. 8-4. There's pure aggression again that just leads the way. MIBR to get put into an uncomfortable spot. They are so willing to lean into the fighting aspect.
This is a different team to what we've seen
Guys,
recently.
if I kill him there, I get ult for next round.
Yeah, into the pistol. That's what Scuba was doing, trying to save the gun for the next, apparently. But yeah, we'll see. Next half coming up, MIBR firmly in that driving seat.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings. Break it down.
An unreal half of Valorant here. Corrode, NRG's bread and butter, their map pick. It's currently MIBR leading by 4 rounds, 8-4. And that's with NRG winning a pistol and converting the bonus. It's astounding what they managed to do. And the turnaround, this ideological difference from one game to the next. It's MIBR bringing it to NRG, making them uncomfortable entirely. And now again, the onus lies on NRG's shoulders to see if they can push back. Can they find a way through?
A quarter of NRG's rounds have come from Mada acing. That's not a stat that you really want. And you're right, pressure is massively on NRG. If they do go quickly here, though, Tex is all alone. Yeah. Snakebite's going to hold people off for a while, though.
Always hell to try and get them all the way in. Mada's going to go into a different direction of it. Absorbing up one side of it. The Snakebite does slow them down for an instant. MIBR happy to, again, get that flank going all the way through mid, clear it all the way out, but that's a punish onto Kiko. Deep TP up onto Heaven. Tex is not alone here. Mazino's waiting into the sideline. This is a spike in the hands of Ethan, by the way. They want to fight and try and flip this one all the way around. They want kills before they feel comfortable, but now the spike is dropped down in the middle of nowhere. This is ridiculous. Brock is the one who has to see if he can find a way through. And with shots like that, he might have just done it. Spike reclaimed, but a danger. They haven't skirted it just yet. The shots just barely missing. Walls up, curtain in your face, lining up. MIBR are sharpshooters themselves.
NRG are lost in the sauce right now.
What is happening?
That's a B pistol round that they haven't shown as far as I can remember with the wall set up like that. But Kiko's TPing straight into an opponent. Maybe they thought they could control the heaven angle with somebody. But very easy kill for Tex to be able to get. And this push all the way deep. Again, just walking into Mazzino's flashes. Mazzino's flashes on the KO have been finding insane value.
Let's go. You like them?
Bonka not happy. And of course, because this is the map where you're supposed to be significantly better than your opponent.
Expectations have been turned on their heads here. Run it again. Different wall, different approach, but the same general idea. A lot of players tagged up here. Got to be scared. Mad has dashed into that smoke, now has the Bucky in hand, so he's willing to slam the door shut in their face. The plant will go down without any sort of pushback. MIBR just gathering bodies and players into position underhanded with a flash. Hands over the gun. Damage done.
This time plant committed, at least.
Yeah, but a reveal's big. And shot straight through. It's pinpoint accuracy. Hunting out the remaining stragglers, and Tex will go down, but listen, the rest of them fully surviving, fully healthy here. MIBR leading it forwards now. That's the 10th round that they've got.
It's an easy cleanup. It really is. A 6-round lead. And NRG are going to need an instant response. The bonus is decent. Aspas with an outlaw. You're forced to buy full armor. Can't do any of that scrimping and saving that NRG usually like to do. What's the game plan here that Ethan's going to call?
NRG needs something. They need anything right now.
Deep breath.
Spread out. Might look to take some mid control by the looks of it. Player positions. Might speed into the corner here. Verno doesn't want to open himself too hard in terms of the angles. It's a flash and a dart. Forces Matter to respect all that util. Pulls back Verno though.
Yeah, he's so deep.
He does not have respect on his mind.
No, I mean with the recon and the 0 point, you know that you're going to drive Matter out of that situation. Great bait as well.
Yeah, unbroken.
Do they think about anybody being
should.
pushed up? When they see Aspas though,
oh
when
my
Aspas sees them,
God, okay.
Matter had barely got a glimpse, and suddenly Outlaw straight between the eyes.
Yeah, we're barely getting a chance to finish our sentences.
And Verno still undetected in the midst of all of that. And if you thought anyone was pushed up, surely you would think it would be Aspas.
Yeah, not your Sova player. Caution to the window. That's how I describe MIBR playing this one. They'd lay it down, and this is them trying to at least get a bit of a move on. Ethan anticipating this angle. Still Mazzino's there, inserting himself into the conversation. Announcing himself over towards the B side. That's a spike drop down. Kiko walking, looking for extra opportunities to even it out into a 2v2, but he's not finding anyone.
Left.
Rejoining his teammate, though, Scuba back in it. Might be able to collect that kill. It's an easy one. Zekken, attention drawn to a different direction. But Mazzino and Aspas have rifles, and these are 1v1s potentially offered up. Kiko is dropped. Now Scuba's being pressed from 2 directions. Pinched. An expectation potentially. The crosshair placement could be good for this, but Aspas woke up on the right side of bed today.
Yeah. Has he changed his routine? Has he eaten something different for breakfast?
It's just ridiculous. What a turnaround.
It really is. But it's also back to normal to some degree, right? Like, it's not anything unusual. What's been unusual is his recent performances. That shot, beautiful. Yeah. Mazzino and Aspas combining together on this map, though, to tear apart NRG. This scoreline is going to be utterly dominant.
It's unbelievable.
They're 11-4 up.
Genuinely in shock at this. Because MIBR, you've got to think about it from their perspective. They play a grueling BO5, push to the limits. They have no time to rest. They're immediately going into a G2, fully prepping their every move. And they go out spiraling down to the lower bracket. And NRG had the opportunity. They finished their game first. They could watch that match. They could prep. They could think about what they were going to do. MIBR, the pressure has been on them.
Yeah.
The target's been on their back.
And again, a reminder that up until this match, NRG had not lost a single map where they had tape on their opponent. Yeah. When they knew what was coming up and they knew how they played, NRG were winning everything.
They flipped the script.
Yeah, today, they've been able to see the bind. They've been able to see the corrode. MIBR have changed up the way in which they're playing, the details, and stayed ahead of it. But This is a huge turnaround.
In such a short time.
And it bears reiterating too. NRG are 10-1 all-time on Corrode. This would only be the second loss ever on this map. They did almost lose. It did go to OT. It was a 16-14 victory for NRG over MIBR at Champs. Different roster, but still with, you know, Verno, Aspas, these kind of core players that they maintained in the offseason. But every time NRG have persevered, except for once, and now apparently, except for this game too.
The pressure is on. Never been higher here. One more spot to Santiago up for grabs. MIBR looking to see if they can really dish this one. Oh, but Mada straight in there. There's a force buy from them as well. All in investment from NRG on the backside of this timeout.
And most of the guns are shockingly poor, but Mada still makes it work with 8 HP to his name.
Nades rebounding here, along with the saturate. This is fast util. MIBR trying to make them mightily uncomfortable. No element where they can sit safe and pretty inside that post plant, even just denied a plant. That is a spike out in the open. 4v4.
Kiko needs to activate over towards elbow, I think, but his KD is so low. I don't know if he has the confidence. It's on the rest of the squad. Oh, and they get melted.
And they just absolutely slam the door in their face. MIBR, they follow the sound cues. They have the confidence and they have that desire to close out this map. If you told me that MIBR would be leading potentially 2-0 early on in this best of 5 lower bracket grand finals,
yeah, I'd be shocked.
I wouldn't believe you.
We saw RRQ over in Pacific. They tumbled from the upper bracket. Arguably the favorites in their upper bracket game, though, hard to say. But then got 3-0'd in the middle. Pretty similar to MIBR. And crashed out in the lowers. Here, MIBR with this veteran core, huge amounts of experience. They should have been up to the task, and it looks like they are capable of it.
Massive, massive credit. Resilience is on display. Inside the smoke, Aspas looking like he wants to try and take that fight. Hold on, that's a game of timings. Kiko found it with a fully blinded up, but you weren't expecting that, were you? Aspas shorty out, running down the opponents, but the A site is weak.
Oh, look how proactive they are as well, just immediately pulling around to the other side.
Just second home. There's going to be reinforcements arriving. Convergent paths, lay it down. That's a kill claimed. So ready to jump on the chance. Any moment. Scoop with that Guardian. Layering down the bullets, brought it to a 3v3. This is pure survival for NRG. Barely hanging on.
They're unaware of Tex behind them, but they might have found a gap here where they can retreat back through mid, and Tex will be flanking a non-existent push. Tex might figure it out at some point, though, when he realizes there is nobody in yard. But still, even if NRG are able to find an empty B site and get a perfect post plant going, they need 8 rounds in a row.
It's such a struggle. Uphill battle.
This round felt very fast and loose from both teams.
I'd say that's been most of the game, to be honest.
I think it's been working for MIBR.
Yeah.
The higher levels of aggression and not worrying too much about making mistakes is really working for them.
Well, catching the flank potentially. Guns need to be out. Tex is right out into the open. Brock, the weapon for it. 1 player down, 2 more to go. Playing back, he's got his ult online. He's got a lot of ways to win this. Zekin with a deep TP.
But he uses the smoke there, doesn't have it to cover the spike.
Yeah. Bit of a one-way on themselves, to be honest, at this point as well. It's going to be very difficult to try and get around. And yeah, he's left wondering exactly where it's even planted for. Ethan holding it forward, so NRG still active, still alive in this map.
That damage is good. Aspas has got huge amounts of wealth to be able to work with. NRG have got scraps. And like we said, they need 8 rounds in a row, now 7. The streaks have all been going the way of NRG. Definitely thought when we started this map that this was going to be a bounce back and a response from the defending world champions, and they have been absent. They've been getting manhandled, in fact.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that. Frustration in, I think, for Ethan as well. Every idea that he's had is not working.
One round at a time is what NRG are going to be telling themselves here. And they've got plenty of ults to see if they can at least pave a path forwards to success. That's a big reveal, big damage. And Verno, despite how uncomfortable it was an ult being layered down on top of him. He still wins that fight out. Double dash over and seconds played in. Scuba is no more. 2 players sent straight back to that spectator seat. And now they have to watch in dismay as a map that should be home territory is getting taken away.
20 kills in 18 rounds for Mazzino.
He's not playing, not messing around. Ethan will look to see if he can power his way through this one, though. Him and Brock side by side. Flash, rebound. Nade for a nade. It's all just slowing it down. Enough time board for MIBR to get players in position. And MIBR know to play to the outs. They're not going to give any free kills, waiting, biding their time. Plan is down, though.
Ethan not using his as a response there.
Mazzino using his early. DTP. It's information gathered, at least that you know that one player is there. For NRG, they need heroics, they need individuals to be popping to survive in a map like this. First kill, second kill claimed, and 2 left to stand against it, but there's that damage done. Verno is weak as anything. Snake bites flying forwards, bullets rattling, takes blade in, 1v1, Ethan can't get it done! MIBR are walking on water at this point, and they steal away that home territory map at Corrode and lead our lower bracket grand finals by 2.
What a shot at the end from Tex, and a small shrug of the shoulders from Ethan, like, what more can I actually do in that spot?
Yeah.
It does feel like some of these rounds, MIBR access deep, hidden reserves to push them over the edge. But my God, what a way to begin. Just when you thought this team might be down and out, everything today has been beautiful from MIBR. You see reasons why they're considered a super team. And to be honest, it's been lacking for a lot of kickoff. It really has.
It's been conservative. It's been aiming for perfection, but making mistakes in the process. But this is a team that have thrown all that caution to the wind. They are taking fights. They know they have that confidence. That grit and resilience is on display. And now they are 1 map away from booking their ticket as the final team to Santiago.
Yeah, bro, Zach, you're gonna have to start twerking, buddy.
You're gonna have to start standing up. Yeah, I was gonna say we might need a standing upper, bro.
There's no difference, bro. Okay, this guy, Zach cannot be the guy standing.
Am I intimidating you, ref?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm here with Fraud ahead of that next map, and just looking at how dominant MIBR is right now, what clicked from the previous series to today?
I mean, it's not much. I mean, we really haven't had much time to like relax and even just reset, but just having like a really good team talk last night. Definitely went home. We talked for several hours, stayed up real late together, just making sure that we had good conversations. And we know our game plan. We know our play is good. We just had to really fix the mental and really get hyped up and get into the game, bring the energy. So I think that that's something that we're showing today, regardless of how we're shooting, how we're playing. I think you can see the energy on stage.
Absolutely. Do you feel like, what level are you at? Are you completely playing your game? Are you in their heads? Are you using counters right now? How are you dismantling NRG?
We're focused totally on our game, but we know if we play our game the right way and we play aggressive when we get in their face, we're going to disrupt them. So it's not really focused on antis or anything like that. It's focused on ourselves, but we know that what we can do can really disrupt them.
All right, Fraud, best of luck in the rest of the series.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the desk joined by a special guest. You may know him. It's Furia's Artson joining us today. Pleasure to have you here, my man. What do you think of what Coach Fraud was saying, but also just what's been going on in this series, man?
Honestly, it's been a really great game against NRG. I know for a fact that like MIBR likes to play against NRG.
Yeah.
Because like they have some similar play styles, so I don't think that's a big deal to MIBR to adapt. So I think it's gonna like, it couldn't be like a 3-0 for NRG, but like at the same time, like I said, it's MIBR. You can't like underrate them. You know?
Yeah, you really can't. You really cannot. I mean, you were hearing Coach Fraud there also just talk about disrupting them. That's definitely a thing we saw in that last game.
That's been a big thing for any team going up against NRG, is disrupting what they what their strengths are, right? Because we see them play super well together, especially in post plants, especially in their execs. They all feel like a unit when they're going into these rounds, and disrupting them is key, not letting them get comfortable into favorable situations.
Yeah, no, of course. And now, while we are thinking about where this is going to go for NRG, let's talk about the good things that MIBR have been doing, folks, because, oh boy, lots of great stuff here. But let's bring it over to round 5 and Mimi and really just break down MIBR starting to build up this lead, because you could even see it there at the beginning of this game. NRG looked like they were in the driver's seat early on, but then it was MIBR slowly but surely adding those rounds.
Yeah, this was an MIBR who came in with some very clear adjustments in how they wanted to play. They're coming off the back of a 0-3 loss, but they beat NRG last time, and even though they beat them there, I think they learned a lot from that Crowd game, Emily.
Yeah, no, it was specifically on Abyss where they encountered NRG kind of anti-stratting against them, and they didn't have an answer for it. But this time around, we saw them kind of keep a similar game plan, but make these micro changes to their strats, right? And catch NRG off guard, not letting NRG feel like they have the full script on them.
Talk to me about Verno as an IGL, Artson. You played with him as a teammate when you were leading, and then he took the wheel towards the end of your time with MIBR. How does he differ from yourself and from other IGLs?
I think like Verno is a complete IGL. Honestly, like I learned a lot since he was calling on MIBR. We have some like difference on the way of calling. I think he knows how to like control the pace a little bit more compared to me last year. So that's the thing that like his mid-round adaptions and like calls is really great. So like he's like a complete IGL.
Yeah, and you're seeing that, right? Like play out round after round after round. They're doing such a good job of shutting down NRG, and we were even seeing that as well in those later rounds, right, Artson, where like you think, oh, NRG have this one, but then it all just falls apart. What do you think of that? Because that certainly is like a shocker.
Yeah, I think like that's one of the biggest MIBR's strengths right now. On attack, they mid-round is like they know how to like adapt of what the round is needing you to do. So like Verno, he's like actually so smart to like adapt on what is happening in the round. So I mean,
and how do you feel that differs or is different from NRG? Because we know NRG like to set things up, right?
Yeah. I think like NRG is lacking a little bit on defense fundamentals. I think like playing against a team like MIBR, you need to have like your defense fundamentals good enough to like actually re-clear and like adapt of the adaptation, you know?
Yeah. Adapt and then adapt some more. That's right.
Yeah, and the other thing about MIBR is we were lacking the star power in the last game that they played. These late rounds, they were consistently getting caught off guard. The coordination wasn't really there. A lot of little mistakes. This game has been so different. They won rounds even when NRG had a good macro idea going in and had a winning position. And in many of them, it was Mazzino doing the damage. Such an impressive tournament from this guy. And it means all the more knowing that for that very last spot in Chile, he could have that opportunity as the sole remaining Chilean player to represent in front of his home crowd.
Oh, it would be unbelievable. The man is on a mission. Mazzino wants to go home, and I respect it, brother. But for now, though, let's hear what's going on with Coach Bonkar and the NRG camp to see what's going on as we get ready for map 3.
I am here with Bonkar ahead of that next map. We've heard the team say before that MIBR is one of those harder teams to play against. What do you think it is that they're getting under your skin with, or the team can now do ahead of split to really just correct that?
I feel like we just need to be more on the same page, honestly. There's a lot of... We have the plans, we have the communication, but we're not committing fully to the plans. We're on 2 different pages in a lot of the rounds, so we just need to be on the same page and we should be fine.
All right, Bonkar, good luck. Hope to see it.
Folks, your eyes do not deceive you. The world champions are down 2-0 in this series against MIBR. And MIBR have the opportunity to be able to shut them out 3-0, and it could happen here on Split. This is going to be an MIBR pick, Mimi, and I genuinely did not think that we would be in this position. I at least thought it'd be 1-1 at this point.
It's a tough one for NRG. For all the success they had last year, this is still a relatively new team. Hasn't even been a year since this iteration got together, and now they find themselves in one of the toughest positions they've ever been in. This is where they put Fnatic in Paris, winning those first 2 maps, tasking them with completing a full reverse sweep. Even that peak Fnatic team could not do it against NRG. And now, down the barrel of a split that's been good for MIBR, this is a tough position as a competitor, Artson, playing in BO5s. How does the approach change when you know you're down 2 maps? How do you find it within yourself to fully reverse sweep?
Yeah, I think like now to NRG, it doesn't matter strats, it doesn't matter comms. It only matters if you need to like have fun and like actually start like overthinking. Because like on a BO5 against a team like MIBR, it's normal for you to like start overthinking a lot on the strats. So like if you like stop overthinking and like actually focus on yourself and your strats, you're gonna be fine.
But that is interesting you mentioned that, because Emily, we know NRG is the type of team that they're thinkers. They like to put pen to paper and make strats, make things happen. So this is certainly going to be a kind of a change of pace for them if they need to really go out there and be a bit more free flow.
Yeah, for sure. But if any team in Americas can do it, it is NRG. They are the ones that are able to kind of get back into the game no matter what the stakes are. They can take the first 2 maps and completely reset. We've seen them do it before, and they just have to do it now. Otherwise, their chance at Santiago is gone.
A question of legacy here for NRG. No team that has ever lifted that trophy at Champions has managed to continue the success into the next year. Aspas knows this well, having played with Loud, that team then falling apart after winning the championship, not being able to go back and hoist another trophy after getting so close in Sao Paulo. Now that very same task for this young team who did the impossible last year.
You know, one thing, Artson, how does it feel to be in this position this time around? Must feel good, huh?
It feels really great, man. Like I said, we're probably going to be like on MIBR's position right now, like having not that much time to prepare and like not having much time to rest. So
yeah, was that worry in the back of your mind the whole time?
Yes, 100%. Because at the end of the day, the thing that you have to like beat the most right now is like mentally strong. So
yeah, mental strength is everything. Artson, my brother, thank you so much for your time on the desk. An absolute beast. We're of course rooting on our boys of Fury as they make their way over to Santiago to represent Americas. But the question on our mind is, can MIBR get a clean sweep? Oh boy, that's insane. Brennan Sideshow are going to catch you on the other side right after this break.
Well, NRG, our reigning world champions, are standing at the precipice right now of defeat. They have to run it back all the way to stand a chance to get that last spot at Santiago up for grabs. And on the other side of the stage, they have one hell of an opponent. MIBR have woken up hungry and determined here to try and end this one cleanly.
They certainly have. Throw every narrative out of the window, frankly. MIBR don't look particularly exhausted coming off and playing their third best of 5 in a row. NRG, they've struggled in terms of anti-stratting. They've got the tape on MIBR, but they haven't been able to convert it. Aspas has been struggling at kickoff. You wouldn't know it watching this game.
You would not.
All of the things that have been pretty solid throughout kickoff, and we've been following them along, have been subverted here. And maybe that's just what you get when you have a team stacked with this level of experience who are determined to make it to Masters. Can they convert a clean sweep? I wouldn't put it against them.
And the way that they're playing right now, wouldn't have expected they would take Corrode in such a fashion that they did. So, like you said, narratives and expectations are just off the table at this point. Anything could happen, but for NRG, hidden reserves are needed. Qualities that let them lift the trophy last year, they're gonna have to channel that right here, right now. They're gonna have to run it back one map at a time.
Last time these two teams clashed, they did play on split. It was a very close game, 13-11, and the victory to MIBR. Aspas did not perform particularly well in that map, and yet MIBR still won. It was second towards the top of the scoreboard. Today, Aspas is awake. The GOAT is back. And I think that poses a very large problem for NRG. They're going to need to get out to a great beginning here early on and prove that their defense side can actually work. This is the side that NRG have been dominant on.
MIBR, similar game plans to Corrode, really. Keep it simple. 5-player stack over towards the A side, looking to see if they can take slowly that ramp control. They drop the curtain just in case there was a player waiting. Out into the open, it's going to be a side take now. Players dropping down. Mada is trying to at least insert himself into that anchor position, but he needs some help in the bailout. The flash is excellent. Players are blinded up. And Mada and Ethan happy to jump on the chance to at least get some kills into their name here. Aspas and Verno now left alone in this spot. Mistakes really opened up for themselves. A salvo, a lot of damage done here. Aspas is weak as anything, and players rapidly approaching. This is NRG putting pace back into the game, taking back control as well. There's only so much that Verno can do in a spot like that. NRG with a pistol round win.
It's a nice one too. Mada drops into the site with a refract that he can get back into heaven. Throws out the hinder. Looking to take the scrap, and Ethan flashes out through the smoke. They're bringing the fight to MIBR.
Yeah.
And they actually said, it was funny to listen to them actually. NRG, when we were talking about this matchup at the beginning of the day, said, we're looking to make it scrappy. We're looking to try to take the fight to them, make it scrappy, get in their face, and we think we can win. I haven't really seen that from NRG across the first two maps. It's been all MIBR, the ones with their foot on the gas pedal, pressing further and deeper and fighting. Maybe NRG are starting to get back onto that page. Hello, hello. Is this a force buy for MIBR?
This is ridiculous. Are you joking?
All right.
Like it, okay.
4 stingers. Mazzino with a baby stinger. He's got the frenzy. Are NRG ready for this one?
Yeah, looking to see if they can run them down.
NRG have been full buying in these kind of rounds. Not saving any credits.
They themselves. Judges could be dangerous, but MIBR not going to be heading in that direction. The salvos used preemptively. Horn into the back. DTP with that gate crash. Util out. Whoa! Oh, what?
I mean, he knew the second was there. The punish, the idea is good from Kiko. Just got to land it.
Yeah, you do just have to land those shots. Still, NRG are ready. The guns trained on that choke point. Zekin's the one who has to try and create that distraction, but hindered as well. There's plenty more util. Just lay it out one after the other. NRG is slowing down his approach, but again, the stingers are just catching them so damn unaware. With the frenzy from long range, Mazzino doing filthy things.
And Mazzino hasn't committed with the spike. They can always back out.
Oh, dear.
Tex is going to hit the backstab from heaven.
Yeah, and Mada's only got the bucky.
Aspas is the bait.
It's a fight to take together. Aspas is the bait. And meanwhile, the trap already being sprung in front of them. MIBR answer back immediately.
That is a blow for NRG. It reminds you a little of Corrode, where NRG won the pistol and the bonus. And then suddenly MIBR stole it back away. the Thrifty made so much difference. These players are quite separated from each other. Ethan, I think throughout the last few matches that NRG have played has been pretty far ahead of the pack. I'd like to see Ethan chill a little bit and make sure he's connected with a teammate. They're forcing back.
Okay. NRG. It's a battle between two teams. Again, the expectations are high for both of them. Kiko has a shot gone wide.
I don't know how that missed. He must have been moving, I think.
A little bit of inaccuracy there, but Aspas unscathed. But you can see how much both of these teams want to take control of the pace themselves.
Well, it's full armor on everybody from MIBR. So they're not worried about the Outlaw too much, but it does tell them that NRG have forced here, which is weird.
Scout.
Ethan's got a Bucky with no armor on the A site.
These teams are being pushed into odd decision makings, I think. But lower bracket elimination. Grand finals will do that to you, especially for the last slot at Santiago.
They said they wanted to get scrappy. This is how you get scrappy.
It's the definition of it. Players are left in wait here. NRG have anchored positions. Ethan might not have armor to his name, but that Bucky can be potent. We'll see what he can do with it right now. So ton of flashes now sent flying forwards over towards that A side. He wants to try and lock down control of it, Matter. Barely adjusting the aim. Ethan's there still. A thorn in their side into that elbow control. And there's damage done. Verno just steps up anyway. Cleans it up. Classic now. This guy's just swapping around and playing gun game at this point, but it's a 2v3. NRG left reeling. Brock's already into the site, but he's alone. One man to stand against this one. He's doing a significant amount of damage, but there's a shotgun waiting on the other side of things, and he's making the most of it. He's doing the best he possibly can. Brock! Somehow, second, 10 HP, and barely delivers it to MIBR.
It is scrappy out here. MIBR, though, have finally come out on top. Surely NRG are not going to force again. It just wouldn't make sense with the economy situation.
Yeah, a bit of movement accuracy.
Brock did the best he possibly could in this situation, somehow managing to...
I can't believe he got two.
Yeah, how he quite managed to get Mazzino and Verno, I don't know, but here at the end, a scrap of health between Brock and Zekken. Bonkar is not happy about that. That round could well be everything. You've just invested super heavily to try to get back into the game, and now instead, MIBR are going to be able to get a freebie probably, and then ult snowball against you.
Yeah, the attack side team, these ults generating. Especially with the double duelist, you do not want to get these ults online for MIBR.
Yeah, they're almost certainly going to be online.
Exactly, you've handed it to them.
Aside from MIBR walking into the stacked A site, which NRG can only dream of, it's going to be a nightmare for them. But that's what happens when you gamble in rounds like that.
Yeah.
Verno's just got to navigate that one threat. And if he can, it could be plain sailing for the rest of this half. It's a dream beginning, really, for MIBR.
Yeah. It's been a way of a lot of these maps, really. A lot of these halves that we've seen in this series. Tex is really walking deep behind enemy lines, and he might have just pulled players back over towards A.
Yeah, he might have the wrong read here.
Because he thinks there's no signs of life. Hold on, no one's holding this, but revealed soon enough. Surely, if he sees that one, he's going to move on. The second player, that's going to signal it. Sees three more. Yeah, now get the hell out of there. Back to B, lads.
He has dropped a Phantom into the lap of Brock, but there's no armor, and it's a 3v4 with a safe plant. NRG will certainly try to go for it at least. Brock poking and prodding and seeing what he can get done, but they really, really do not want to charge up Aspas or Zekken's ultimates.
It's the big danger, isn't it?
Yeah, so to some degree, you want to see what the Phantom could do. But also, I mean, as you can see with the positioning, NRG don't really want to commit.
Already one of the worst case scenarios for NRG. The world champs being pressed and pushed into this corner.
You saw it painted onto Bonkar's face.
Yeah, and at this point it's...
This is a salvo into the safe corner of B main that you know the players are going to be in.
Could potentially do it. I mean, Aspas has already taken out Scuba. There's a salvo flash round to the corner. That's three players gone down.
Okay, I mean, that is nice from Brock.
You take that, I think, if you're NRG.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, it's a silver lining to a very nasty storm cloud, because These guys are going to get up to these ults. Aspas is 1 away from it.
Yeah.
MIBR are already 3-1 in the lead. It's comical out here.
That is.
But it's only Texans laughing. No smiles on the NRG side. The damage to the money isn't too bad either.
No. They're able to buy up into this next one, but NRG have got to put a stop to all of this now. Has to be the turning point. Orb control, potential priority when you know that Aspas is 1 away, and Mada waiting for the fight to come to him up towards ramp there. It's a good, clean shot. Zekken down and out.
That's them reading into the Haunt. Verno throws that Haunt for Zekken to be able to take a ramp control. Mada aware of it.
Reposition, but that's a shot missed. Mada may be kicking himself here. Taking back residency inside this smoke, but very easy to get overran in a position like this. MIBR are so damn eager though. They've taken up all that space towards Mail. Meanwhile, fight happening over towards A. Tex potentially cracked open that entire site. Mada's going to try and put a stop to it. The hinder, lay it down at the feet. It's good enough. Maybe even just gearing up for the second shot to go as well. Barely missed. One more bullet left. Conversion pass. This guy is eager. He's hungry. Potentially overextending. One more bullet left. The rest of his team is with him now, but our hinder's going to be wasting away now. Not too much of an advantage. Oh, Verno! And he's cold with it. Not much in the way of a reactions, other than just, he's bemused, I would say. Possibly confused and
well,
just
baffling on the side. You look at Mada's reaction, he can't believe it. They keep getting themselves in spots like this where Verno get multi-kill spray down rounds.
Frog can't believe it.
Frod's reacting for Verno as well.
Yeah.
He's had so many of those moments actually today, Verno, where he's been challenged by 2 or 3 people and the spacing's been too tight and the Phantom spray too perfect. Here's that Haunt that got dodged in the previous round and led to Zekken's demise. For all the good it did.
That was an NRG. Like a rabid dog, they were chasing down those kills, weren't they? Punished for it.
Aspas gets the attacking op online. He has the showstopper, so he can hand it off to a teammate at some point and become the entry player. But early on in this round, looking for opening picks.
Doubled up in Mail. Smoke up that. Makes it difficult. Scuba is forwards. He's trying to take a timing, I think. Passes smoke. It already risks played for. Zekken is going to be cleaned up there. Threat of that lurk over towards mid. Dealt with. Tex, though, with the wall up. He's ready for that peek on Mada. A lot of damage done.
Tex has been a menace on the lurk.
Grouping up now. Seekers are going to be spelling this one out, but the players of NRG, they're ready for it. Anchoring spots and positions. 35 seconds left. You don't have a lot of backup options.
No, the macro's way better for NRG in this round. MIBR are in a tough spot, but that hasn't stopped them on the previous maps. 20 seconds, full rotate to B. The thing is, they've been winning rounds like this on the other maps.
It's on Kiko's shoulders, isn't it? 18 seconds left. Smokes are going to be laid down and the TP into the back of the site. This spells it out. It's going to be spotting him now. Kiko, your dead man walking. Rocket!
But there's
gets
no
one for his trouble. No time? Surely not.
They broke Mazzino's ult.
Surely. Nowhere. There's no time. 5, 4. Get out of the way. Aspas has no time at all.
I think he's just body blocked him to lose the round.
It's done. Lost on a macro sense there. NRG. You'd be wiping sweat off your brow from a round like that.
Aspas with a guilty reaction, perhaps.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oopsie.
Oopsie daisy. All good, though. Yeah, breaking that ultimate. I don't know whether he quite realized. Oh. Yeah.
Help me plant, guys. Move. Oh, you vlog me, bro.
Oh. They're still in a mood to laugh about it, though, because they're 4-2 up. That's the only round that NRG have won since the pistol.
Deep salvo and a deep push.
Yeah, pushing out the whole of A.
Yeah.
Looking to try to get behind MIBR as they group up for that A hit. And now the pressure's back on Kiko again.
They've missed each other into mid. The dimensional drift is going to clear out most of the B site. Easy taken up here, but how the hell have they missed this timing? That is unbelievable. Flank activating from Scuba. It might be completely unexpected at this point, but that's Aspas. Operator, he's got that one trained, and Verno just walking into their spawn, man! Scuba finally noted. Doesn't get the kill that he needed off onto Zekken, and he's causing a bit of a distraction. dismay in the MIBR camp. Salvos, what a shot from Tex. I was just trying to play off the rest of that util, and they are determined.
Tex is playing so well.
No more funny business.
He's found every gap over towards A, hitting great shots. And just overall, the game plan from MIBR, so much more aggression than we've seen from them earlier on. They're not content to just sit down in their B post plan. They're pushing further, looking to take the fight into spawn and attacking into Ethan. Finding gaps where these players are not connected. And actually hitting Kiko's site fairly regularly, and he was having a nightmare on Corrode. You look at his KD over the last couple of maps, and Kiko needs to wake up. He needs some big performances to go and book a ticket to Santiago and go and play against his former team.
It's tough playing Astro on split when you're trying to anchor B. You don't have a TP to get out, and you have a ton of things coming your way.
It is, yeah. It's difficult. I mean, he dropped off the site in this situation.
Yeah.
What a shot to take down Ethan.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
I'm behind you.
They did miss each other there, the Viper players, in that round. MIBR, 3-round lead for them, and they are just sending it once more. Why not? Back to the well.
And back into Kiko.
The B hits have been working. Deep hit into mid, though. There will be more of a response from NRG this time. They have players in position to at least try and put a stop to it. To pull, to try and drop it. Salvas into the corner. Zekut fake cloned! And just baits out the shot and gets the kill anyway. Absurd behavior that we're witnessing here, but the Armageddon might just help them out either way. NRG, clear a bit of a path forwards, with Tex being cleaned up too. They're going to be lacking options.
Locating targets.
They're going back into this B site.
Drone is down.
Mazima spotted, and that angle not expected. From a new box, Mada locking down the choke.
NRG are finally being able to stop MIBR once they get them completely boxed in. But you can't give an opportunity for Aspas to get back into this one in a 2v4. NRG have not been struggling too much with the first kill situations. It's been closing out these advantages. And this is what I'm saying. You cannot give MIBR chances to get back in.
35 seconds.
Aspas picks up a rifle, looking to be a bit more dynamic with it. Oh, is this the Great Pilgrimage East again from MIBR? They
don't really have time for the rotation, do you?
I don't think so, but it hasn't stopped them before.
What about making noise? They're going to walk up to mid and then potentially up to B heaven.
Well, they can't go A.
Thinking about it. They're going to go A.
They're going to go A.
They're going to be making a lot of sound here. Surely is going to be stopped. Ethan is already in a prime position. There's 8 seconds remaining to try and get themselves in here. Not going for the kill. Just going to let them all the way into the site. That is 4 seconds barely on the clock. So the plan going down, but Heaven needs to be watched for. An angle potentially there, but Broad doesn't take the fight in time. Find out Ethan will win it. Vaspash drops. It's now a 1v3 for Verno. Surely he can't do it again. Util flying forwards. It's not planning for him, and it just to be watched. The fuse can be stuck. Safety in numbers. And NRG have it.
They gave a chance to MIBR, but NRG closed the door in their face. Normally, NRG so good at closing out situations where they have a player advantage. They've got a vice grip on those 5v4 rounds. Today, that has not been the case. It does feel like MIBR have been great at getting back into things, always making every round winnable.
Good job, boys. Good composure.
That's what it's going to take, composure. Keeping the mental in check.
Mada's got a judge in this round.
In the right spot for some action here. The Horn, big reveal.
He did this before, defending A. Got the dash out into sight and just landed on the MIBR players as they went for the plant. Here it goes.
Here it is. No way, Verno. How's he finding this? And this is an eager NRG. They want to try and fight this one once more, but that Seize connects. The Nightfall on top of it. The nade rebounds. Oh my God, you're pressed into them. And you have no choice. Pick your poison situation. Seconds already in their spawn. This is lightning fast in terms of the fights and approach taken. A lot of damage done, but already taking up camp, and Kiko was aware of it.
Tex is behind you again.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? You clear one obstacle and there's 5 more waiting for you. Tex, if Aspas didn't get it, it was probably in his hands.
All right, if NRG want to try to get scrappy, MIBR are super happy to
go down
play
into
like
the mud
that
today.
Yeah, they completely are. Mada with the judge, jumping over the top. He's still jumping when he takes the shot, though. He's not got his feet planted, so slightly less accurate, slightly less damage. But the follow-up is what's impressive to me from MIBR. chain things together. Their decision-making is so quick today. And they're happy to go forwards into their opponents. I think quite often across Kickoff, we've seen MIBR try to be the team to pull back a little bit.
Yeah.
Play into that more cautious, reserved style. And today they've gone caution to the wind.
They've gone nuclear. I mean, it's caution to the wind, like you're saying, but the game plan of MIBR, I felt like they were scared to make mistakes, you know? When you're trying to play perfectly, sometimes that just opens up you to mistakes, weaknesses that are going to be exploited. For now, though, they're just taking it. Straight up fighting and scrapping NRG and just full confidence that their aim is going to be better, their coordination on a given day is going to be better. And so far, they've been right.
They certainly have. Everything has been working. Bonkar forced to take another tack time out here to try to address what's been going on. But I don't think it's necessarily a game plan problem. I think that NRG have actually found MIBR in, you know, some difficult spots.
Yeah.
They've been able to navigate the mid-pressure, fight them over towards A ramp. It's just the actual, the team fight moments and some of the brawls. MIBR have been coming out on top today so consistently.
Here we're looking at it. NRG, again, the money is not too good. Stack of players. Early break at a boombot. They would love for them to walk into B here. Bucky out.
NRG need a round like this, where things go unexpectedly in their direction in order to recover this half. It's not enough to play standard anymore. You need MIBR to make mistakes.
Step one. Brock is praying that somebody will walk straight into him, and he might get his wish, but no. Rest of the pack now moving over towards A.
They've been fairly happy with these late A finishes. Mada not posted up on a deep angle because he doesn't have the money to be able to buy something useful.
Just with the Bucky. He's hoping for it, but again, just walking all the way up. Bit of U-turn now going to be used to clearness. Again, spells it all out here. Mada's going to make a play, make a go for things. It's a good kill to be found. Recalled all the way back. Bit of punish in play, but no kill claimed. So Mada's escaping.
Very safe refract location. No push in the post plant as well for MIBR because the weaponry is so much better.
Ramp though, at least with his rifles. That is a miss and a whiff. Saturate hits the frame of the door, rebounds back, and that could have been the key to win potentially that fight. Open sight lines as those smokes fade away. The spray and hail of bullets here is making it very difficult, but NRG looking to see if they can get a bit of a move on. No way! No chance.
Scuba's waiting for them to come back through heaven. They planned it for heaven. Surely they're going to fight me up here. And he's wrong. MIBR decided to just push back into sight and help out Verno.
Know where he is now, though.
And they're shredding him.
They are.
MIBR in general navigating these situations so brilliantly today. What a turnaround. And a huge turnaround individually for Aspas2. 13 and 4, top of the scoreboard. He was bottom fragging the last time these two teams faced against each other on split. He's not the whole reason that this is going now dominantly the way of MIBR, but it helps.
Nice job holding it down, Vern. That was beautiful.
Verno's anchoring is so clean today, though. If he's just been holding an angle and NRG push into him, he's good for 2, maybe 3.
Yeah. Guns up in the hands of NRG. First time in a long while here, but here's a showstopper to meet your match. Aspas, much bigger gun at hand, and now he's going to be looking to send this one forwards. Good catch on the Tex. Fuse dissipating, and the rocket will go flying. It does get them full sight control, but MIBR have not been content to just sit back in the post plan.
No, here comes Zekken. He's pushing that heaven smoke.
One step further forwards here. Cosmic Divider trying to get this side. What? Zekken! He's gotten away with murder! It's unethical! He can't be getting away with this at NRG. They're sending it forwards again, blitzing pace once more, but Zekken, he can't be denied. He can't be stopped. It's 4 kills. Possibility of an ace, and Mada's going to make a play for it.
He's in a 1v3. It could be possible.
They give him a chance to make it happen.
He's flanked all the way around through B main. He was quick on it, and they didn't hear him because of the Cosmic Divide.
Mada has made the right moves, like you said. They were fast enough. Cosmic Divide hiding his intent. But he's not being handed any 1v1s, any free kills. It's passive positions, going, exploring. Zekken! Gun down! Mada going for more. He's trying to find his players. Anticipation at the peak. But it's Mazzino who has his teammates back.
I cannot believe what MIBR are getting away with today. The fact that they go for the aggression in the post plant, they've been doing it every round, but NRG don't expect the manner in which they go for it. Look at this. Catching a timing on both players. Util fully in the hands of Ethan, and utilizing the Cosmic Divide to be able to get up into heaven unexpectedly. Absolutely nuts.
Yes, sir.
They are running them down. The reigning world champions.
It's dominance.
Zero breathing room. The control of the game has been entirely MIBR's. Similar play here. When MIBR did this last time, they were going into a bit of a B split, so they're trying to feign and condition, but the main control is theirs. NRG know that this is going to be going over towards A. The anchor players now have the onus placed onto them. Ethan is going to do a lot from this spot. Back against the wall again. He has teammates at his back. Scuba, let's see if he can land these shots, at least with the trade, but Tex is instantly on that line. Forwards again, Aspaz!
How is he doing it?
How did they get away with it? I said it before, but they are walking on water, and the satchels to save your life. Mada is trying to run at them. Anything he can do, but it is denied to the bitter end. 9-3 on this harvest split. MIBR on a war path.
They're wiping away NRG with the same level of dominance that MIBR themselves lost to yesterday. The turnaround is unbelievable. Everything is working. Doesn't matter what they throw out there, how individual it is as well. I mean, Aspas just walks in the screens.
Let's go, boys. Come on, bro.
You're right. They're walking on water.
They really are. This is a team that feels preordained to book that ticket to Santiago, to be that last team, but we'll find out on the other side of this. With the final spot of Santiago up for grabs between these two teams here, maybe it's time for you to get in on the action. Tickets for Masters Santiago are available right now, so make sure you scan the QR code. It's going to be appearing right there to score your front row seat for the first global event of the year. You're not going to want to miss it. The BO5's qualification kickoff games across all regions have been just pure excellency, really. You've seen some absolutely amazing stuff.
And I think it might be safe now for Mazzino's family to go and book some tickets as well.
Okay.
9-3 up, 2-0 in the lead. MIBR looking good to be able to get themselves there. And if NRG want a chance, they're going to have to mount a ridiculous comeback. Or just turn up as fans, I suppose. Because the defending world champions right now are not in trophy lifting form. Only one of these two teams looks like they could go to Santiago and have a chance at winning a Masters. NRG would have to turn it around insanely.
And how do you manage to do that? Barely any time to even comprehend what's happening. Zekken forwards the approach again. Sees, connects. Locking down two of the players of NRG, forcing the issue perhaps here, but they still want to go fast and loose out towards this with the shorties.
Whoa.
Good adjustment on the second shot. Might have barely getting a handle on it. Caverna will be dropped. It's an important kill. Plant down as well. Not for heaven, but for main.
Huge flank from Scuba. You just got a flash of him there in B heaven.
Might be able to get the backstab online again. A critical win con for them.
The push is coming down ramp.
Yes, Mazzino's not ready for this one. Reveals it early. Denies that chance. Main control. Lockdown. Brock Whole team, in fact, activating across the board here. Aspas caught. Position noted. Players watching for him. And time ticking away. It's a pistol round here for NRG. It's the first round. It needed to go right for them here in the second half. They're going to see if they can carry this momentum forwards.
They won the opening pistol to start the map, and MIBR ripped it out of their hands instantly with a force buy. I don't think MIBR are going to be in a position to do that again here without the plant money. Without really any kill money either. So NRG should have a chance.
We got some nice-ass pistols today, huh?
Yeah, they have. They've won 4 out of 6 of the pistols that have been played. Hasn't helped. Obviously, as I said, to open up on split, it's not exactly as simple as it sounds.
No, but still, it's exactly what they needed to try and boost them.
Aspas is forcing here full armor and a Bucky.
It's intriguing.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, they have been doing this quite a lot, where they force like a single weapon, whether it be an outlaw or a Bucky, something like that. And then Verno tends to take a sheriff in the next round, when it fails.
Not a heavy stack like NRG were approaching on their ecos, but following the sound cues here, MIBR have got a bit of a read. Curtain's going to be dropped here. Season and nade. It's a bit of a miss, though, anticipating that the action was going to be coming through main, and NRG might look towards that direction regardless. Grouped up. Kiko, though, has got a lot of space over towards B.
Yeah, he's been allowed to activate, and he's going to be calling the rest of the troops back in his direction. He just needs to secure this space. Fact-finding mission has been a success, but he doesn't want to overextend and give his life before the rest of the team arrives. And Mazzino might go exploring at some point, holding a pretty safe position right now up at B stairs.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left. He's going to hear that flash, and he's going to see the salvo, so that should spell out quite a lot of it. The rest of MIBR are going to be joining, but Mazzino's gone down early enough. For NRG, this is good signs of life. This needs to be clean.
Every round needs to be clean at this point.
Yeah.
Reverse sweeps are difficult enough in best of 5s without putting yourself in a 9-3 hole on the crucially important third map.
Scuba. It's going to be precise there with the aim. Verno is going to drop him. Commit to the reload here. Bit of damage, but again, NRG not carrying too much in terms of weaponry into this one. As Kiko just going exploring because he's only got the pistol. Look for, as long as Brock and Ethan stay alive with those guns in their hands, it should be okay. Barely spotting second, double dashing around. See what the last few players are. Again, like I said, is Ethan and Brock, the important players in this round here. Keep the rifles active into the next, so NRG are going to be able to get a relatively strong bonus round.
And it's actually going to be MIBR who are struggling a bit with the economy. I haven't been a huge fan of the way that they've been approaching rounds like this. I don't think a single force buy of Armor Bucky is likely to affect your chances too heavy in these rounds. But presumably they've run the numbers.
Nope. Sure, we'll pick it up later. He's got more things to worry about right now.
He really does. Sign of the mental state, though, isn't it? Just the body language.
Yeah.
Texas got a Bucky here. Might try to work his way up vent and see if he can put pressure on Matter, who's already found an opener.
That is fast. Aspas wasn't quite ready for that one.
Star player shut down, 7th death.
He was wide out into the open.
Push on the other side. Zekken using all of this ramp pressure to go and try to take some space.
Kiko was ready.
Yeah, great shutdown.
Holding for all of this now. This is NRG sharp shooting. Tex, why not? Your turn next, and he will fall regardless. The trade. Perfect there. 4 players alive.
And this is where you see NRG cleanly execute their 5v4s. It has been a huge strength of theirs across the tournament. When they get a pick, they punish your attempt to make some kind of counterplay, and that, I think, is a perfect example. The issue is it just hasn't been working for them across the series as well as it did right there. They're going to knock down the economy of MIBR. That was a bonus round for NRG. They came into it with, I think you could argue, even better weaponry than their opponents.
They managed their money really well.
And Mada now gets a chance to go crazy with the Outlaw. You can't buy too much as the defenders.
It's looking more and more doable, though. NRG, they should be up to 7 here, and only a 2-round difference, considering the dire start to split. You take that.
Absolutely. Very likely that Mada gets up to an ult in this round.
Drone, but walking up ahead of this one. Scuba.
Legs spotted.
Yeah, spotting it out. There's a salvo, and that's going to push Tex into a really uncomfortable spot here into the corner. Oh! What is that, Mada? Snap back. That was lightning fast.
I have the spice.
And even time to just min-max and think about the ults. Mada will probably want to give that to somebody else.
You'd expect so.
Yeah,
It's going over to Scuba.
One away.
This gives you a very clear win condition in your next round.
Aspas is in there. He's got a gun back still with that rifle. And Mazzino trying to make do with whatever the hell he can. So NRG, 4 players back. Ults are online. They've been generated. And the economy is looking good.
Looking in their best position out of maybe any of the maps that we've seen them play today to start some kind of recovery. The snowball here is pretty obvious. They've got a big initiation ultimate, and then they've got one to close out. Tag time not being taken here for MIBR. You've got to craft the game plan that counters what NRG are going to be coming up with. And this goes back to what Artesine was actually talking about on the desk, where he was saying, don't overthink things. It's really easy after a tag time out like this for NRG to think to themselves, well, they know what ults we're going to use. They know we're going to lead with Waylay ult, try to close out with a pit. So maybe we try something a bit funny. Maybe we try to hold on to the ult. Maybe we run a fake with it. Maybe we do something that one layer deeper. But when you've got a good thing going like this, sometimes it's better to keep it simple and just execute with the big advantage that you have.
I definitely agree.
Bonkar's trying to keep the energy up in the camp.
Yeah. Rattling off words of wisdom, I'm sure.
A little wahoo.
Yeah, perhaps. Is that what you do?
That's what Bonkar does, famously.
Aspas has got the investment into the operator here, but he's not going to be seeing too much in terms of NRG players.
Yeah, taking it over towards a ramp. He's going to have a Viper wall in his face unless he gets on a deep line with a Prowler. Yeah. And then when he gets on a deep line with a Prowler, MIBR can start stacking players over towards B.
It, though, seemingly the goal.
On the other hand, NRG's game plan might be to try to find out where Tex is and then ult him.
See how this goes. Flash is going a little bit wide. Tex is spotted out, though, and there it is. Sending it forward. Ethan is so far ahead of the pack there. Unorthodox, really. Unprecedented. It's not what you expect from him. Still to clean up. Trades Kiko coming alive in the final few moments here. Split.
What a turret. That's what you expect from the guy that they've picked up here. Added him in for his firepower. Creates a 3v2.
Retaking with the op. Never ideal.
Oh, they're worried about Mazzino, but he's coming up behind them.
They're taking time. He's so fast here. So fast indeed. Players out and wide into the open, and a shot goes wide at that. Aspas knows roughly where one player is. The smoke has to be popped, and Kiko immediately repositioning.
I think this is a save on the op.
It has to be, right?
I don't know. He could certainly try to go for it.
MIBR have been throwing caution to the wind, believing in their own individuality, especially on split.
If Aspas doesn't get given any free kills, though, he may well just play cautiously and go to save the op.
Yeah, picked it up.
And NRG give him nothing.
It's immediately heard by Kiko. He's running. Look at him, all the way through spawn.
Yeah. They want this op out of Aspas's hands.
Yep.
It just simplifies the game plan so much when you know that the defenders can't have that. Kiko's going to be meeting him early. Does Aspas anticipate it on this timing?
Apparently so. Scoped up, and wow, okay. Hits it. Look, he wasn't entirely aware, but
yeah.
It's a nice play by Kiko. He just immediately made the decision to rotate there, but he still gets punished for it.
Well, he's the person that really wins the round for NRG.
That's
I think
true.
The game plan was good. They find out where Tex is playing, and Waylay ult him. Ethan, as you pointed out, is way ahead of things, charging through a snake bite, and it does require Kiko to hit 2 beautiful shots here, just holding this angle to recover it for NRG.
With that.
How does that miss? It's gone through his pocket.
That's crazy. Cosmic Divide was earned up, though, from all of that, especially the death that Kiko got, so big ult to use for NRG.
Zekken's actually the one with the operator. It's past hands and gone over to A.
That makes more sense, I think. Second can play a lot more aggressive with it on that A line with the Viper wall that they're using.
And I think Aspas is more useful at being able to help Tex in mid or help over towards B with his nade.
Here's the Cosmic Divide. Mazzino, that's a massive amount of pressure. He's still holding it down towards Pillar. He needs that nade. But again, the Salvo still gets one and plays Tex in, but the trade's intact again. Verno trying to play it forwards. Left up to Zekken. NRG, discipline reigning through. This is what got them through and got them a title win and a championship one at that. Second though, trying to make a play forwards. Hunting for information. The wall fades away. Has to try and ISO these fights. Has util to do so. Clone charging ahead. Flash around the corner. Shots fired into the back. But again, a lot of players to account for. Running and gunning. 1v1. And Kiko has been astounding in his final few rounds. There's a pull already out. Zekken going to be vulnerable up here. Another tap. He's guessing where Kiko could be. Running around. Zekken plays it beautifully.
Immaculate in the clutch. Completely outplays Kiko there. What a way to win a round out for them. And he's had some monster moments here on Split Zekken. Running down Brock again. Reminiscent of his push up into B Heaven on their attack side. Look at this.
Yeah.
A small stutter step in the middle, but hard pressed to say that isn't just a phantom moment. Ooh. Tension even with the win.
Yeah, that was the first round I got in this half. That's what it took. It's going to be laid down here nice and early. Locks up a decent chunk of the map here for MIBR. It's going to simplify the defensive game plan.
Zekken inside the pit, looking to try to punish if anyone was playing here early on. Ethan does have the Seekers, so they are going to have to be a bit more diligent inside this pit than they usually would be. Portal, the gate crash broken really early there.
Oh, Blazer. Aspas was opping onto this line, but very passively at that. He throws out the nade. Has pushed him off the line. Matter with the attack side off of his own.
Jiggle
hoping for the jiggle, and it's just spotted out. Mazzino usually lets the paranoia fly forwards here. One-way smoke. Fake it a TP. NRG is still working out the quirks of the round, I think. Wondering where they want to go, but they've picked correctly.
Scuba is a lot less active on his A-lurk compared to Tex, but I think he's got to be worried about the operator over here, along with the Prowler utility that Verno's been pumping out.
Dangerous though, holding this line as Seekers in your face is going to be more util where that came from. The salvos, you can pick and choose how you exactly want to play this one. Fully onto the retake for A. It's a dire situation, especially with that pit that's now going to be dropped into screen, stretching all the way through. Big reveal there from the drone. The salvo, second layer of it, an attempt at a kill. Saturate down, now to Nightfall. Fast going, an attempt at least by MIBR. NRG are locking down the extremities.
Zekken though, TP'd into A.
Trying to hold down that heaven control. Zekken has been that thorn in their side consistently at that, but he needs a few more kills while he's at it. Him and Verno, they combine their might to tap onto the plant, forcing out that pull, but his fights taken up towards heaven are essential now. Brock just peeking, barely at that. Stuns there, up on top of the angle. Brock seals it up. And there was danger lurking in a round like that, but NRG now just trailing by one.
They've been very solid on these attack side hits. Every round, apart from one, converted for NRG. Zekken got himself into a really weird spot here, TPing into the site and being able to take down two, but it's Brock who does such a phenomenal job. Every single kill is insane value from Brock there. Holding on to heaven for the plant. Absolutely critical. And MIBR coming into this one with only classics. A Bucky in the hand of Aspas. And that could make it interesting too if there are a couple of early mistakes from NRG.
But so far they have not been in the habit of making mistakes. Not on this half. Mazzino spotted.
You don't want to give him that again.
Again, he's going to be pressed hard in a spot like this. Matter! Dodging and juking. And holding it down for the rest of his team to get online and get in to the B site. Already feeling comfortable into the round. They are min-maxing these ultimates, trying to get that plant down. Ethan, plant prioritized onto him.
Used Seekers in the previous round, already halfway up to the next.
Yeah. NRG have made the most of this good beginning on this half of splits. Barely missing the mark.
It does feel like some of the magic that was powering MIBR earlier on in this series is starting to fade away a little.
It's going missing.
This next rifle round, I think, is going to be really important. Gives another opportunity to crush MIBR's economy. But more importantly, it's a massive clash of ults. Mada and Brock with 2 critical space-taking ults. But you've got to navigate around Aspas. And the op, which MIBR are going to have money for again.
He's doing a good job of it, though, to be honest. Default attack side Viper Ward he's been throwing. He's been doing a lot to shove him off that angle. Aspas, when he's on the raise, he can't play as aggro as Zekken could, for example. So
NRG have also been going late into A, where Zekken's gate crashes would have expired. Close range shots from Mada.
Good job, boys. Good job.
Yeah, they have a very clear game plan that's working out for them.
Well, you know that MIBR have got the money for the operator. Do you want to rip something quickly? There's always a worry when you play against a Yoru comp that Zekken will just be reinforcing the site. You'll always be going into a stacked site. But it's nice to mix up the tempo sometimes.
Definitely is. Flash connects. You know there's some acknowledgement there. Armageddon! You can't get out. You have to choose, and you're going to be going down regardless. The carpet bomb claims a life. Potentially a bit of hard auntie, knowing the way that Tex likes to play.
Yeah, it's really lovely. And even getting the confirmation off Ethan's flash. Both times now that they've had big ultimates, Tex has been the target.
Pressure really on Mazzino here. He has to hold this all the way back, single-handedly.
Now it's just about closing out the 5v4. Something, again, that NRG have been so good at, generally speaking. But today, MIBR have been able to find those important individual moments to turn these rounds.
That is a hell of a call to make from Verno. He hid the double jump into vents, and he's calling their bluff. He's heading to B.
It is really common to go and clear vent and still end on B.
Yeah.
But I think you just have to gamble and just trust Aspas. With the form he's in and the fact he has a showstopper, leave A to him.
Drone spots it. Zekken is ISO'd there, and he's suppressed on top of it. He can't get out of this spot. His ult's committed, no scope! Somehow finds at least the one win con for it, but NRG are happy to clean up the rest.
It's a crazy moment that could have potentially tipped the scales. But NRG's ult usage here was sublime.
Yeah, and Yuto usage on top of it. Stealth drone, perfect target to tag onto. Zekken, as soon as the drone isn't broken, he can't TP out.
This is exactly how NRG drafted up this attack side.
They're leading. The other side of this one, Aspas will get his time to shine, but eventually shut down there. NRG taking the lead. 11th round found for them here on Split.
And the economy's in a shambolic state. MIBR will be able to get weapons on a few of their players, but I think there's an argument here for trying to play for OT. Look at this punish.
Yeah.
And think about the way that the Waylay ult was used previously, with Tex being spotted over towards B Heaven and then Util dumped onto. They've got such good game plans and varied game plans.
Okay.
Nice, boys. Good hunts.
You're right. Ton of variations. Yeah, now
look at the money though, Brent. Look at the credits that they're working with. So Aspas and Verno right now with rifles in hand, but Zekken, Tex, and Mazzino, what would they even be buying? Like light armor Bulldog or something?
Yeah, Guardian maybe.
Yeah, it would be
real tough.
It would be a bad buy if they went for it.
Oh,
it looks like they are going for it though. Zekken picks up a Judge. They don't want to play for OT. They do not want to let NRG get to 12. Aspas has been holding onto this showstopper for many rounds at this point. Can't remember exactly how many, but plenty. Hasn't found an opportunity to go for it.
Second half onwards, full control to NRG with the game state of it. Their plans have been working, the kills have been good, and they've cleaned up a lot of the weaknesses. There's been gaps here and there, don't get me wrong, but a lot more disciplined, a lot more diligent.
I also think, though, that MIBR haven't found the same opportunities to go and push them and disrupt what NRG's game plans.
The op slowed them down a lot, to be honest.
Yeah. I have been thinking throughout kickoff that the op has sometimes been a detriment for MIBR.
We'll see here. Aspas from both forwards. That is a shot fired off. They know that Ada's got another attack side op. Okay. An instinctual play by Aspas. Expecting there to be a follow-up on that response.
Ethan's picked up the operator.
Plan on that. Tex. Just the acknowledgement. Backs himself out. Moving away to A. second guessing perhaps themselves and wondering what they want to do in a spot like this. Ethan, whole time just holding on to some passive level of B main control. But if they go into B, that's where Aspas is with that showstopper.
And they know that he was here. Whether he stayed here is a different question.
It's TP. It's broken. It's all for information from Azino.
At least a few players seen, maybe all three.
Might go back to A. Order space. Absorb straight up. That operator exchanging hands. Kiko makes good usage of it. Drone. Broken, and now...
They see Aspas. They know the showstopper's there. Scuba with a perfect lurk into A. Tex, though, could be a misery maker in this round.
Wait a minute. He's only got the judge, but he's got to do a lot from this spot. Scuba cleans it up.
What a back clear.
Incredible level of awareness here. Scuba, the playmaker in a round like this, and this is desperation. The judge can only do so much. Aspas again left in a 1v3. He needs kills, but his head's already taken clean off. 12 rounds for NRG. One more. That's all they need.
That is stress there.
Yeah.
If Aspas had ripped his ult...
Oh, they were all grouped up.
There was 8 seconds left as well. If he goes and gets the person planting, unless he dies while doing it... I mean, there was so much danger in that round. But NRG managed to navigate it, and it's going to be bad buy after bad buy now for MIBR.
Nice!
Relief painted on the faces of NRG. Brock pulls out his classic weapon here. Looking to try to get a punish early on. MIBR have been peeking this area. Aspas has got to find an opportunity to use the showstopper.
He's been holding on to it. Very light presence over towards A. It's only Verno holding it down. Zekken hoping for an attempt of a punish. He's holding that judge.
Olive is broken immediately on the A side of the map. As you said, it was only Verno. Now Zekken comes to reinforce.
He's only got a stinger. This could be it, a tipping point, really. NRG, all they have to do is lie in wait, and maybe the game will come to them.
They have been very good at punishing MIBR here.
Yeah.
This map, they've found the adjustment that works.
They're going over towards A. Is the showstopper used? Off of what kind of timing? I'm not too sure, but it's definitely speeding up the rest of NRG. Jumping into the fray. Over towards the A side. Zekken's only got the judge. Cosmic Divide cuts it up. He is alone. He's isolated. Dimensional Drift could be used to see if he can get himself out here, but it's slow going from NRG. Timing by Tex. He takes it straight towards Ramp. These players are barely getting in right now. And again, that ult could be used. He hears the flash now. Zekken being pressured. The judge again, not the weapon for the job. It's all just scraps. Bottom of the bargain bin, but MIBR are going to do the best they possibly can. Plant going down. Tex finds another one. Big weapon picked up now. Operator in his hands. 2v3. It's a matter of survival here for MIBR. They need this round. TP across, cuts it up. These angles with the weaponry has got to be better. Surely NRG with the rifles are going to find a way through. A few more kills going their way. Recall, reset of the aim, and now it's just left down to Scuba. Scuba, 1v1 for the map win, and he will deliver them. Onwards and upwards to Abyss. They've been granted another lifeline.
Insane comeback from NRG. They put themselves in such a hole here and put on an incredible show on their attack side. Generating those ults, getting huge value out of them, finding the first kills, and then punishing the reactions from MIBR. For the first time in this series, a map goes the way that they drafted it up.
Yeah. That resilience that you see from the reigning world champions on display, second half onwards, the game plans of MIBR not working to fruition. And now, listen, the game is up in the air still. One map will decide it for MIBR, but this is a different NRG we're seeing.
If they can keep this up, there is a chance possibly of some kind of reverse sweep happening.
Yeah.
This was with Aspas online, 21 and 13, and NRG still overcame.
Unreal form from the reigning world champions here. They do not want to go out. They want that last spot of Santiago themselves. The uphill battle still continues. We'll find out which direction this lower bracket grand finals goes after this, so do not go anywhere.
The oldest mummies in the world are actually not Egyptian. They're from the Chinchorro culture, that it's from Arica y Parinacota, and they are actually 7,000 years old, about like 2,000 years older than Egyptian mummies.
Trying to even this one back into his favour. This is one man, what can he do? Isoing moving, King! Kiko! Where was that coming from? You got Mazzino's in the pit. And Mazzino was super ready for it. Still has that determination.
Yeah, we're out here at the block party at Zoe's Munchies getting a little Chilean food. And before we head to Santiago to see what Masters is all about, and as I went to try this food, I thought, who better than to bring in Velina to make sure that we get some fantastic just ideas, what's going on in the food. Is it sweet? Is it savory? I'm excited to jump into this. You have already started. How good is it?
Welcome. So this is our culinary. Chile is just an amazing country. We have a lot of things, but this is the best for me. You're actually gonna be surprised. So we have a completo that is basically a hot dog that has avocado, tomato, and mayonnaise, and then you have also the churrasco that is basically like a hamburger, but it's not the burger. If not, it's like a different type of meat, and it also has avocado and tomato. So then we also have the sopaipilla.
Amazing.
That is like a bread that, yeah, go all in. It's a bread that is fried, so it's really good.
Damn.
Yeah.
Where do you like usually find this? Is this kind of like you're hanging out street fair food? You're going to find a restaurant? It's just like everywhere you can grab it.
Everywhere, but there's of course some restaurants that are better, but you can grab it everywhere. It's actually really easy to make too, so everyone can eat it.
We have these two here and some more behind us, but what is one more that people should look out for if they're going to Santiago?
Oh, that's a nice question. So we have a sweet also dessert that it's mote con huesillo. It's like a juice that also has like some fruit in it. It is really good, and you can find that like in street food and everywhere, yeah.
Amazing. Velina, thank you so much. Back to you.
Always great to hear about our communities and everything that's all, you know, just the Chilean food in general has just been so freaking good out here. Speaking of, I think some of our players are enjoying some of that out there as well. But they have to put it together, especially for MIBR. They were one game away from qualifying for Masters Santiago, but they slipped up. And instead, NRG managed to pick up a big win on split, 13-10. And honestly, what we were seeing was was really, Mimi, just an NRG team that looked like men possessed. They needed to win this game, and they had no other choice. They had to make sure that they locked this up here and now. They had the agents. They had everything that they needed for it. Seems like it all went according to plan.
But it didn't start that way, really,
No,
right? They were down 9-3 at the half, but then going into the second, immediately when the pistol, the bonus, go on a 10-1 record on that second half to close this out. And I think one of the biggest points of the turnaround was how much effect Mata was having. I think that this was an NRG who was willing to call some of these faster rounds and really just let him loose on the entry. And he was getting away with some crazy stuff. You're 5-1 on the opening picks that half.
We saw a lot of similarities between how they kind of like to play on their attacking halves and also with just the impact that they had on the ability to steamroll these rounds. But no, Mata was performing so well, especially being that solo duelist, carrying a lot of that weight of taking that space. But to be honest, the utility that they had did a lot for them.
I think this attack side just showed NRG's strengths, which we know is a lot of that util. It's a lot of the ults snowballing rounds too. And it felt like this was their bread and butter, where they were winning so many rounds in a row, getting that bonus round as well, which was super important to get their economy up, and then getting those ults to kind of set up plays, set up stuff around Mata as well to make sure that their executes are there. It was a little bit of a brawl fest, I will say. Very chaotic energy from NRG, which we usually don't really see. We see a lot more collected, but these executes, man, they really finally got it back on track.
And the executes were fantastic, but I also like the rounds where they did slow down a lot. I think they did a good job of punishing an MIBR who, in the first two maps, did a ton of just like active contact, and I think especially to that bind, where they were constantly just pushing out on extremities, taking risks. Here, NRG was so much more centered in how they were punishing those plays and taking that time to actually re-clear before they went into these later round hits when they were playing their slow rounds.
Well, you know, Coach Fraud earlier had mentioned how they were really looking to disrupt NRG, get in their face, cause those problems. You could definitely tell that that was the playbook on the other side in this game, too, and it worked out to a T. And if anything, they're putting together a damn good run right now. But the question is, though, can they hang on? Earlier on, we spoke with Mata about having to make another lower bracket run.
Going under the lower bracket is do or die. And I mean, we do like that do or die mentality. We like when our backs are against the wall. It happened to us last year in Split 2 as well, where we lost to 100 Thieves and we had to win out the entire split all the way to champs, and you see where it ended up. So, I mean, I'd say we live in the deep end. That's kind of what we live by on our team. And we like when there's no second chances.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a good thing Mata's tall, because, you know, being in the deep end, you know, you kind of like...
Okay. All right.
No, but jokes aside,
that was bad.
Hey, I thought that was some of my best work.
Okay.
Let's though focus in on Mata here, though, because I mean, the guy's an absolute beast, right? We can always commend you know, the work that he puts out here, Athena, but it also, it's like you needed him in this moment here, right? And he knows that pressure was on him, and he showed up when they needed him most.
He definitely did, and I think one of the biggest contrasts I see is to their bind, where we saw Mata kind of walking up a lot of the time, and then the utility was followed behind him. But here, it felt like he was not afraid to take a lot of those timings, dash in and really get in their faces and kind of put a stop into any kind of extremities control or mid control or anything that they had, and he led the charge the whole time.
It's the difference between what you were calling them out for with contacting too much on bind versus
100%.
actually committing to execs here.
Yeah, we also see him pick up the role of the op, right? And found a lot of impact too, even on the attack side. Some of the entries he were getting was literally with that operator, and MIBR did not have an answer back to that. A lot of the times we saw him being that leading force, like you were kind of touching on, following up with the utility and just opening up rounds. And even in the late rounds, we saw him having so much impact on not allowing MIBR to kind of go into their retakes or go into their post plants, because he was just being so disruptive, being that solo duelist.
Yeah, it felt like there was so much at play here, but this round specifically really pulled it out for the utility usage for NRG. They know that Tex throws this orb from vent every round, and they punished it with this Sky Flash, the Taeho mollies, the Astra Suck, and this ult from Taeho. There was literally nothing that Tex could have done to get out of that situation.
He knew he was dead to rights.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we talk about when we say that NRG knows their stuff. They have a lot of these little micro trap plays that they love to implement, and it really really plays out the rounds for them.
Yeah, beautifully done by NRG. They managed to get themselves a 13-10 victory. Now, we shift our focus over toward Abyss here. This, of course, will be an NRG pick, Mimi. But Abyss coming into this one, a lot of question marks here for MIBR, but also NRG too, right? Like, surely they're feeling this despite the result on Split. You know they still have to be feeling that pressure.
And NRG looked absolutely on point when they played this yesterday against 100 Thieves. They had a really great game plan on that map. I think their defensive calling in particular was on point.
Yeah.
The way they play with this double drone comp and are constantly finding those timings to re-clear at those perfect points where they can stack sites before hits come in means that they're one of the most effective defensive teams in the league on Abyss, which is where they'll start in this map.
But we also see a new side of MIBR where they're making these mid-game adaptations and not just kind of playing into the script that NRG already has played out from them. We saw the first time around. And also, because they're going back to this solo jet comp that they've been kind of sticking to on it, a lot of the pressure is going to be on Aspas's shoulder to kind of keep up the performance that he's been having. But the good thing is he has been performing. He's been showing up for his team today, and I expect nothing less going into this map.
My worry for both these teams is NRG. They did win Split, but they looked really scrappy. It wasn't the NRG that we normally see, which is really, really calculated. They had a lot of these small trap plays, but in stuff like post plants, they were struggling to hold against these fast floods, struggling to kind of get the trades on time, where normally we see them really bomb out with that stuff. And then with MIBR as well, they are relying heavily on Aspas and Zekin to get a lot of those main controls. But again, like you said, when they have so much utility, they have the drones, they have so much kind of util to push them off of it, how can they kind of answer back?
A lot of great insight here on the desk as we get ready for Map 4. The question on our minds is, can NRG force that Map 5? Find out after this short break.
We're getting back into it now here, and this is NRG really in the driving seat, it feels like, at this point in the series. There's been a tonal shift almost in terms of the way, especially second half onwards from Split, whereas MIBR felt like they were in control from beginning up until that pivotal moment when NRG were able to win that pistol round second half of Split and just take it away, carrying all that momentum forwards. But that's the key part. They have to keep it moving now as we head into Abyss.
NRG themselves know what it means to have a massive lead, and then you're in a BO5 and suddenly it gets incredibly tight towards the end.
Yep.
Now it's MIBR's turn to potentially experience the same thing. Up 9-3 in the third map, about to have a clean sweep over the defending world champions. You do have to close those out sometimes. You're not going to be given a ton of opportunities. You don't want to let your opponent back into the game, and this map, particularly interesting, because it's one where we've seen these teams clash before. NRG's Viper composition completely shut Aspas down.
Yep.
He wasn't able to have any value. He was constantly staring into smokes.
It's impossibly hard, to be honest. I mean, yeah, that's what you're saying. The smokes that they have, they're constantly renewing them up in your face. You're trying to op, and you don't have any open sight lines constantly. I mean, NRG are going to make it a nightmare, I think, for MIBR to try and enable their star player of Aspas on the jet. We already saw that on the second half of Split. They were avoiding working around Aspas with the operator constantly.
And I think that's crucial for the next half, when MIBR are on the defense side.
Yeah.
Because that's where they've been struggling. In order to make it as easy as possible, MIBR need to come out with a very strong performance instantly. Get Aspas activated on the attack side. Be able to do stuff like, I mean, we were seeing very recently, NRG love to throw that Viper wall to defend on B. Can you contact up into that space? Can you find early opening picks on Tamada, for example? A lot of those first kills in Split were going the way of NRG. And that trend has to be reversed for MIBR to have a good chance here. We're
diving deeper and deeper as that map pool goes their way. so far expectations as well. Double duelist second is going to be relegated to more supportive positions. Not necessarily, I mean, he can be aggressive with the Omen. Doesn't have to play it in that more passive position, but
I think he should be. I think he needs to be, actually. You know, you've already got Tex to be able to cover some of the smoking duty, and Tex himself is going to be playing more passive, more controlling the flank or getting a lurk done and playing for his pull. So that does free Zekken up. He should be able to get in there with Aspas.
Let's see as we head into Abyss. The time is of the essence now. Time to see what these teams do with it as well as that ticks down. As we look towards the first pistol round of Abyss, NRG, they are quite difficult to deal with, especially on the defense half. They had tons of anti picked out, I think, as well to disrupt the drone positions when they played against 100 Thieves.
And the pistols have been good for NRG today. There's something that Ethan was noting, even as they went 4-9 on split.
Ada, slightest of off angles here. Bait and switch setup, but Verno, well, he's still trying to clear it, but again, the salvo is just immediately there to supplement. As soon as the contact is taken, a dash already expended and used, but a paranoia, surely you have to claim this kill, but the damage goes both ways. Brock relieves that pressure, and you're lining up for the damage, collecting and cleaving all of them. Shred of HP available, but honestly, it's already done. Brock delivers them a pistol round, almost single-handedly.
I love the bait and switch setup. And you put a sheriff into this guy's hands and he wins you pistol rounds.
Yeah.
He really is fantastic with it. Look at him here. Wow. It's devastating. And then the body shot damage is enormous on these pistols.
He's awake! He's awake!
A 4K. Starts NRG off really nice. Pretty similar actually to their pistol round setup on Corrode.
Shutting them down.
But they've got to keep that momentum going if NRG want to push things to the 5th map.
Recovering it.
Deep knife. Ethan had some util primed, I think, to try and disrupt them, grabbing the orbs and getting away with it, but he was suppressed, so they're forced to concede up that space. MIBR are going to try and make the most of a round like this, where they don't have much money. Around the world, farming up the orbs.
Yeah, you might well see just Mazzino playing for this orb as well. Headshot angle being held by Mada.
He's a player you don't want to get online early enough with these ults. And already two. It is picked off, though. Aspas is willing to return that fire, but a shot to the dome from range. Spectre not quite the weapon for the job, but Scuba's doing enough to dissuade it, but MIBR just jumping on the opportunity to get involved. Same could be said for NRG, though. Not letting anything slip. Kiko straight there, reinforcing that B site, cleaning up these players, and Aspas will commit to the plan and barely get out of there. Weakened, softened. An easy target for Kiko. 3 kills for him.
Yeah, just get the plant money online for your team. Make sure that you're doing well economically.
Yeah.
Brock, though, picks up the defuse to add another to the bank in terms of getting his ult online pretty quickly. It's a similar defensive setup for NRG, one that MIBR should be aware of, used to, have seen on the tape.
Doing a thing.
When these two teams clashed on Abyss last time, we got to see the sides flipped around. We barely got to see this configuration with NRG heavy defending and MIBR on the attack. So I'm interested to see if they've got good positions where they can put Aspas in a spot to crack sites open.
The buy, relatively weak, all things considered. NRG, they've gone for a setup. Used it before. We saw this when they played against other teams. Deep push on their bonus up through mid, but immediately given up on that space, and potential sound cues could be heard. MIBR re-explore mid a little bit later. Deep Knife is going to give them some good info, honestly, that nobody's going to be sitting back there, because Mada does like to sometimes.
Well, Mada's gone for a push. He does love pushing on the defense. Verno coming back to make sure that that hasn't happened.
He's towing the line.
This is what we saw from the most recent game with NRG playing against 100 Thieves, is that even though you were aware that Mada likes to go for this, he does just toe the line perfectly.
We've seen him get a lot of value from a spot like this. MIBR, though, not looking to go in that direction. The whole 5 group of players.
Mada just popped the refract. He jumped off through cliff, and now he can tell his team to stack A.
Yeah, they're getting bodies and players into position here. NRG are looking to try and shove this one back. Knives out here. Aspas is going to be the first one in. Dash into the smoke, and now a play into the back. That blind and flash is perfect. Good util. See if you can lay claim to a lot of this space, but NRG, we're not going to be content with this one. Time running short. Hold on, the smoke's dissipating. MIBR being pushed into a really uncomfortable position here. And they need to see if they can secure this one. The plan was denied. Second might have claimed these kills, but now he needs to hold this one off. Swinging wide banner. He got it. He got the kill. And Second, not even able to get that ace towards the end of things here. NRG are all smiles beaming across the stage.
They put so much pressure on the MIBR planter there. The normal default position, which is the safest if people are coming through spawn, they didn't want to commit to it because Brook's normally a nightmare in heaven. You're going to be throwing darts, shots,
and all sorts, yeah.
the drone. And instead they're planting for backside, and look, 2 players flooding in there, able to get the kill.
Just spectated him live.
He knows he's already won the round at that point. Stingers up for MIBR. This is a disaster beginning for them.
It is. MIBR feel like they're running out of steam at this point. The toll, perhaps, of all these games they've had to play, weighing on them. Fast and loose play there from MIBR when they're on the weaker guns anyway. Stinger, why not? Caution to the wind, throw it forwards, but Scuba was ready, anticipating it. Their side's not going to do much in a position like that. Ethan holding it down with a shock dust, still raining. Players are in positions, but with the rifles, it should be an easy job indeed. Verno from a distance now, but again, only the Stinger. Spike is dropped down. It's a 1v2. He's hoping that they will put it up, but Ethan, yeah. Got to wake up a little bit early, I think, to catch him off guard there. 4 rounds now in a row. This is in a rapid succession here for NRG. They got a cold confidence about them.
Ethan's individual level has also just gone up enormously since that opening map.
Yeah.
He's holding some really important lines here, where if he misses the shot, the round could spiral out of control, but he's there, and he controls it and makes sure that MIBR can't run away with those stingers. As a positive for MIBR, though, I like the way that they're getting Zekken into the site with Aspas. This is now 2 rounds in a row where Zekken's gone deep on a teleport into a smoke, so that you get a bit of that, like, almost quasi-double duelist initiation into the site. It will pay off eventually, probably.
I've drone as a salvo, lay it down to cancel out that drone. Something that NRG were doing all the time to 100 Thieves, making their life misery. Deep drone as well gets a lot of information, clear them out. That's a Hunter's Fury extended here, but again, the range might become an issue. He catches that up to Zekken.
Oh, he's so good.
It's outlandish. How does he manage it? It's up to Aspas to see if he can correct the course. He's got the silverware out now, already with that dash. In through and out, sidestepping with the paranoia, but again, the weaponry. Scuba, Ethan slapping down the adversaries. 5 in a row now, and they're out of their seats.
What am I watching from the MIBR POVs? Tex and Mazzino. That's gross. Where is the skill that was so on point earlier in this match? Very, very shaky, very whiffy, and instantly Fraud is hitting a timeout. This play is beautiful from Brock. The anticipation of the teleport, we saw him almost connect with one of these earlier in the match. And NRG are there,
Nice
ready
shot,
for
Gio.
it.
Nice shot, bro.
NRG have got up 5-0, winning every critical moment here. Figuring out exactly where MIBR want to go, and also just beasting them in terms of the individual skill, which is not how this match began.
Something has shifted.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it NRG waking up? I'm looking at the POVs of the MIBR players, and I'm thinking maybe it's the other way around, where it's almost become too real for them or something. They played with a lack of fear at the start of this, constantly pushing, always bringing the tempo and putting the pressure on NRG. And now it feels like they've frozen up again.
It could also be a question of lack of time to really prep, because they went from 1 best of 5 into the next. And you can kind of predict where the beginning of the map's going to go when it comes to the picks and bans, right? You know that, okay, if they let this in, we're probably going to be playing Corrode. We have a game plan for that.
Yeah, yeah.
You can kind of expect them to ban Breeze. So, okay, we're going to put a lot of emphasis onto Bind.
I think
so you start off strong, but then it starts to wean off a little bit.
But they have played against NRG on this map before. Like, if you were looking at the previous game in the upper bracket, you would have been looking at this VOD. And also, I think the individual moments have started to die down for MIBR.
Felt like they were powered by it sometimes. Aspas looks like they're going to be needing another one here. He's the one with the rifle, sole recipient of it, but Scuba's position is quite nice indeed. He can anchor into this position, a convergent pass to play himself in, and there was nowhere to run there. Aspas was caught in a corner. Deep TP, Zekin's going to be punished immediately. That's just Mada spamming into the choke.
That is absolutely brutal. The way that NRG play around smokes is world class, as it should be for the defending world champions.
Yeah, and they're tiptoeing into this one here. Confidence is brimming. It's 6 rounds in a row. It is flawless. Barely a shred of damage being done. NRG, they're in control. Second half a split onwards. They have not slowed down. They are showing what it takes to be a world champion.
Yeah, since the second half of split, there's only been a single round won for MIBR.
Yeah.
This is where it has to stop, though. If MIBR want to close this one out here on Abyss, they've got to get back into the game right here with their ults.
And in the back again here, but they're going to be met with a pit nice and early.
Predicting that they're going to go for the Cosmic Divide play into A. Pit down in your face, and Verno's got to make an adjustment instantly. All 5 players were grouped up on the A side of the map, but they don't really have a play to get through that.
MIBR feel like they're just trailing in terms of the decision-making. NRG, one step ahead, always predicting what they're going to be doing. Wasn't the case early on in this series, but now might be spelling out exactly what to expect moving forwards.
Ethan's already used his drone on B, and now he's just jiggle peeking to try to get information. MIBR are walking back in that direction, looking to use the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, things off.
Their post plant should be really strong here. Verno with ult.
Ethan, what a shot to find, and he's going to be dipping all the way back out. He's already done the damage. They got the player advantage.
Again, playing around the smokes perfectly.
That's what's going to be deleted here. These are ults committed in a must-win round for MIBR. Big knife. It's going to slow them down to a degree, but this flank occurring.
I love the flank against Verno's ult.
NRG don't want to account for. Double dash in. That's going to be saturated into the corner. And handed now. Mazzino's looking to try and push them back. Salvo deep into the corner. Verno forwards, pressing up now. His rifle in hands. It's up to him to see if he can land some of these shots, but they're playing off the pressure now. Ping-ponging back and forth. These MIBR players not looking to let it slip, but they look uncomfortable at that. Scuba already creating that pressure off from the side. The snakebite and the shots. He's finding all of it in the block again. Spam anticipated. Second, ready for it, and Tex. A flourish at the end of that round, and finally a round on the board that MIBR needed.
They close things out. So many layers to that one. Verno didn't even have to use his overall in the end because they sent an extra layer of Tex walking up through mid. They're also aware of the body block, as you called out, because that has been winning a lot of these teams' rounds at this point when you trust too much in the pull. But Zekin's thinking about it, unloads bullets in and catches both.
It makes a crucial difference.
Nice round, guys.
I mean, you know if they're body blocking, they're both going to get vulnerable as well.
Yeah.
All right, MIBR. They stop the rot.
Not barely dealt with, and that's a big reveal into Mazzino.
Good trade back, though.
It is, yeah. Necessary one at that. Deep TP. Interesting take onto it into the recall. Smoke and Matter was ready regardless.
How are you ready for that? It's such a nice idea for Zekin.
Verno's drone sees it, tags it. Had an ult to expend, but didn't want to use it. On a position like this, Tex is looking to see what he can get done, but he's spotted out by the jump spot, and the stun is good. Special delivery right into his lap. Tex is really caught between a tough spot here. And look at NRG, immediately proactivity called for.
But this is going to give a timing for Aspas and Verno to get into A, and that itself should relieve pressure on Tex.
They hear it. It could come down to the timings here. They hear the ropes, and the shots are fired here. This is going to be pushing these players back. Another tap. No committal. Shock darts raining down. Heavy damage.
They know Tex was here, but Mada is not thinking about it.
It's all about what Tex can find here. The barrel might betray. And yes, Mada spotted, biding the time. Oh! Patience played too much, and Mada, what a shot, what a reaction. Double dash in now, he's feeling it. The rest of NRG looking to see if they can play themselves all the way in a 2v3, though. Still anyone's game to plan. Finally committed the damage. Done! Spraying up down, Verno. He was on for an ace, but shut down by Mada. Pure brilliance, individuality shining from this guy.
I think a Verno ace is the only thing that could have saved MIBR from a complete mental collapse, though. There's a little bit of a smirk on the face of Tex, but he knows he's absolutely bottled that one. They're 7-1 down. MIBR needed it. They were in a winnable spot. He goes for the trigger discipline. But he just beeps about 5 bullets straight into the back wall. What a mess. What an absolute mess. And I think that is a showcase of what's been going wrong for MIBR. All of the spots where previously it felt like, I think the phrase you were using was walking on water.
Yeah.
And now they're drowning.
They are sinking rapidly at that. There's no more money to work with here for MIBR. Again, it's another eco round, but they're not in a position to take ecos. 7-1, this is NRG, prime control. Kiko taking liberties here, just executing them one at a time, playing the team in perfectly. Verno not going to be able to withstand this much. He's got the rifle, sidestepping at least that special delivery, but yeah. Overwhelming with the util and overwhelming with the guns. 8-1 now. This is a rapid crewman of rounds here from NRG. They are not messing around.
No, not at all. These ecos have been cleaned up instantly. There's never been a threat. When NRG have the stronger weaponry, they're completely crushing MIBR here. The defensive setups look lovely.
Oh my God, we're abusing this guy. Where are you going, V? Where are you going?
Bullying a guy that started out his story in Tier 1 on NRG. MIBR are taking the timeout here. They need an adjustment for sure. I mean, they had a clear game plan at the beginning, which was, we're going to run some execs where we go in with Aspas, with Zekken, we then have Mazzino's flashes to be able to set them up, and hopefully that'll be enough to be able to overwhelm the anchors. And the game plan was somewhat working. They were getting to close situations that they couldn't quite close out. But now it feels like they've lost it a bit more, and NRG have woken up even further.
Yeah, firepower differential. A lot of these fights not going their way, and the game plans too, for sure. Every layer of it has been going wrong.
I love the way that NRG play around smokes. I think they do such a good job at controlling space with Kiko and Scuba's smokes, and then playing in the rest of their defenders behind them. They'll always have somebody threatening around these anchor positions and letting the rest of the team to flood. Amada has got the operator. He's looking to try to take an early line across mid. And MIBR want a condition that you can't do that. So it looks like we'll get a clash early. Here's a lineup, write it down.
Xena going to be sending this one. Going to clear the way for it. That's a shot on wide. Mada, at this point, his form has been unbelievable, so it's rare to see him miss shots like that. Zekken, it's a rare misplay by Brock. He's just going to be catching him unaware now onto the reload, but Zekken is pressed into a corner, stunned up. Salvo, next wave of things swinging wide. Gearing up to take that fight and wins it.
There's the star power.
The immense amount of pressure. Zekken is not done. He's not finished.
There's the individual ability that was carrying MIBR early on. Put in a tough spot and wriggling out. 5v2.
Scuba trying to take a time and pass this drone, but he's tagged up. No missteps this time, and Aspas eager. Drops Scuba, takes him out. Mada now left in a 1v5. Of course, he's going to make a play for it, but not long for the world in a spot like that. So, second round, and it is flawless at that here for MIBR. Adjustments working. Mid-pressure off the back of those individuals of Zekken.
You could tell from the way that Broad contested this space, he was very unaware that the vent had been broken. And Zekken's been trying to get into it a couple of times. He made a play with the recall smoke in a previous round, and Mada hit him with the op shot.
Nice round, Zek.
Yeah, it was. It was a big round from Zekken, but they're going to need more.
Only 2 more rounds left to play for in this half. IVR need every single one they can count on. They're taking this one a bit slower.
Yeah, knife over towards A might throw off NRG a little bit. Got 2 players. Scuba and Mada that do like to push out on defense, but They're just going to be anchoring for now.
Second rejoining the pack here as well. Just trying to make sure that they can pull players away. They are currently scoping out the spawn. No command now going to be, again, sending out waves, emanating out. What is that peak? Barely able to get the kill. Yeah, I mean, Zekken gets it. Survives on 10 HP, and a deep TP goes both ways. Armageddon now pushing back this plan. There's a minute left on the clock.
Nobody is thinking about the flank.
No one's thinking about it at all. In the midst of all this chaos, this is Kiko. He could thrive. He could feast. Catches them completely unaware. No one turning around. It's 2 kills in the blink of an eye. And now the pressure completely flipped. It's MIBR. It's Zekken and Tex left to see if they can dig themselves out. But Kiko running a mockery. 9 rounds now, and only 1 more left to play for in the half.
A complete missing piece of the puzzle there from MIBR.
Nobody thinking about it.
Not at all. It's like they completely forgot that the Omen ult had even gone off. And I think in the midst of the chaos, that's exactly what happened. They must have just not even noted it, nobody comming it. And Kiko gets around behind for 3 kills.
Holy shit, good shit, good shit.
Well, it was a 9-3 half on split, and NRG still found a way to recover. Can MIBR at least get to that?
Been having difficulties for it. Inserting Zekken. It's in that mid link, but you can't really count on the same play twice. This time, NRG are very much aware.
Yeah, they're hyper aware.
Yeah, playing a bit further back. Drone to try and clear this one. Paranoia's there, but Emergent pass. Good luck, Hunter's Fury. And Salvo's at your feet. They are using everything.
Oh, that's so nice.
Long range with the assist. And oh my, almost there with a second kill. Zekken. Significant damage done to Kiko, but he is surviving. And now, dropping down, potential sound cue heard. Verno.
This time, he's not going to get caught by the flank.
It's an off angle. Kiko. Barrel pokes out, and there it is.
What a
Scuba
spot.
and Ethan. Definitely so. 2v4 for them to play in here, but this is looking like MIBR will be able to get that third unless something significant happens. Scuba shut down, trying to make the play. And Ethan now, the IGL left to do it all, but eventually shut down. Good trades intact by Aspas. 9-3. You posed the question, Josh.
Well, it's another round where the individual brilliance of MIBR shines through.
Yep.
This is a Waylay ult and Sovereign combo going into Zekken, and he just one-taps the guy contesting him despite the fact he's hindered. There's a counter Sovereign in order to punish Brock, who just pushed out through A to pick up the ult orb to get that ult online in the first place.
Let's go. We are the best team on defense.
Well,
he's juggling to himself.
Yeah, that's because they've only won 3 out of 24 rounds on defensive Abyss. They are going to have to play lights out here.
The super team of MIBR are being pushed and penned into a bit of a corner here. It's up to them to really see if they can dig their way out from a spot like this. Currently going up against NRG, reigning world champions, and they're playing like it at this point on.
Yeah, there's been a huge turnaround in this series. And it was NRG recovering a 3-9 half on split that put us in this position to begin with. You just heard as we went to the break, Aspas chuckle into the rest of his team and saying, it's all right, guys, we're incredible on the defense side of Abyss when they're down 9-3. The last 2 times MIBR have played Abyss against Furia and NRG, they only won 3 defensive rounds out of 24. So, yeah, they're going to have to do a lot better than usual here.
telling me there's a chance.
I'm telling you there's a very small chance.
Big group up here. NRG. Drone's going to get cancelled. No, the knife is broken, so unimpeded. That's going to be that stealth drone clearing the way. But MIBR have a stack of bodies ready onto the site to receive. It's all about how you really handle it. The smoke up and over. Zekken is wiggling around. This is a playground for him right now. But Kiko! Deep TP into the back. They were not expecting that.
That is a nasty 3K. Both Omens going bonkers there. And Kiko coming out on top. Major recovery in terms of his individual performance across this map. He is treating it like a playground. Tex, nightmare spot for him.
Yep.
Gets drilled by Brock. First bullet straight to him. NRG go up 10-3.
They're looking different.
Yeah, they're looking like they're in prime position to be able to force us to a map 5.
Oh. Yeah, that's nice. That's sharp.
I said earlier on that only one of these teams was playing like they were in trophy lifting, Masters winning form, but it's very much been a tale of two halves here.
Yeah. NRG paving the way ahead to a reverse sweep, one round at a time, one map at a time.
And it's a force buy from MIBR.
Yeah, they realize what they have to do here. Zekken shredded by a couple of bullets. We'll have to respect that one. They do have players in position, but the dart's not dealt with. That's a saturate up and over towards the top, and he's revealed, lit up. Mada locks on, locks in, and this guy is not letting any stone be unturned. Clears up the rest of the site now. Damaged under Verno. Can't even pressure and push back the plant in time. It's going to drop down to 30 HP. It's desperation for MIBR. Plant down now, NRG are in a very comfortable position. The guns just aren't good enough to do the job, not from this sort of range. Shock dart to sidestep, nade's gonna sail overhead. Kiko will be spammed down as a result of it, but it goes both ways. NRG, massive player advantage, and all the confidence in the world now to just take over this map.
Storming ahead, and essentially seals the fate of Abyss here. MIBR forced into this round to make a desperate comeback. And now they're just going to be stuck on, you know, stingers and light weaponry for basically the rest of the half, unless they can do something miraculous. No break on the recon there is a tragedy. And then drops down right behind Text, who was hiding in the corner.
Second guessing himself. He was like, is that a teammate?
Yeah. You got to feel for the MIBR players, though. Halfway through split, they must have thought that they were already going to Chile.
Yeah. Mentally packing their bags, perhaps, but NRG showing that grit and resolve. This is what makes champions at the end of the day. A lot of util going to be expended on either side here. A bit of a pull. Tex, he's off the map. He's off the map, man. NRG all the way in. Liberty's taken. Heads are being popped. And no matter not, you can throw caution to the wind as much as you want, but MIBR are not getting past this stone wall that NRG have. Underhanded with a flash, it is pure desperation again, but again, the weapons are not good enough. 12 rounds now for NRG. At this point, both sides probably thinking just about that next map, Haven coming up.
So many of these games to qualify for Santiago across all regions have gone to 5. This is our final team, the final spot for qualification.
Oh.
That is tragic. He's got his head in his hands immediately, hasn't he? At the end of the day, at least it wasn't in a close match where it made a big difference. They weren't going to win that round, and they're almost certainly not going to win this map anyway. But, man, it's got to feel brutal. The manner in which they've lost some of these rounds and these moments has been tragic.
NRG just A-execing. They might be able to get a stack of 4 players. Anything to try and stop the mass blast, blind firing into the wall, but they are finding it difficult to get through still. There's a player advantage. NRG though just walk up past it. No one's holding that choke point. Ethan still gets the second up to the top of the box. There's adjustment to the aim. Verno keeps his team in it for now.
The first of 9 chances denied, and MIBR keep themselves going. 12-4 though. It would be an insane achievement if they were able to come back from this point. Looks way more likely that we would be going to Haven.
So bad.
Took a stack of players, 4 of them on A. just to push them back.
If they do end up going to Haven, the nerves, even for these veteran players, have got to be difficult to calm.
Flash, Hunter's Fury. It's an aggro play, a bit of proactivity, but a real acknowledgement, and it's going to go both ways now. Up into the sky, trying to avoid the ire of Brock. Pinpoint accuracy, just the one tag. A lot of damage done, though. Zek and Inverno, both of them low as anything.
And it was these slow-paced rounds that were getting it done for NRG on their attack side of Split. They were being able to generate early picks and then just hardcore punish what MIBR were going for to try to generate some kind of counterplay.
NRG, they love the salvo play. Crack open both the doors, direct the attention of one of the players on the defense over towards mid.
It softens up the sights so much.
Yep.
You need Aspas to be a hero here.
Blade Storm out.
It really has been shut out again on Abyss, the way that NRG play he's struggled with.
Contacting for now, but as soon as the oar's picked up, that's the signal. Everybody wants to send it flying forwards. Aspas, it's all on him. Potentially spotted up onto the high ground and definitely revealed by the recon. Armageddon, lay it down, Ethan! Just catches him.
Oh,
Kiko!
What's
Friendly
happening?
fire, Verno's in there, capitalizing, trying to make the most of it, but he's damaged down, 45 HP. The spike has dropped down at that. Mazzino off onto the flank, but spotted out, and Brock eager for the engagement. And even anticipating the second part of it, but Zekid will clean it up. Spike's down. Scuba, barely any time to work with here, but both players are low. They'll go down to barely anything at all. The Paranoia misses. Individuals, 1v1. Scuba seals it up once more.
He's been the most clutch player in the server, and he delivers again. Closes the door, slams it shut in the faces of the super team. 13-4. What a response. Something happened in that halftime on Split, and NRG have woken up. That walk backstage has got to feel rough for MIBR. They are going towards a Haven, which could seal their fate. Losing 3 best-of-5s, and this one in brutal fashion to miss out on Santiago.
Within their hands, but now we're in reverse sweep territory. NRG showing what it takes to go to the globals, to lift trophies.
And
they're doing it to the super team.
You cannot let opportunities like this slip you past. These games are for a chance at legacy and history.
It's all going to be decided on Haven as either side. At map 5, you already know you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss who we're sending to Santiago as our final team.
Echo trying to even this one back into his favor. This is one man, what can he do? Isoing moving, King! Kiko! Where was that coming from?
You got 10 stones, and now Mazzino's in the pit. And Mazzino was super ready for it. Still has that determination.
What's good, everyone? We had to come out and be amongst the people. Give yourselves a round of applause because we're going into map 5, and honestly, it couldn't have ended any other way when it comes to NRG and MIBR. But let's go ahead and break down what we saw. Starting at the beginning, because the MVP of 2025, the Broctagon, really stepped up for this team, and NRG really needed him.
10-1 was how the first game ended, straight for NRG. They continued that into this 4th map with 2 ridiculous rounds from Brock. It starts with this 4K on the pistol, and then in the bonus round, immediately after, he plays it so well to stall time as MIBR struggles to find any pick into that late round.
Yeah, getting the pick on the planter, absolutely refusing to get any kind of information off this round to allow them to get back into it. And overall, Brock just phenomenal gameplay, but I think NRG as a whole, they just looked so solid. This is kind of the energy that we are looking for from them. The way that they're talking, the way that they're kind of playing with each other, and a lot of these micro things that they're doing just look so phenomenal.
Yeah, it is very clear that whatever was plaguing NRG in maps 1 and 2, clearly not affecting them here. If anything, on the other side of the field, though, you have an MIBR Athena that's looking quite dejected, and honestly, for good reason. They were just 1 map away from qualifying for Santiago.
They definitely need to lock in here. Yeah, still, they definitely need to lock in for this one. I think they came into it knowing that Abyss just isn't their strongest map. They had a pretty good idea that NRG was going to kind of steamroll and have a lot of these really good trap plays and setups, and going into it, maybe they just let it happen and are hoping for better success on Haven.
What's brutal is this is another time where they've been that close. You think of the first BO5 they played this weekend. They stomped that game on Breeze, go into a map 5, an opportunity to close out there. It slipped away. Here, winning those first 2 maps, they have another chance, but this has been a return to that slide. However, I think the point you're bringing up around it being Abyss, the map that they've struggled with, is fair. This has always been excellent for NRG, but there were still some issues showing. I think they struggled with dealing with a lot of the tendencies of NRG. This is a team that flanks a ton on their defense when they're retaking, and NRG was getting away with crazy value in those rounds, even though they've shown it a ton.
Yeah, it's very clear that for MIBR in this situation, the weight of the world is on their shoulders. They were right there, right at the finish line, and now they are looking down at potentially being eliminated. And what's worse is that they have gone through the gauntlet to get to this point here. And Mimi, one has to wonder, right? Does MIBR have it in them to be able to bring it back? I like to think they do.
It's going to be tough, though, losing these 2 maps in a row. Think about the weekend that they've had. We are going into map 5 of this series, the 3rd BL5 straight they have played. That is 13 maps, 13 officials played in just 3 days. If you look back at the history of VALORANT in the partnership era of Tier 1 teams, there has never been a format where a team has had to play that many maps in that short a period of time, and especially not when they lost 2 of them and then have to come back in with a last chance.
The endurance is crazy, and the mentality towards it too is insane. As a player, coming back from a lot of these downfalls, lows that you're having, and having to constantly perform at such a high level against such a high level team as well. I mean, former world champions, NRG, they're here ready to play. And for MIBR, they really need to step it up and kind of find the ground that they're trying to run on, because for Haven, it's a hard map to play. You have so many small tendencies as a team that you need to follow up on, and a lot of picks that they need to play for. And against NRG, who's so solidified with a lot of their playstyle, it's going to be pretty hard.
Yeah, it really is, of course. So let's not forget the last time we had a reverse cheat, 2023, C9 versus Leviathan. Does history repeat itself? That's what we want to know. But before we do all that, let's give out some free stuff. Yeah! We got Emily, we got Rivington. Throw the crap to the crowd and have a good time. Let's do this, baby. Game 5 starting up in just a little bit. You don't want to miss it, and this is why you come to the Riot Games Games Arena.
Well, this is the true test, isn't it? Map 5. And scenarios like this, they do not come often. Reverse sweep territory for NRG.
How have we ended up here?
It's unbelievable. From the second half of Split onwards, something has just flipped. They cracked, they broke, something about it.
Yeah. MIBR were 4 rounds away from being able to make it to Santiago. That's all they needed on Split was 4 rounds. But they couldn't find them. Couldn't find them anywhere. And then on Abyss, they didn't have a hope. There was a lot going wrong on Abyss for MIBR. They looked like they were losing their heads. They need to find them again quick for Haven. For either squad, losing out here is really rough. You've got a super team, you've got the defending world champions. Expectations are enormous. Only one of the teams can make it. Only one team gets the right to represent Americas and hunt for another trophy. And even though we're in the lower bracket, I really do think either of these teams, whoever makes it, will be in a hunt for a trophy. That will be what they are looking to achieve.
There's no slouches this year in Americas.
Whether they can get that form going. And here we see the compositions. It is a solo duelist map here.
No surprises.
Not particularly. But I would also say it's not up towards the top of anybody's map pool. We are now down in the dirt at the end of what for MIBR is the 3rd best of 5 in 3 days. I mean, exhaustion's going to play a factor. Prep is going to play a factor as well, because I think you are more likely to be prepped for other maps than this final one.
Hidden reserves need to be accessed to try and shove off and prevent this reverse sweep from happening. These players are experienced across the board on both sides of the stage. They've been in spots like this before, whether they've been the one reverse sweeping or trying to push it back and prevent it from happening.
It's very true.
They're going to have to dig upon all of those memories and more when you get this deep into a best of 5, especially when you consider, like you said, the desk was talking about it, the fatigue. It's got to be settling in at this point for MIBR.
My thoughts can't help but go towards Mazzino, who's your attack side Viper, the guy who's going to be activating on a lot of those A lurks. He has more to play for here than anybody else. Ethan's playing to have a chance at a trophy and maybe be the winningest player of all time, overtaking Chronicle, right? On the other side, you've got like Aspas playing for a trophy as well, something that he's been longing to get with a big roster. But it's Mazzino who I'm focused on, because I think this guy playing as a Chilean in front of the home crowd.
He's got the most to lose.
He does. And it would surely didn't cross his mind when he's in the upper finals, looking like one of the best teams in Americas, that they might be in this spot.
He's been saying
it all to lose, honestly. It really is.
I completely agree. He's been saying on the stream as well, listen, this would mean the most to him, to be honest. Out of all the events to win, he said if he won Masters Santiago, he would never take that title off in game.
Yeah.
Even if he won champs.
Of
this
course.
one means the most to him. And you're right, it slipped out of his grasp, his team's grasp, game after game, and now left here.
He did put up an incredible performance in the final map against G2, but that one was a 0-3. You know, the rest of the squad was not there. Here, they have had chances to win. In fact, they flipped our expectation by being the stronger team at the start of the series. Most people thought NRG were going to come in here and kind of wipe the floor. That did not happen until late on.
Well, here it is. Timer's ticking down. Haven, map 5. The battle of 2 juggernauts to decide who represents Americas for that final slot at Santiago. NRG with their reverse sweep. It's up to MIBR to try and shove them back.
Very standard pistol round setup here for NRG. 3 players over towards B. Normally, you'd be looking at them potentially reacting and pushing based off this C pressure. regrouping over towards A early and now taking the migration to go and reinforce Scuba's position as that turret breaks.
Hell of a read.
But it's a wrong read, isn't it? Because MIBR are resetting after breaking the turret. That default is just to rob NRG of a little bit of info. And now, because NRG rotated across the map instead of pushing, there's gaps.
They're going to be looking to re-clear some space themselves. The drone does signal quite a bit to NRG here that they're at least opponents are guessing. They haven't actually capitalized and taken up a lot of that space. They're also making rotations about which way are they going.
What is
They're
going on
running
here?
rings around the map trying to get the legs and the steps in, apparently.
I think they're going to end up in the right position.
Yeah, they are. They're following the sound cues, and here it is. They found it anyway. Paranoia forwards. There's a stun into the back. Aspas trying to lead this again, but these walls in your face make it difficult to try and chew through and get through. Jumping, right clicks, everything being offloaded. Vulnerable to Verno. You're getting ticked down, ticked down, ticked down. The pressure is getting to these players, and you're starting to see it made manifest.
Mazzino, though, has found the gap. He's in through B. MIBR cancel a little bit, and they're going back into him.
Trying to hit those shots. Stop against the Neon is a hard task all around. 14 seconds, nothing to play with. The spike is in the middle of nowhere. They need to carve out a path, but NRG are the ones stopping it. Short of the mark entirely. Players in the right spots, and the shots are fired. Flawless for NRG, and anarchy to begin this final map.
Absolutely crazy pistol round, and yet the end result is pretty similar to what we've been seeing across today and across kickoff. MIBR can't buy these rounds. They can't find them. They get themselves into somewhat winnable positions.
Come on, we're everywhere!
That's what I'm saying.
They really are. Almost every single pistol in this series has gone NRG's way. And MIBR are not going to go for the force this time.
Energy and momentum has never left NRG. Second half is split onwards. Dart reveals quite a bit there. Two players aiming to break it, and we're going to be trying to swing into that one still. It's good shots, good damage, and an attempt to reclaim the weapon is punished. Kiko, though, he's alone and needs help here in a spot like this. Mazzino has found slightest of corners to play in. Dropping a few weapons, spraying a couple of shots. He's eager not to give over the Guardian. Zekken and Mazzino. With the smoke fading, Kiko fully aware.
He's so sharp with it there. And Zekken's only got a classic to play with. It was Mazzino, the danger guy, with the Bulldog there. And while the initial idea up through short looked like it had some legs, Kiko shut it down fast.
And turret's going to be deactivated here. Zekken's going to aim to get a bit of plant money here. Doesn't have a weapon to really play with, just a classic. If he wants a way to win, he's going to have to take risks, but already Ethan is hot on his trail.
And they're trying to juggle a weapon over, but it's not really going to work.
Well,
they keep a little bit of... Oh, yeah.
They have a lot of time with the defuse.
Yeah, they're delaying the defuse for an enormous amount of time here so that they can go and pick up the Bulldog.
Yeah. So they are going to be able to reclaim a lot of the big guns, most expensive ones at least. So, and NRG... very good at managing their economy in spots like this. When they win the bonus, or at least the pistol, I should say, sets them up beautifully for the bonus.
And they've been good in those kind of situations too.
Yeah.
You can't state enough how much it has been an issue for MIBR early. Well, he has to make a play.
You've got to take risks in a spot like that. You can't just sit back.
Crucial that MIBR get on the board here, though. They cannot allow NRG to win a bonus. You've got to right the ship. You've got to get belief in yourself early on in a map 5.
Right now, you're way off course. 5 players.
Right here.
Essentially grouped up towards mid here. It looks like a B hit is going to be called for. MIBR. Ball's propped up with a fast lane. Deep TP up towards the top. Zekken landing a couple of those shots. Guardian in hand. Tapping away. He's aiming for the best. But Scuba still survives and pushes it all the way back. These players are in. They're umming and ahhing. They're wondering how to get the most. But it's a bonus. Bonus for NRG. Oh my God, man.
It's gross.
You just got to look away sometimes.
That is not okay. MIBR, the only player that gets into the site is Zekken. The others are miles away. Way too far behind. Where is the aggression? Where is the killer instinct that was on display early on?
It's gone. MIBR are just lost at sea.
Zekken fights, Tex fights, Verno fights, all before Aspas is even in a position to take a duel. The system that was working so well in maps 1 and 2 has collapsed.
Running it forward here, Aspas angry, rifle in his hands.
This is a force buy,
a
hero
make a difference. He's been doing this, rifle or operator, whatever you might call it. Turret's going to be broken, he wants to get the hell out. Not looking to get punished, but he's also potentially getting that bait and switch. But Kiko, oh my, so damn aware.
Completely shut down that hero rifle and dropped it in a spot that's actually really dangerous to go and try to recover.
Retrievable. Tex has got a timing though, past that alarm bot. This could be a difference maker, but he's going to be meeting. Was that Ethan running through the spawn? Knife out though, anticipated, and there's good crosshair placement. That is a gun to be reclaimed.
They need to clean this up quickly.
Gun picked up, and they do clean it up. That is zero hesitation from NRG.
Yeah, I think that's the right protocol.
They give up side control, but at the end of the day, not losing the weapon is probably more important. Don't get away with this. There's no way! Toying with them. They know all the little quirks of every single map.
Gun here.
You'd expect from a team with Brock on it, and now gearing up for this. Mazzino, Guardian, you need heroics, you need magic, but again, you got to jump in Neon in your face. And what do you do about that? The damage is done, chipped down to 3 HP. Verno is biding his time to strike, but he doesn't have the gun. The firepower just not there. NRG, they're steamrolling them.
And the early gambles from MIBR have not been working. They went for the force buy earlier on. We saw it in a previous map, failed. And the look on Frod's face was one of heavy disappointment. Here again, they go for that hero buy. They try to get a rifle into Aspas's hands.
See me moving? I saw you, bro.
The guy whose form was carrying them through the early game. We were talking about it. They're back to normal. We were saying Aspas back to how we expect him to be able to play. And across Abyss and here on Haven to Open, he's not been the guy that they need him to be. If you put a hero rifle in his hand, you're hoping that he wins that fight over towards Garage. And Kiko had his number. It's gonna mean that Verno's running a Bulldog into this one. Bulldog light armor as well. He's willing to take the knock for the rest of the squad, but Verno was also one of the best performing players across the early maps.
You're essentially hampering his efforts. Got to give immense credit to Kiko though. He has got an insane level of awareness when he's been taking these fights. A real difference maker actually.
Yeah.
He's eager to get to Santiago himself as well to potentially go up against his former team.
They just qualified this morning, didn't they?
Yeah.
He'll have a chance to play against Nats and Camo if he can complete this reverse sweep, which looked incredibly unlikely earlier on.
I guess the entire series has just been unexpected results.
It has, yeah.
From beginning to potentially end now.
I want to see in this round a functional system from MIBR. I want to see the right players in entry positions. Aggression from them. Maybe even some post-plant aggression if they end towards C or B.
It's working well on other maps. Taking a fight directly to NRG.
Careful. But they seem to have lost the plot.
They do, yeah. Plans are a bit skew-whiff here, but they're going to be contenting up behind, using the Viper wall as a bit of cover. Setup though. Alarm bot in short, and you're not going to expect Scuba to be tucked tight here, not when the alarm bot's already there, but Matter's going to be ready to join him on that long A angle watch for as well. This drone through mid, it's an attempt to try and pull players away, weaken the A site.
Yeah, but Ethan, is he not just grabbing full information right now on the top of B, or is he tucked behind the site? It's hard to tell from the minimap. No, he's just tucked behind, yeah. So he's actually unaware of what's happening. Turret, though, giving him good info to play off.
Turret's posted. It's just Cedar's weak. Good stun, disconnects. Lombard into the corner, and even spotting out that player. So Scuba rooted out of the spot. Matado, he's going to answer back almost immediately there with a trade, and it looks like Brock wants to get active and into the fight. Drops down out of heaven into hell, and this guy is a demon himself when he has that Odin. Spike is dropped.
30 seconds left.
Irretrievable at this point. This is a lackluster MIBR that are running out of answers. They ran out of them a while ago, to be honest.
What a round from NRG, though, too. The paranoia is perfect from Ethan, catching the short and long players for the A squad to play off. And think about the defensive setup. They have the Killjoy on A, And MIBR, Verno's thinking, right, KJ has moved over towards A. That means the stack is probably over on the other side of the map. No, they've got many players defending the A side. Viper Orb on the A side. Killjoy util to play off as well. Hard red and destroyed those anchor positions and crossfire setups that NRG are known for deliver again.
Exactly right. I mean, it's so unexpected, really. You see that level of setup.
Well, they just left C incredibly open.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they left C completely to Kiko and just left it in his hands.
Zeno. Slightly off center. He's going to sidestep that string of bullets, and meanwhile, Mada exploring towards mid. Supported the rest of his team here. Ethan, I believe, either priming a paranoia or ready to respond with the weapon himself. Very ready. NRG's so good at cooking up these little micro trap plays. As soon as Mada gets a sniff of any action, the rest of the team will be ready to respond, but MIBR slow going.
And they're going to be fast on the A retake if that is where MIBR end. But here comes Tex. And this could be a nightmare for the guy.
He's not long for the world, is he? As soon as that contact's caught, there it is. Paranoia.
Late.
Delayed, yeah, late. So Tex is actually going to be able to get out with his life.
Late and also into the floor, I think, from Ethan.
Not quite ready for it, but they're going to have bodies in position over towards A. The rest of them might be actually getting a bit of a read. They've moved their way up through mid, taking up residency now onto the B site. Plant forced out here, but this is fast and loose. NRG raring to go. Overdrive popped, and there is no remorse here. This gameplay, relentless stuff from NRG. Taking no prisoners. Diffuse already onto half. Tex and Verno. Not much you can do from a spot like this.
No, I mean, Verno's only got a stinger. He's not even going to want to save this.
Full diffuse, 6 rounds now in a row for NRG. The reality of this reverse sweep being made manifest more and more with each passing round.
And a complete crash down to earth from MIBR. They were in a lofty position in the upper bracket. And suddenly, every round they're going to be thinking to themselves, how have we got here?
Beautiful, bro. Beautiful, bro.
Second timeout here for MIBR.
Second timeout, burned already.
Yep.
In 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's telling.
In map 5. On your final chance, the 3rd strike of Kickoff. We already saw in Pacific, RRQ fall to the same fate and fail to make Santiago. They got knocked down into a lower bracket where PaperX were waiting for them. That's a nightmare. Well, so is NRG. We were talking about it all throughout Americas. We were saying whoever lost between that MIBR and Furia team were going to have a serious task on their hands.
Oh, yeah.
But today, MIBR came out with so much vigor.
They came out swinging.
And yet it's just disappeared. Maybe the exhaustion, delayed onset. As the series got later and later, they seem to have run out of the same level of ideas and aggression.
Listen, best of 5s on their own are a test of endurance. They're a marathon, right? But 3 of them back to back. This is a test that has never really been had before from a team in Valorant.
No.
You need to be truly exceptional to be able to bounce back in the way that MIBR did at the beginning of this series, but they're petering out now. NRG capitalizing, taking advantage of it. Aspas. Couple of shots landing onto him. He's going to be weakened here. The paranoia in his face. Fast lane up. Trying to make them second guess themselves. And the shots. Oh my god, and not even letting them get involved. Stun ricochets with a chance to really take advantage. Has already missed this wall in their face. It is umming and ahhing. It is hesitation. And you're throwing bodies at it. NRG have the full, complete read.
They got 4 players ready to defend here, and Aspas could not entry. Knocked down to 2 HP. It was far too obvious. And this round's a weird one. Mazzino, I think, is just going to want to save the rifle.
Verno get it. Nah.
So would Verno. Because the money is not good. Mazzino's got 150 credits. Tex has got 400. The rest of the team was going for a save. So this round was a messy buy to begin with, and now it's in a 2v5 that is essentially unwinnable. MIBR are just going to be lucky to hold on to what they've got.
You already know NRG are going to be hunting
man, spots like this are some of the toughest mentally, I got to imagine.
Yeah.
Because while you could use it as like an extra
30
timeout,
seconds left.
in all likelihood, the MIBR players are going to want full silence so that they could hear anybody looking to punish the rifles. And so you've just got to sit and stew. Sit and stew in the silence, looking at that 0 at the top of the scoreboard. Thoughts ruminating on things that have gone wrong to put you in this position.
10 seconds left.
When they were so close on split.
4 rounds
Handful
away.
of rounds, yeah. 4 rounds away from qualifying for Santiago. Lining up though, Verno. He's going to try and topple them all down, but eventually NRG come for their prize. The guns reclaimed, taken out of their hands, 7-0.
This is a collapse.
There's no more timeouts, no more interjection from Fraud.
No.
It's up to the players to see if they can pick themselves up, but how can you do it, man, when everything you've tried has gone wrong?
It feels like NRG have got 3 or 4 players everywhere you look to end.
Yeah.
You've got to try activating the lurks more heavily. Pump fakes in one direction, try to get Mazzino inserted on an A lurk. See if you can get Tex working his way through mid. Oh, and he's dead already!
It's filthy! A punish onto the killjoy when they expect that turret lineup. Verno's out into the open. This is individualistic. This is just throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Because everything has gone wrong for MIBR. NRG are putting on a world-class performance here on Haven.
Absolutely destroying the super team from Americas.
Toxin screen down.
Zekken not even able to get the punish there onto Brock. Not a piece of damage done.
Toxin screen down.
They're looking to try to get their way back in through A if they can. Mazzino's going to put up the wall and then just walk into a wall of bullets. A 2v5. Same as the previous round, but now what's the point in saving? You might as well do something. These rounds are chalked from beginning to end.
They are. NRG, the defensive setups are so many layers that they're putting on top. He reads and stacks and they got. And if there's hitting shots like that, my God!
If you're deleting Aspas in one shot while he's neon sliding, you deserve to go to Santiago. That is filthy.
Just unbelievable.
Try that one out in your ranked games.
Yeah.
Tex wrecked.
Didn't get a chance to play the game. Same could be said for
He's not going to turn.
He's
not going to turn grass again, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
Got a bit of a fear into his step, but this is 8 rounds in a row now, leading NRG.
Yeah, look, he's turning the mid window now.
Yeah.
And they push, they go for an A lobby crunch. Anticipating MIBR making an adjustment. They've taken Tex down again. You are not allowed to play the game.
This is unreal. He's been forced back to that spectator seat multiple rounds in a row without even seeing a soul. Second. It's an attempt from him to return that fire, but Matters deep posted, and all it takes is a half clearance, and it leaves Matters time to shine. Zekken again returns it.
It's a good trade at least. It's a better situation, honestly, than MIBR have been in for the majority of Haven. They get themselves potentially into an A site here. NRG are evacuating it currently. They can always play the retake with the lockdown. Verno's dead, so no ult to be able to break it.
Cover going out. Look at the way they're playing. 2 players deep in spawn. Open access to the A side, but like you said, this lockdown's going to be used, presumably to retake.
I don't really understand this. You've got to pit, I think, to get yourself back in from the lockdown. You know you're going to get pushed out of the site, so you have to pit to get yourself back in. But Mazzino's so committed and the spike is so far away.
Yeah, it's again.
Are they
No
not
one's on
going
the
to go
same
for the
page.
pit?
Aspas is going for a peek here. He's overstaying. NRG are not going to offer you opportunities.
Oh, no.
Snake bite, shock darts raining down. Detainment is the only choice you've got.
They're both detained.
You're forced to lose, essentially. NRG give you no options. Give you no chances. They steal away your hope.
Far too easy for NRG. They get up to 9. MIBR with no answers, no ideas, and how could you not feel for Mazzino? You're seeing a guy's dream shatter in real time.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
all the way from the upper bracket, and NRG are manhandling them currently.
Backbreaker after backbreaker rounds.
Will Tex be allowed to play the game to open up here? Look at Brock on this line. He's going for the spam through the door. Across to A lobby.
We'll see if he lands it again. That's a lot of damage. Zekan! Oh! How does he anticipate this?
He's unbelievable, man. He's a menace everywhere around the map. You don't see him.
It's just unbelievable. I think I used the term unethical earlier, but I'm going to reserve that for Brock from now on.
Yeah, I think it's right.
They're not giving him a chance to play. They're not giving him a chance to play.
They don't even get to play the game.
Oh my God, man.
He's killed everybody through a wall. No one's seen anyone in this game.
Tex has. And even then, he's going to be shut down by the trade instantly. 9-0. Gearing up for 10 rounds in a row. Such dominance. I can't remember the last time I've seen it, especially in the fashion that NRG are going for.
For this to be map 5, MIBR will have been coming out the back of Abyss and thinking, right, well, we've got another map, we've got another opportunity. And then slowly now, the dread is going to be seeping in. I say slowly. At this point, you'd be hard to find any glimmer of hope.
Look at this. Nah.
I mean, the mad part is he wasn't dead and then he TP'd into it.
Yeah.
Headshots.
Nah.
This is brutal.
Nah. That's maniacal. I think listen, if you enjoy that, that's
you're sick.
It's a red flag. It's a red flag. Brock's doing it again. He's doing it again. 10 rounds in a row. NRG. They're not giving them a chance to breathe.
I mean, what that does end up with, though, is that MIBR have got ults that they've never been able to even use.
No.
Tex with no armor, but not that it made a difference. Verno and Mazzino also going for Vandal, no armor.
I've never seen such a flattening.
No, this is utter dominance.
In just all the years of Valorant.
And yeah, it feels not just like a 13-0, but like a completely one-sided 13-0.
It's a statement.
But this game, the first 2.5 maps, so heavily towards MIBR.
Yeah.
And a switch flipped.
Joe now trying to get these tags off. 45 seconds though, MIBR. They're desperate for anything at this point. Grasping at straws with the stack of players. NRG have got players in position. Matter doesn't that operated. A paranoia is going to be good connection. Really willing to play off the back of this one though. They've been stunted and slowed at least by that util, but that's passes forwards anyway. Leading it forwards. The team making sure that they can clear out all of the little areas here, but Ethan's still playing himself in. This guy is eager to go, raring to go. Brock over the top. Hit through heaven. It's the plan tonight. No, no. Not a single chance is offered. Just when you think MIBR have a hope, a glimpse of getting around on the board, it's shattered in the blink of an eye. This is an NRG showing that world beater form, showing that world champion form, what it takes to lift a trophy, what it takes to represent Americas on the biggest stages of the year.
MIBR are just not on their level today.
And Even's feeling it.
The value from Brock is unbelievable. The shock darts raining down on Verno. Had no armor, couldn't just tank him. Not again. Not again.
Can't be showing this. Sidestepped for now, but you know Brock's going to be waiting in the wings.
Tex just took a tickle.
Never far behind. And a deep push. The disrespect by NRG. They are all the way through mid already. They know this game's in their grasp. They know they're in complete control. The lockdown activated, but this is NRG looking to fight over it. Shock darts raining down. Potential here with a util, but they might be forced to respect this one. Deep TP into the corner. It's getting a little bit messy. Ethan is hard committed. And the overextension, Hunter's Fury into the corner. This is everything being thrown. MIBR practically the kitchen sink to try and get something going for them. The pit still up. Bit of an issue here. Keeper's still active. You never know what could happen. This guy's alone. He's a one-man army. No way. Can't be doing this. Dodging, juking, avoiding the fights. The aim straight down. Can't get the third. But the damage might just be done anyway, Scuba. Anticipating that re-swing.
He knows where they both are. Surely MIBR get one.
They have to, surely, at this point. A 1v2. Scuba's been given agency. Free reign, he's just in the sight.
So much respect offered, so much space given. This is not how MIBR was winning earlier on.
They were winning with just aggression, disrespect, running at them. Reliance on the aim, but doing it together. This looks like their spirits have just been taken away. Scuba, tap, pulls out the dart, doesn't break it, going for the kill, and at least MIBR get the one, but my God, is the damage done.
It's a pity round at this point, thrown out for NRG. The half is utterly dominant. And you're looking at the team in the lead who've been winning on pistols as well. Who've got all the momentum behind them.
You know, it's MIBR.
You gotta keep the spirits up somehow. Gotta keep your heads in the game, but at this point, it is NRG entirely. Pure dominance from the reigning world champs. Before our very eyes, history may be about to be made. NRG up 11-1 at the half. And our final map here, and they're on the verge of completing a historic act in itself, a reverse sweep to be made in a BO5 against a team that was bespoke built for success, bespoke built to lift trophies and attend these events. But now they have spiraled ever downwards from that upper bracket all the way down to the lowest of lows.
And a reverse sweep is one thing, but the manner in which it's happened, it is completely another.
It's unheard of.
From the point of that middle of the series, the halftime of Split, MIBR, since then, have only been able to win 6 rounds.
Yeah.
They got 1 round on Split, 4 rounds on Abyss, and now only 1 in a whole half on Haven. They are getting completely dominated. NRG, it is a victory parade right now for them.
Brimming with confidence, and it shows in their play. They're taking liberties, taking risks, and everything is working. They can do no wrong. A lot of damage offloaded into Kiko here for the pistol. This has been NRG's domain so far in this series.
Yeah, they've been winning so many of these.
Verno, the sole recipient of a lot of this aggression that might be coming his way here. He's just trying to hold down the A side, but look at him. Looking left, looking right. He's got to clear a short, a long. A lot of unknowns. Doesn't know where these players could be. He's just missed the timing, and now with the util, there's no more chances. He's just got to try and weather the storm and get his team back in, but that dart is good. Aspas delivers it. To blow to the head, Mada's going to be knocked out and down by the cow, but Scuba lurking off to the side. Kills claimed. NRG, they've got the guns and got the weapons. Space is theirs. And Verno tucked tight to the corner. This Anchor Smoke is the only respite he's got. His team is in though, ready to try and put up a bit of a performance, and Tech's okay. At least getting himself online, some kills on the board. Allowed to play the game for once in this map.
Yeah. Scuba fakes like he's running away. He's been easily the most clutch player in the game so far. Most clutch out of any of these guys at kickoff, but this would be something completely different.
11 seconds, though. Not a lot of time to work with, and the damage already done. So, pistol rounds.
They double the amount of rounds that they've won so far on Haven.
Yeah, a round of fist bumps, too. No cause for jumping out of your seat just yet, though.
No, it's 2 in a row. We'll have to make it 3, and then keep going from there. It looks like an impossible task. I think I would have also said the one split, that the comeback was fairly impossible for NRG.
They managed to do it.
I never say never. NRG have been up 11-1 before and lost.
Cover going out.
It's very true.
But in that situation, it was their opponents putting the pressure of the reverse sweep on them. And in map 5, they fairly easily dealt with it. And that was what allowed them to lift the trophy at the end of last year. It's just all got to be absolutely perfect from here for MIBR.
And from what we've seen, it's been disjointed. No more timeouts, no more time for interjection, breathing room, time to think. Just got to drag it back one round at a time, but NRG, look at them. I mean, they're playing for the long haul. Orbs up, biding their time. The danger of a team like NRG, they're going to play every single round to win, even if they're on an eco. And they're hungry for the kill. Zekken desperately trying to escape this one, but takes Aspas. Answer back, they slap them straight back down to earth and ground this NRG squad that was getting away with a little bit too much.
A good beginning, a clean conversion off the pistol. And a rare pistol. They couldn't have asked for a better time to be able to win one, but is it just too late?
That's the question.
They need Aspas to be hitting shots like that constantly, all across the map.
Bro, why me?
Maybe I have players in position here, especially Aspas. Deep smoke, though, is going to be obfuscating the sideline. You can see how difficult it is for him to get anything done with this scope weapon. Smokes and walls in his face potentially now, and that drone needs to be broken. Barely at that. It's a tag onto Mazzino. He's going to be forced out of the fight. And the issue's there. Turret gone. Spam through the smoke. Tex at least delivers that. Ethan's going to be dropped, but Scuba is finding his own marks. Out towards Garage and a call for the cancel. NRG want to make moves now to a different area of the map.
They're fully leaving, but they have no smokes. Ethan's dead.
Lambot spots it out. Tex is gone, though. Deleted. Gun out for Verno. And if he presses forwards here, he's going to be sorely disappointed. He still gets the one. Kiko trades it out, and that's the plan denied. Now picked up and running around. Mazzino with a wall up. Hold on the timing. Scuba connecting the kills here. Aspas left out in that 1v2. He has the rifle, but he doesn't know the positioning, and Matters already in that forward approach. Ready to take that first point, first contact, first shot for him. Jiggle. Seen it. By the looks of it, just backs himself out.
Yeah, I don't know whether he did.
Yeah, maybe not. Kiko is already moving to clear up most of A long and A lobby, so it looks like they have missed the mark. But again, how difficult this spot is for Aspas to play in. He doesn't know where any of these players are. Heaven compromised. Kiko all the way around. Here's the sound cues. That at least clears up one, but at this point, time is running short, and another tap. He's just looking for the next signs of life. At some point, he has to stick this, and he realizes it. Has to give it up, has to try and save this rifle, but now you can truly make no mistakes. This is the 12th round for NRG. One more is all it will take to complete one of the most dominant reverse sweeps I have ever seen.
9 opportunities. NRG have done such a good job to get themselves into this spot. And the way that they escape this situation is ridiculous too.
Yeah.
Ethan down, no smoke on the C connector, but they still get it with a nanoswarm and leave Aspas stuck in a 1v3. Mada's positioning makes it essentially impossible. Verno's going to take the Vandal no armor again.
In his match here, that is a very dangerous prospect. Dropped down to 75.
Yeah,
perhaps lucky to be alive, but
only a little bit of chip damage, actually. I suppose it could have gone worse.
Yeah, it could have. All NRG need is one round. They know it. Close to a couple of ultimates here. Gonna be looking to make no mistakes. The spray of bullets is Just relentless. It's an onslaught. That's just Brook trying to go for the turret that usually gets placed.
You don't want Tex to get a kill, though. He would have his lockdown online, and it would allow them to pull Verno off the A site and play it much softer. Verno's telling the rest of his team to stay stacked.
It's good damage.
Zeki gets a 140.
Might be kicking himself if he didn't confirm that kill here. Maneuvering by NRG, leading over towards B.
Well, they haven't broken the alarm bot.
Lanes are pushed up. Ethan with a DTP in, but that snake bite. Goal achieved for NRG. They have 35 seconds left, but they wanted to pull out a bit of that util. They don't have any A control.
30 seconds left.
MIBR now. Zekken, Verno. Gonna try and put a stop to this. All the noise being made in the world now. It's obvious signs that this is gonna be leaning over towards A. Bodies are starting to get flooding into the site. Trying to reinforce this all the way up. The crossfire setup is there. Aspas, Zekken activating Verno. It's all there in time to keep this team alive.
It's not the best round that Ethan's ever called on the attack. But they've got such a buffer. You've got to imagine it doesn't matter too much. MIBR, though, managed to grab another round. And actually, Bonkar takes a tactical timeout, which I'm a little surprised about here, in the sense that you have so much opportunity to let the team find out the answers themselves. And do you really want Frod to have an opportunity to come in and talk?
It has given him time now.
Because he's burnt both of his timeouts already. He burnt them, I think, in the first 6 rounds.
6 rounds, yeah.
So now Frod finally gets another opportunity. He could talk to his team at the halftime break, but now comes back in again right before round 17. I think there were a lot of problems with how Ethan approached the attack side there, but Bonkar looking to rectify them instantly. That alarm bot stayed up in garage. They didn't punish Verno for playing A super soft. By the time they went back into A, it was pretty obvious after that B fake what direction they were going into. MIBR have been given a chance, a shred of hope. If you're thinking about it from NRG's perspective, they can't allow that to build.
No. But at the same time, it's insurmountable, surely.
You'd think so.
All they need is one round. We've seen how many scenarios where a team doesn't even have to be on a gun round, right? Where they've got money to spend. Get pushed down to an eco, but they end up winning it anyway. Countless times.
It often does go that way, doesn't it? Where the team that's mounting a comeback just takes a foot off the gas a little bit, thinking, all right, it's an anti-eco.
That's when it gets most dangerous. But maybe a round like this here, NRG will be taking risks. We'll be running it all the way down towards A here. There's a lot of sound cues are going to be heard. Matter. Stun offloaded, and a shot here. Aspas not scared to really just square up, try and posture and push back the approach. Good reveal. Dart tags onto Ethan, but he's not done yet as well. He's working his way in, eventually cleaned and mopped up by Verno. A repeat of Aspas is there.
Kiko's just looking for anything he possibly can in the other direction. Maybe you can figure out what this defensive setup looks like from Tex.
Yeah, be gathering information, a bit of recon duty, right?
Yeah, this time. Hello. Is it turret down?
Out of range, maybe?
Yeah. Shouldn't make too much difference.
No, it might be able to get a plan going.
This is Verno getting one away from being able to get his Fury online.
Kiko. Not a lot of spots you can play for there. At least it gets the plant down. NRG, a bit more money can get built up for MIBR.
And they get the ult. Well, Mazzino seems to be taking the defuse at the moment, but it should be going over towards Verno, who can now get a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and it will be.
And that'll apply a lot of pressure to NRG if they're looking to try to get a plant down. You know, they are starting to develop something here that's going to cause NRG a bit of trouble.
How many to believe?
Another 2 rifle rounds, I think. There's still just so many opportunities for any mistake, any big moment. And it's Santiago gone.
Yeah.
The tension must be ridiculous on the MIBR side.
I mean, it's got to have reached its apex now. No more mistakes. No more missteps. You have to play perfect VALORANT to stay alive. Otherwise, NRG will be completing that reverse sweep.
They changed the defensive setup almost completely.
Yeah. Deep alarm bot down into A short, but all the way over towards B. NRG typically do a bit of poking and prodding, but this looks like a hard committal. Ethan's got the spike and he's in the back of the site. Zekken is gone. finished off. And now with that pit blossoming out, this is dangerous. Tidings, Verno! Ult earned prior. Bit of respite there. Snakebite also to combo it all up. Matter playing skip rope over the top of that. Barely alive, and they don't think, really, I believe he's unaccounted for in a spot like this. He might be able to do some serious work inside the pits. Aspas.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Scoped up. Rourke, shock darts. Mazzino's brought down. Is this how it ends? A round like this, a scenario like this.
They know that NRG have to go and get the spike, but they have no clue about Mada.
No. Aspas just hoping for signs of life. Mada! He's finally there. Shows his presence, the pit drops down, and a lockdown now to give them that buffer room, that breathing room. Verno and Tex have got it all to do in a spot like this. How do you push this back? World beater form, eager to take the fights, but the lockdown will force that respect into you. At least earning themselves a 2v3, lockdown of their own now to get back into the fight. What is the call to be made? Mada.
Good spam damage on the Mada.
Yeah, a whole load of bullets. He backs himself out and away. Everybody playing the distance now. NRG. Back it up, rolling retreat. They know the plan's down. They know the win con's within their grasp. Just a matter of execution at this point. Deep drone. Terra trying to spot out where all of these players are on the extremities. A tap. See where that swing is. Scuba, Kiko combine their might. This has to be it. The impetus, the turning point. NRG. Domination across the board. They make history in Americas. They complete the reverse sweep. And your final team to go to Santiago is your reigning world champions.
A genuinely incredible comeback from NRG. They flipped a switch. They completely activated, hit that world beater form, and dominated the final two maps. Absolutely crushed MIBR, and I choose my words carefully because they must be crushed on that side of the stage.
Yeah.
With the way that Mazzino was talking about the chances of being able to go and play in his home country in front of friends and family, that is a brutal, brutal way to lose. 3 back-to-back-to-back best of 5s, and you are 4 rounds away from qualification on Split.
All love on the other side of the stage here, NRG. They've earned that trophy, earned it well. Pulling off a miracle performance, and they will be your final team going to Santiago. Looking to see if they can fill out and round out our trophy cabinet a little bit more at the first global event of this year.
If they can access the form they hit in the second half of this BO5, they are going to be in a serious chance of lifting a Masters trophy. A long road ahead, of course.
Yeah.
But this team has got an incredible ceiling. And for Ethan, who's already got 2 Champs trophies under his belt, a Masters trophy would look real pretty sat alongside it. Put him in some very heavyweight conversations.
Absolutely. Puts him in the question of best in the world of all time, greatest players. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. NRG, one hell of a challenge was offered up in front of them. MIBR, they came out swinging. Fernando, let's send it down to the stage for that Verizon post-match interview with our lower bracket winners.
Let's keep it going for NRG! Booking their ticket to Masters Santiago. Coach Bunkar, that got do or die for a little bit there. Team found their chance form a little bit, even with the different roster coming in. What were the talks? And I got to ask you, what was the moment when you knew the comeback was real, that sweep was going to happen?
I started believing on Split when Scuba called on the attack bonus round what he wanted to do. That's when I realized, like, okay, we're playing with some balls now again, so we're good.
Amazing. What was the talk to make everything happen between that second and third map?
We were very confident coming into Abyss. We know it's a super strong map for us, but it's a good map for them as well. But we're just sticking to protocols and believing in each other and believing in themselves, to be honest, and like start playing the way that we know that we can play the game.
All right. Best of luck going to Santiago.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Ethan, congrats on the win. Going back a few losses are never great, but I wanted to ask you about the G2 game. Do you feel like it almost became a necessary evil for the squad to find some of the key points that allowed you to focus forward on what NRG needed to do?
Yeah, we needed a kick in the ass. I think we got that, so I like how we played today. I'm very content with it.
Awesome, great job. IGL and the team across the board, congratulations on the win and best of luck. Scuba, my man, amazing clutches across the board. 2 clutches bringing just the catalyst back online for the squad. It brings me back to thinking about the share clutch on Breeze. It's been the entire kickoff. Yeah. What makes you feel so confident in that clutch?
Honestly, my teammates just do a good job. They leave it to me, and that's always what I've excelled at in this game. And yeah, it's been a lovely time so far.
Easy, safe, fair hands right here. Congratulations, best of luck going to Santiago. Another moment of thriving in the deep end for NRG. You talked about it in an interview recently that, you know, the Champs run was somewhere you guys figured out how to really just dig deep, and you do it here again. What is it about NRG that kind of loves scrapping down there?
We just got ice in our veins. That's all it is. Like we're nice players when it comes to it, and I mean, you see it again, reverse sweep.
All right, man. The aces are unreal, by the way. Congratulations, best of luck in Santiago. Brock, congrats. Another one. Always, you guys win. You're up there dangling the MVP trophy. It looks so good. You guys avoid the champs curse. What's it take to do that? What's it take to kind of keep, like Ethan said, kicking yourselves in the butt, get moving, having these things that propel you forward and keep your mindset on winning?
I think it's not get complacent and keep staying motivated, to keep trying to win. So I think it's the main thing. That's the hardest thing to do for most teams. So I feel like that's the main thing.
All right, 3 straight maps prove you guys got that in the bank. Congratulations, best of luck in Santiago. Kiko, a win, you coming onto the team, it seems you fit so well. And now you get to go and play against old teammates. How are you feeling about going to Santiago? Nats, Camo going to be out there. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, so excited to play them. Hopefully we get to have a match there. But yeah, I mean, just excited to come and play Liquid, to be honest.
Are you going to try to meet up with them when you're out there?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a funny experience, yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. Awesome job for kickoff. Let's hear it one more time for NRG as they lock in their ticket to Santiago. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We have the Santiago Draw Show coming up just after this. So don't go anywhere. We got the lowdown on what's going on in Chile right here.
Let's break down the tournament format for VCT Masters Santiago. 2 stages stand between these teams and the trophy, the Swiss stage and the playoffs. Not everyone starts on equal footing. The elite, each league's first team to qualify at kickoff, have already secured their reward, a direct ticket to the playoffs, bypassing the chaos of Swiss entirely. The other 2 teams from each league, they'll compete against each other for a chance to make it to the playoffs. We kick things off with the Swiss stage, where 8 teams enter and only 4 survive. The rules are simple but ruthless. Grab 2 wins before you take 2 losses, with every showdown played as a best of 3. Make it through, you punch your ticket to the next battleground. And that battleground is the playoff stage, the arena where the top-seeded teams have been waiting. Here, the tension skyrockets. 1 loss drops you into the lower bracket, clinging to life. 2 losses, your run in the double elimination bracket ends on the spot. This is Masters Santiago, where ambitions ignite, icons emerge, and every round inches teams closer to greatness. And don't forget, it's not just about winning matches. It's about stacking championship points on the road to champions. Every victory matters, every map counts, every moment could define a season.
What's good, everyone, and welcome to the Masters Santiago Draw Show. Give me a round of applause for that one. Yeah. Now, we are going to be getting our opening matches for the group stage sorted. There will be 2 more draws during the event. Very important to remember, okay? And another when we get to playoffs. That's when these guys right here, the #1 seeds, will be, what a list, huh? They will be joining the rest of the competition. So, with that being said, I will be assisting the main man, the man with the plan. Give it up for Nick Weatherlow. All right, Nick, my man, let's go ahead and go over the rules real quickly. All right, so all 4 number 2 seeds are in Pool A. All the number 3 seeds are going to be in Pool B. We're going to draw the number 2 seeds first, and then, you know, there are no regional matchups that are going to be allowed in round 1. Very important. I want to make sure I say that because I messed it up in rehearsal. Now, if a regional matchup occurs in the first 2 number 3 seed draws, the team will be placed in the next eligible spot. If a regional matchup is still possible by the 3rd number 3 seed draw, the teams will be placed in the only eligible matchup. Everyone got that right? Totally not confusing. Yeah? Oh, dude, nailed it. Absolute brilliance. Okay, so, Nick, let's go ahead and do this, Papa. We got a draw from Pool A, so hit him with it.
All right, let's get started.
Round of applause, we draw, round of applause, we draw. Do a little Vanna White. Might be too young for that, but that's fine. All right, here we go. And the first squad is Gentlemates. Okay, so they will be going right here, and we're going to go down this row now. So let's go ahead and hit the next one in Pool A. These aren't the matchups yet. This is just, you know, what we have sorted. Also important to note, too, that what you see here is not going to be the schedule that's played. That is subject to change. Important thing to note. All right, let's go ahead and do this here. T1. Pacific Regions T1. No. You hate to see it, kids. All right, let's go. Avanza. All right, great. Next one. We got G2 and XLG. Here we go. Team is, who do you think is going to be? You're right! All right. Also, I should play the numbers with you, whoever you were, so. All right, next one, we know who it is, but we'll go ahead and do the business anyway. It's XLG going in that last match spot. Well done, well done. Now who's ready for the juicy stuff? Yeah! All right, let's go ahead and hit Pool B and find out our first matchup for Gentlemates. Now remember, if it is Team Liquid, they will move down and face off against T1, okay? Important thing to bear in mind. All right, what do we have? Who do you think is going to be? Where's the lottery girl at? Who said it? Oh, okay, there it is, there it is. And it's EDG. Whoa! One matchup set, it's EDG versus Gentlemates. Whew, okay, that's exciting. All right, Pool B. That's a new matchup, too. Looking forward to that one. All right. Next up, who's it going to be? We got NRG. Heard of NRG? Team Liquid. So, now here's a real interesting little tidbit. I don't know if you guys are noticing right now. We'll find out, but yeah. It seems like we might have G2, NRG, ruh-roh, Raggy. All right, let's go ahead and draw this next one. So now if it's NRG, it will go down here and they will face off. That's really the only matchup that we have, so we'll go ahead and do the business, but. Paper X! Holy crap, folks, we're getting Paper X versus G2. Can you believe that? And last but certainly not least, our defending world champions, NRG, will be taking on XLG from the China region. There you have it, folks. Woo. What do we think so far of the pool? How you guys feeling? Go ahead, yell it out loud. You guys got that at home, right? I think you guys got it at home. All right, Nick, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate your time. Guys, give it up one more time for Nick Weatherlow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother. Now, let's go ahead and talk about these matchups. Joining me on stage, we got the #1 seeded Furia's very own Artson. Joining us is G2's Shanks, and we have NRG's Mata. Fellas, hello. Welcome to the stage. Artson, felt like I just talked to you not that long ago.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the matches you saw. You're coming into this one as a #1 seed. You don't have to worry about all this mess, you know? That has to feel good.
I mean, it does for sure, but like at the same time, we need to be ready because like teams going off a group stage, they always like picking up momentum stuff.
Yeah.
So we need to be more ready than them.
Yeah, that's right. Shanks, pleasure to have you here, my man.
What's up, brother?
Always a blast. So G2, they got a tough matchup here with Paper X. They've faced off against each other time and time again. Are you nervous for the boys?
I'm going to be honest, out of all the teams to play, we probably didn't want to play Paper X first. But
keep it at $150.
But we got to get our revenge from Toronto, so I'm excited.
All right. I'm sure people want to see some Toronto revenge. Mata, my man, you are absolutely fragging out there today. Congratulations on the win. Give it up for NRG one more time.
Thank you.
What a performance. You are going to be facing off against XLG from China. It's, you know, a different matchup. I don't think you guys have faced off together. Or anything you're looking forward to in playing against teams from the Chinese region?
I think Rarka's a great player. He has insane potential as a player, and we did a jersey swap too in Paris, so it's a cool guy. It's going to be fun to play him.
Okay, and it's going to be fun to win, but it's a shame you have to beat him up in the first round, right?
It's a shame.
What a damn shame, right? Anyway, fellas, I do want to thank you so much for joining us here. Guys, give it up one more time for our competitors, for our representatives. Amazing stuff, and we want to thank you all for watching, and we will, of course, see you February 28th for Masters Santiago, and right back home here at the Riot Games Arena in sunny Los Angeles, California, for April 10th at the kickoff for Stage 1. You guys ready for it? All right, baby. We'll see you guys in Santiago. Take care, everyone. VCT Americas is back. We have 12 teams that are going to take the stage and slug it out for a shot at making the first global event of the year. 3 strikes and you're out. Oh, wait, is that it? That was it?
Hearing out of heaven, Inspire above them all, takes his shot, takes his time, and again he falls for 3 for 4. Envy from Challengers to Ascension to Americas will take their first series.
It's 100 Fury as well to really help them out. They were in a pickle, they were in a bind, but Oxy, oh my, that is sharp, man.
Let's go! I don't want to remember, I don't want to do anything. Alum just wants to cut them down, all the way back down. They're the ones with the advantage, but Alum's on for the ace against Benji, who dominated all first half. Pops the ultimate, and Alum finds it for himself. Furia win their first series in 2026.
Emerging pass at your feet. What is that? For Sato, feeling like he has to really step up to Matino. My God, man!
Close angle.
Let's go!
That's the bread. What do you mean? Yeah, grab it. What am I gonna just put, like, what do you mean?
Now trying to look for something. Scuba untouched and unbeatable. Trying to set him up for it. Scuba waits and taken and down. The ace ripped away.
Why would Vic do this to me?
Oh, they got a plant down in the middle of all that somehow. Was a back, Mazzino! No way!
Sentinels have loved this. Putting down, no! The Seekers get perfect information, but they reveal Kayu's position. Art! Cortez knows he doesn't stand a chance.
A 2-0 victory for Furia against America's favorite team.
Controversial changes, yeah, finally. Cameraman's met his match. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just...
He's wrestling a dance. Honestly, I think the Penguin won, bro.
Towards the back of the site, Leaf has got it. All in his control as that pit falls as well. The opportunity!
Oh! A lifetime to make his mark, G2!
Very good, very professional. That is horrifying.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow. You have like prey eyes like a deer.
Yes.
Lucio go over it, double dash, he's got a shotgun!
Loki delivers. It's John. It's Cortezia. That could be a bit of an issue. 1v2 for Cortezia. 15 seconds left. He can play games. Did you see him? Left solo on the angle and Cortezia! You bloody unreal! Spike defuse attempt. Oh my God. Governor's pretty low as well. Out in front was Benji. He couldn't stop him. Just a tap would get it done and Inspire.
That is unbelievable.
Oh my God! It was actually a baby. How old he was?
But look, he was gaming even back then. That's fine.
It's still an uphill climb in a battle. Zephyr though, that's a cracking shot. Big Zest going to be taken out there. And Util Zephyr! Zels is going to be sticking out, trusting his teammates to do the job.
An ace for Zephyr!
Cortesia's going to have his back turned for it, though, and Timo emerges. I mean, Narrate looks a little lost in that kind of moment. Timo for 3 in the round, conversion paths earned, and made extensive use of.
Could you elaborate why you think I'd be good at it?
I mean, he's a regular contributor to WikiFeed. He should have an idea.
I didn't say that.
We need to ban this guy. This is bullets raining down, and Vic is the one to try and do it. Plant down. Play into his hands. He's found it. The 1v1 now. Pop in versus him. Up and on. Vic! Cloud9 to get that 20th round.
Oh, take me home.
Yeah, Zekin was never seen by the drone. Zekin turns around, he gets the kill on Damada. It's only going to be Ethan left alive. To keep him alive, he's got the It's Zekin. The super dream is alive.
But everyone is gone.
Fallon looks different.
But everyone is gone.
Trent is really playing off the site at the moment. He avoids that flash, and there's going to be a multi-swing, but he has just the weapon for it. And the godly ace from Trent.
Real do-or-die buy here for them. Maybe what a shot!
Fallon's having to get around the corner, but the Spectre does him in.
This is just effortless.
This Furia team is something else.
Onzine reset it, yeah. But still, 10 seconds left. Can he put it on his shoulder? Kong gets the 4K!
Sato though onto the defuser. Inside the pit, they are falling one by one, and Sato is getting his pick off the litter.
How do they have Riot gun buddies and I don't?
That's wild. Yeah, you should definitely talk to your manager. All right.
Oh, the wall pocket. It's going to be too much. Kiko gets 3 and Scuba gets 2. NRG take down 100 Thieves.
Baby Bay watching over, but Frisk taking.
I feel like he's going to be
Favorite judge. What is that? And now it's on Zipper.
Oh my God. What are you doing, brother? Bang!
I will be the judge of their backers. Don't know if that's a word. Also, it kind of sounded naughty, and I don't know why. I don't like that. Either way.
Okay, it's just you. A great cleanup here by the team of Envies to get in. What is this drop from Superman? He swoops in for a 3K. Oh my gosh, and it's cleaned up with the 4. Evil geniuses say goodbye to Envy.
Blows caught in the path. Behind the smoke. Okay, suddenly.
The Prowler's going to spot them out. Now he's going to fight for his life. 3 for blows. What a world we live in. Sentinels not going to be present at a first Masters event.
Oh. Wow, that's so creative. Is my daughter on stage right now?
That's trouble. And now Vora, caught out by the utility, somehow goes unpinged. No one's looking at the Vora! You madman! 100 Thieves advance!
Focus on fighting towards this A side.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It almost looked like a triple collapse.
I won 40 on 3 people.
Cloud9 come away with the win.
I think it's only a Sheriff, though, that he get for his trouble. There, hang about. Ethan has to back away. That's all quick caught in the open. Now a 2 versus 2.
Charles just fighting forward. What is the timing?
But he walks in healthy enough. He's got 2 players to worry about. Are you kidding me? Classic, baby. G2 advance to our middle bracket final.
Cloud9, who has shown me great prep, great game plans, and their players in excellent form.
L ratio, look at chat. 100
Okay.
This might be slightly earlier. Big turn to anti-flag. And Vora does not want to allow for the defuse. Celsius. Oh my God! He's diabolical, man. 100 Ds will advance.
Grand Finals decider for Santiago. And he spots it out with a showstopper. Trying to clear up a picture of what's going on. Kuala Noob very heads up. Kuala Noob out wide to the side. 4 kills. Make it 5.
Let's go. Let's go, VCT, baby.
For the close quarters, maybe that's where they thrive. No! Aspas, he slices, he dices. Zekin's there immediately. 1 second! It's overwhelming. Flash is good. Zekin cleaned up entirely. IGL versus IGL. So it comes down to the gunplay.
Furia achieve the absolute impossible. Baby, you're firework. Let your colors burst. Make them go up, up, up. As it shoot across the sky.
I'm surrounded by Valentines and I've never known the loving touch of another human.
As a spike drop down, Kiko trying to even this one back into his favor, and his team's fight to be taken. He's just one man, what can he do? Isoing moving, joking! Kiko!
Where does that come from?
front. 100 of these might be collecting these kills, but they're not ready for that. Vora left to do it all in a spot like this, but Scuba, the one on top. NRG sent flying into that lower bracket grand finals.
Next team that's going to be punching their ticket to Santiago. Will it be G2? Will it be MIBR?
On the other side of the wall, Aries would be assailants. There it is! 2 for Valen! Is it going to be enough? You better believe it! Trent's not going to be ready for the swing around the corner. Oh my goodness, I speak too soon. 6 bullets. Time! Launch! Trent, are you kidding me? I can't believe it! Not only to qualify for Santiago, but to do it in such a fashion!
One of these teams is going to be left with bitter disappointment because it is the lower bracket grand finals. There are no more second chances. There is only one more spot at Santiago up for grabs.
Kills flowing for them all the way. Aspas in a 1v2, making a 1v1. This guy is lighting them all up.
The angle is held and the awareness is
So damn good. Cerebral play by Aspas.
and towards the side. Aspas just taking this fight straight up, but he's locked up himself and off and around all that time pressure.
Navigating the first danger, but can he get past this? Mazzino puts a stop to it himself. MIBR are walking on water at this point, but his fight's taken up towards heaven are essential now. Brock stuns there, up on top of the angle. NRG now just trailing by 1. Now it's just left down to Scuba. Scuba, 1v1 for the map win. They've been granted another lifeline. Kiko, he could feast, catches them completely unaware. No one turning around. Zekin and Tex left to see if they can dig themselves down. But Kiko, another mockery. Paranoia misses. 1v1, Scuba. Scuba seals it up once more. They're wondering how to get the most, but this is a bonus. Bonus for NRG. Oh my God, man. NRG are not going to offer you opportunities.
Oh, no.
You're forced to lose, essentially. NRG give you no options. They steal away your hope.
And a complete crash down to earth from MIBR.
This has to be it. The impetus, the turning point. NRG, domination across the board. They make history in Americas. They complete the reverse sweep. And your final team to go to Santiago is your reigning world champions.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Put on the gas, put on their necks, they didn't know